1. Essie. I think your boyfriend's about to murder me. That line? Shocking, but not unfamiliar. I've heard it before. Same wording, same tension. Still, I freeze, club soda half raised in my hand. But here's the thing. I don't have a boyfriend. I blow out a shaky breath, the only movement I can manage. The bar's low-volume, offbeat pop track fills the silence, hiding the hitch in my breathing. No boyfriend. So I need to get it together. I inhale, deep. Let it out. I'm okay. Totally okay. I glance at my drink. Lemon wedge trapped in a swirl of bubbles dancing under the saffron glow from overhead. Tiny fizz trails slip between the ice, rising to pop on the surface. Yep, I'm okay. I look up. Alec sits across from me, usually smooth but now clearly rattled. His brows are pinched tight and fear clouds his eyes. If he hadn't just said boyfriend, I'd think the Grim Reaper himself was behind me. But I know who he's looking at, not death. Something worse. I don't have a boyfriend, I say evenly. Steady voice, controlled. I take a sip, wrapping my lips around the straw in what I'd confidently call my most irresistible look. Doesn't matter. Alec's still staring past me. He hasn't even glanced at my chest in a while, which doesn't bode well for tomorrow night's plan. He swallows, throat bobbing. You're sure? Because there's a guy back there? Ignore him. I don't look. I know who it is. But he's looking at me like, you're attractive. Maybe he's appreciating that. That's not appreciation. That's a murder glare. Hardcore. Please, ignore him. For me? I enjoy being alive. He won't hurt you. You sure? I start to say yes, but I hesitate. I don't have a boyfriend, but I do have Dalton. And while he's technically not mine, I can guarantee he hasn't taken his eyes off Alex since we sat down. He probably won't kill him. Probably. But predicting Dalton Cavendish is like trying to game the stock market. Chaotic, volatile, and occasionally expensive. Like the time his best friend Lander ate Dalton's last graham cracker during a football game. 2 weeks later, Dalton chugged Lander's $3,000 bottle of whiskey locked away in a cabinet on his birthday, while everyone watched, grinning, then lifted the empty bottle like a prize and said, "That was for the grams, Lander." $3,000 for crackers. Deep breath, fizz, focus. I'm fine. I turn on my stool to check where Dalton's sitting. I expect to see him with my best friends, Valeria and Cora. Instead, crap. Alec wasn't exaggerating. Dalton's gaze is a laser beam pointed straight at him. His posture is relaxed, arms draped over the booth, but that's surface level. He could cross the bar in seconds if he wanted. But when our eyes meet, something softens in his expression. And my heart does that thing it always does around him. Jumps, twists, flips. The kind of reaction that could win Olympic gold in at least 3 events. Dalton Cavendish isn't just handsome. He's breathtaking. And no, even my most high-tech toys haven't knocked my heart out of competition. He holds my stare. His dark amber eyes brighten slightly, one brow lifting just enough to make me smile. Even in the shadows, even when he looks like he might blow up the whole room, I can't help but feel it. This ridiculous, giddy feeling. Turning away is hard. But I've done it before. For 2 years, actually. I take another breath and say the 3 words that change the energy every time. He's my stepbrother. Alec's jaw drops. That guy? He's your brother? Stepbrother, technically. My dad's marrying his mom in 4 weeks. But Alec isn't listening anymore. He's staring at Dalton like he's seeing a ghost. Maybe we should call this off, he mutters. No! The panic escapes before I can catch it. I grip his wrist. We've been planning this for weeks. He shifts uncomfortably. Don't touch me, he's watching. Alec. Essie, he hisses. I've done a lot of on-camera work and I can tell when things are about to blow up. I don't want that. I'm not here for drama, tips or not. It won't be messy. Easy for you to say. You always seem like you've got your life together. He shakes his head. Last year, I collabed with a girl and her stalker found me. Couldn't even afford to break my lease. cute. Try covering 4 college tuitions across 2 major cities. But if Alec wants to believe I'm just some spoiled Camgirl living off daddy's money, fine. Let him. I pull back and sit straighter. I hit him with the saddest, most disappointed look I've got. You're bailing the night before my first collab with a guy? Really? I pout, just enough to nudge his guilt. I was actually excited. A muscle in his cheek twitches. I bought a dress for it, silk. It basically falls right off. Total pain because I can't wear anything under it, but still, adorable. Essie. He looks away, right at Dalton. He stiffens. Seriously, does that guy work for a spy agency? His glare could shatter concrete. I lay my hand over his again. Seduction mode. Activated. I run a finger across his wrist, tracing the vein. I chose you. My voice drops low. Don't let me down. Total lie. I chose his equipment, not the man. But Alec softens. Still got it. He exhales slowly and nods. Look, I'm honored. I mean that. First, seeing your face without a mask, huge. And second, being your first guy on camera, major. I'm just not looking for trouble. Swear to me. He's not gonna freak out? I answer before I think. Dalton won't touch you. Dalton, he repeats, tasting the name. Cool. I'll remember that when I'm giving my police statement. I force a smile. The bar suddenly feels loud, cramped. Alec slowly turns his hand so mine naturally rests against his palm. I wish I actually wanted him. But this isn't about feelings. This is business. A final goal before graduation. He finishes his beer. Want to go run through the setup? He means Cora's condo, which she's letting me use since getting caught camming on campus would mean instant expulsion. She lives with her fiancé now, so it's free. I slide off my stool. Alec offers a gentlemanly hand, which I take until... Crash. Glass shatters behind us. Dalton's on his feet, sidestepping broken glass. His beer bottle is wrecked, and even with Cora calling for cleanup and Valeria trying to steer him back, Dalton doesn't look away. He's still staring at me. And yeah, he's absurdly good-looking. Not just beautiful. He's the human version of Niagara Falls, majestic, overwhelming, impossible to ignore. That pull makes me motion for Alec to follow me. At the booth, Alec tenses up, but tries to keep it cool. When I introduce him to Valeria and Cora, recognition sparks. Awesome meeting you both, he says, going for hugs. Dalton blocks Valeria. Nope. His voice hits like a needle drop. Slightly rough, but loud, confident. Valeria just rolls her eyes, ducks under his arm, and hugs Alec anyway. Cora follows suit, and, being Cora, adds, "You're bigger in real life." Dalton lets out a dry laugh. Cora grins and gestures to Dalton. This is Dalton Cavendish. He just bled on his Rolex, but he's usually charming. Essie's brother, right? Alec asks, holding out a hand. Dalton folds his arms, flexing without trying. His shirt pulls across solid muscle. Then, he looks at me and winks. I make a sound I can't even describe. Totally unintentional. Dalton is... a lot. And he knows it. He finally faces Alec. I'm her stepbrother. Who exactly are you? Goosebumps. This is the moment where I admit I'm about to sleep with someone who isn't him. Dalton's face hardens. This a date? He asks. Because 3 weeks ago, at that apple farm, you said you weren't seeing anyone. He keeps going, remembering every detail. We were watching that guy in track pants shiver for his girlfriend's Insta shots, and you didn't even laugh. That's how nice you are. Valeria taps his arm. You're spiraling. He covers her hand with his, eyes still on me. So what the hell is happening? We have to go, I say, cutting in. I look to Cora. She hands over the keys without a word. Dalton notices. Of course. You're going to be respectful of my place, right? Cora says to Alec, dead serious. Absolutely, he nods. I live next door, Valeria adds. Thin walls. I practice Muay Thai. Everything's audible. Seriously? Alec mumbles. I sigh. No, I don't have a single chill friend. You mean me? Dalton asks. I'm calm, just trying to get answers. You're bleeding, Alex says, pointing. Dalton licks the blood off his hand without blinking. Wasn't talking to you, man. Okay, I'm out, Alex says, backing up. Stop, I say, grabbing his arm. Ignore them. I plant myself between him and Dalton, all 5 feet and some change of me. This is going to be fun, I say, and profitable. Lucrative, he repeats. Very. He looks at Cora and Valeria. I'll be respectful, Lilith, Aurora. Have fun, Bottle Dick, Cora replies. Dalton frowns. I thought his name was Alec. Let's go, I whisper to Alec. Dalton watches me like a hawk. Why does he know your aliases? He asks. We need to close our tab, Alec tries. Already paid, Dalton says. Essie, where are you going? I'm fine. Night. I grab Alec's hand and lead him out. The crisp October air hits like a relief. We both breathe in, letting the cold ground us. This is fine. We're fine. Then, of course, Dalton walks out too, throwing on his coat, hair tousled in the breeze. Perfect. Magnetic. Terrifying. Yeah, he's definitely going to follow us. 2. Essie. Like this? Alec asks, pretending he's about to scoop me up and throw me onto Cora's massive bed. Really toss me, though. I need airtime. He raises an eyebrow. What if you don't bounce? Then we've wasted a moment, I shrug, leaving out the part where any clip of a guy lifting, tossing, or bending a girl like origami gets triple the clicks. Only Valeria and Cora know just how deep I've analyzed this stuff. And no, my methods haven't always been entirely legal. I have to wear the mask the whole time? Alec asks, his hands sliding into the back pockets of his too-tight jeans. I've got a decent face. I don't get why the mask thing is even hot. Good-looking people having regular sex is everywhere. Mask play? That's specific. I sit on the edge of the bed. If a masked man walked into your room, what would most people feel? Fear, he says immediately. Exactly. So when a woman chooses to hook up with the masked guy instead of screaming and kicking him, it flips that instinct. She's saying desire wins out over fear. Alec frowns, trying to connect the dots. Desire is stronger than… what? Safety? Stronger than hesitation. Stronger than logic. The mask strips everything down. It's just a body. No face, no feelings. He's not smiling or flirting. There's no emotional tie. It's only about sex. She's choosing to be vulnerable, and all she has to do is act on it. He squints at me. You figured all that out on your own? I shrug one shoulder. This kind of strategy has always been my thing. Planning every beat of a stream is how I stay ahead. Valeria and Cora have adopted the same playbook, and they'll tell you it works. Anyone can turn on a camera. Not everyone knows how to hold attention. That's the real craft. Honestly, Alec just winging his content is borderline irritating. I force a breath. Stay optimistic. This is still fine. This stream is going to do crazy numbers, I tell him. We're covering so many trending tags. Just wish you had some tattoos. It adds edge. Maybe try a temporary one? Could do, he says, tilting his head and eyeing me with a curiosity that feels clinical, not flirty. You're super focused on stats. Doesn't that kill the vibe? What's unsexy about big tips? I ask. Deadpan. He reaches back and rubs his neck, clearly uncomfortable with the tone shift. There's a couple feet between us, but it might as well be a canyon. If this weren't a cam shoot meeting, I'd be questioning everything about this vibe. Anyway, I say, standing up. Thanks for forwarding your results. No need to bring protection, but just… Yeah, I'll pull out, he cuts in, eyes still on his phone. Finish on your chest. The dramatic finish. Classic. He follows me out through Cora's living room, and I feel nothing but relief that this part is over. The more time I spend around Alec, the more I realize there's zero spark. Luckily, liking him was never part of the plan. All I have to do is perform. I'm completely fine. But then I open the front door, and there he is. Dalton, leaning against the wall in the hallway, eyes locked on me like he's been standing there for ages, waiting. 3. Essie. Inside the elevator, Alec taps his fingers against his jeans, letting out a long, slow breath that sounds more annoyed than relaxed. He flips his messy blonde hair out of his eyes and glances past me to Dalton, who's standing close enough that I can feel the tension building in his arm. "So, where's the wedding going to be?" Alec asks casually. "Your parents' ceremony, I mean?" "Wrong question." Dalton's face hardens. He shoots Alec a glare sharp enough to slice concrete. "Why the hell would I tell you anything about my mom's wedding?" His tone could freeze water. "I don't even know you." "Dalton," I say, warning him, but he's already turned to face Alec. "Let's clear something up," he says, voice steady but threatening. "I don't know what you two were just doing, but unless you cured a terminal illness, I'm not impressed." "Dalton," I say again, more firmly. He doesn't stop. "And since you're in skinny jeans?" He glances down with a disapproving grimace. "Which, honestly, don't suit you. That rules out oncology." Alec frowns. "Okay." "You're not a cancer doctor," Dalton pushes. "You mean an oncologist," I mumble. "Yeah, thanks, babe." Dalton brushes my arm before returning his focus to Alec. "You're not an oncologist. So if you ever lay a finger on her the wrong way, hell, if you even think about it, I'll make sure your body parts end up scattered across every corner of DC. My stomach flips. I should be horrified. I should tell him to stop. I should act like I'm above this. But I'm not. Because somehow watching Dalton like this, it's unbearably hot. The elevator dings and the doors slide open, revealing the Halcyon's pristine lobby, marble floors glowing under soft white lighting, but none of us move. Alex stares at Dalton, mouth half open. Finally, he mutters, "Are you actually insane?" Dalton just grins. "Probably." Alec bolts. I roll my eyes. "You're such a jerk, Dalton." I trail behind Alec. "I thought you liked jerks," he calls after me, loudly and without shame. By the time I catch up to Alec at the entrance, his phone is in his face. He looks up as I approach, eyes wide. "Your brother is nuts." "Stepbrother," I correct quickly. "And he's just Dalton. He gets intense sometimes. Don't let it mess with you. He's actually really sweet." Alec just stares at me. He stared at me while licking his own blood, Essie. Fair point. Look, under different circumstances, you might even like him. He's a great listener. He actually asks real questions. People open up to him all the time. He'd probably think you're fascinating. I smile flirtatiously. I know I do. But Alec's not buying it. He swallows hard, loud enough for me to hear it, then glances back at his phone, checking for his ride, I assume. Not good. "Alec, I already promoted this stream," I say quickly, dropping the act. "If I don't deliver, I'm going to have hundreds of pissed-off subscribers." I move closer, just a step, but before I can say more, I hear a cough echo dramatically from the lobby. I don't even have to turn around. I know who just decided to develop a Victorian-era illness. Alec's had enough. "I'll walk," he says, shaking his head. "No offense, but no amount of views is worth a funeral." "See you tomorrow," I say brightly, like he's not absolutely fleeing. He doesn't even glance back. When I head back to the elevators, Dalton's leaning against the wall nearby. Someone's put up Halloween decorations, paper bats with jagged, curling wings. They surround him like shadows. It's ridiculous how good he looks. Actually offensive. He could commit a felony and get away with it just by smiling. Even surrounded by bats, Dalton somehow looks celestial. His hair, short and soft with a natural wave, stays neat through sheer discipline. Of course, by the end of each day it falls slightly out of place. But it doesn't matter. The guy could sleep in a ditch and still look like old money. The Halcyon's lighting flatters everyone, but on Dalton it's absurd. I'm convinced he could stand under the flicker of a sketchy motel sign and still look like he belongs on a magazine cover. He watches me approach, taking his time, scanning my face like he's studying every line. His eyes, light brown, speckled with flecks of amber, seem to glow under the lights. He shifts slightly, showing off the way his arms flex under his sleeves. One button at his collar is undone, teasing just enough of his chest to remind me why he's the most physically dangerous man I've ever been around, emotionally and otherwise. He lets me look. He's used to it. But back when we met 2 years ago, it wasn't the body or the attitude that got me. It was his grin. Dalton Cavendish has a smile that could disarm a Navy SEAL. Smug, amused, constant, even when he's being overbearing, like now. And unfortunately for me, I still fall for it. Every time. "I'm not speaking to you," I declare, punching the elevator button. "Why not?" he asks, leaning his head to the side like he's innocent. "What did I do?" "You can play clueless with everyone else, but don't try it with me." The doors open, and he follows me in. "I don't have a problem," he lies, pressing the button for the 10th floor like this is a casual ride. "Cut the crap," I snap, keeping as much distance as possible. Not easy when the elevator feels like it's made for 2 people and a potted plant. "You followed me all night." His expression falters. "You don't want me around anymore?" "Not really," I lie. I force myself to look past the disappointed flicker in his eyes, especially when you threaten to dismantle my co-stars. He smirks. "You love it." Sadly, he's not wrong. "Don't you have actual responsibilities?" "Nope." "Dalton, you make $500,000 a year. I'm pretty sure you have other things to do besides stalk me around the halcyon." "Nothing more important than this," he says simply. He nods toward the doors. "Are you going to sleep with him?" "Not your business." "It is." "How?" "Because you're my—" He trails off, eyes shifting as he mentally sifts through the dozens of things we are to each other, none of them granting him the right to say what he clearly wants to. He resets. "Just answer me. Are you?" "What if I am?" Dalton's jaw tightens. He breathes in sharply, his whole body tensing like he's bracing for impact. "No." "Oh, absolutely not." He doesn't get to say that. For a whole year, it seemed like we were going to happen. It felt inevitable. Until one of us dragged it out too long. And spoiler, it wasn't me. When our parents got engaged, everything between us halted. No more late-night messages, no more pictures of his breakfast, no more cash for coffee on stressful days. He shut it down. Just like that. Now we're just friends. And as my friend, he doesn't get to tell me who I can or can't sleep with. I step forward. "Why do you care?" "You're one of my closest friends," he says, almost like it's a curse. "Exactly. I'm your friend." I pause. "And your sister." "Stepsister," he says quickly, right as we hit the 10th floor. I turn to leave, but he catches my wrist and punches the lobby button. "What are you doing?" I ask, more curious than angry, even though his massive hand nearly covers mine completely. "We're not done." His tone softens slightly. "I really don't want you to sleep with that guy." "Because I'm your friend, or because I'm your stepsister?" He hesitates, then nods. "Yeah. Sure." He doesn't mention the night he pulled me aside on my 21st birthday, gave me emerald studs, and whispered, "Someday I'm going to have you in nothing but these." I keep my voice steady. "That's it? That's the only reason?" Dalton doesn't answer, which is rare. The man's mouth usually runs on autopilot. I finally let my shoulders drop. "Just tell me, do you not want me anymore?" He opens his mouth. "Essie." I rarely let emotions shake me, but something in my chest stings, like every nerve is short-circuiting. "You told me you wanted me," I say, stepping even closer. "For a year, you told me to wait. I did. First, it was until your parents' divorce. Then it was until I landed that internship. There was always something. Do you have any idea how many times I had to lie to our friends about why I wasn't sleeping with you?" "I know," he says finally, dropping his head and sighing heavily. "I know I messed up, but please, try to understand. If you wanted me, why didn't you ever act on it?" He lifts his head, and I instantly recognize that expression. I've helped raise 3 brothers. I know what guilt looks like. I take a breath through my nose, trying to stay grounded. "I'm okay. We've never actually fought before, Dalton and I. This is new, but I'm okay, totally okay." I soften my features. I get it. Admitting you didn't want me would have been awkward, especially with our friends always glued to each other like the world's ending, but no. His tone is sharp. Don't ever think I didn't want you. He frowns. Do you remember what I told you the night we met? Of course I do. If he had any clue how often I've replayed that night in my head, he wouldn't even have to ask. Say it, I tell him, stepping closer. Close enough that there's no way this conversation stays neutral. He hesitates, takes a tiny step back like he's trying to give himself space to think. Maybe he's wondering the same thing I am. How did we end up here? I lift my hands and place them against his chest, as high as I can reach. His shirt is thin enough that I can feel the warmth of his skin through it. He inhales slowly. This isn't going to help either of us, he murmurs. Then say it. I press my fingers gently against his chest. Or I'll say it for you. His hand rises and rests over mine. I said, he begins, voice low, that I'd never seen a more stunning woman in my life, and that I'd do things most people would consider monstrous just to make love to you like you deserve. 2 years later, and that sentence still electrifies every inch of me. I'll never forget standing in that bar, looking up at him for the first time and wondering if God's ever walked among men, because that night he sure felt like one. I was going to sleep with him that night. The elevator dings, doors opening again on the lobby. Dalton doesn't break eye contact. Instead, he slams his palm against the 10 button again. His stare, intense, unwavering, sends a bolt of heat straight through me. Dalton's energy always has this pull. Confident, commanding, magnetic. It wraps around me like a current I can't escape. What are you waiting for? I whisper. Oh, we can't. We can. I stretch up, resting one hand on the back of his neck. Just once. We've waited 2 years. Our parents tie the knot in 4 weeks. Let's do it while we still can. Maybe it'll help us move on. His eyes go wide. Did we swap souls or something? You don't usually pitch reckless ideas. Ding! The elevator hits the 10th floor. He presses the lobby button again and turns to face me. Dalton? Essie. His voice softens, gaze flickering with restraint. You're doing this because you know I'm terrible at resisting temptation. I'm offering, I say plainly, leaning into everything I've learned after 4 years of camming. This isn't just desire anymore. It feels urgent. I've reached my limit. Use me, however you want. His eyes widen in disbelief. Pick a position. Essie. He pulls back slightly, disentangling my fingers from his neck. Who even are you right now? I exhale slowly. Sorry, I wasn't trying to push too hard. It's not that. He looks away, visibly struggling. You're what? You've never talked this little in your life. Ding. I'm really hard, he blurts as the doors open on the 6th floor. A woman stands there, phone pressed to her ear, eyebrows raised high. She looks between us and mutters into the mic. No, not me. It was the very large man in the elevator. She covers the speaker. I'll take the stairs, she says quickly and spins around. Doors close. I almost laugh. I want to tell him I'd let him lift me and use me however he wanted for as long as he wanted. But instead, I quietly place my hands on his neck again. You want this too? I can't. His voice is low. I really can't, but damn, you're making it impossible. I'm only human. You've got to cut me some slack. You are human, I say. And humans? They give in. I lift my chin. So why won't you... Ding! Just sleep with me? The doors slide open again, 3rd floor this time. A middle-aged man stands there, holding a bag that's very clearly filled with cat litter. He blinks. I was just trying to... He lifts the bag. I don't like tossing it in the kitchen trash. Got it, boss. I'll take care of it, Dalton interrupts, gesturing for the guy to leave the bag in the elevator. The man hesitates. Really? Totally fine. Trash room, right? Dalton asks, his voice smooth as if I'm not clinging to him mid-crisis. He throws in a wink. Have a good night. The man nods, still baffled. Doors close. Dalton's smile fades the moment we're alone again. His face twists with conflict. S, we can't. Our parents aren't even married yet. We work together. I'm an intern. You're still in college. Graduating in June. And I'm a complete disaster, he says quietly. Ding. Lobby again. He hits 10. That stops me. His face is different now. Tense, mouth pulled tight, lips pressed together. His whole body looks like it's trying not to fall apart. That's not true, I whisper, but he's already letting go of my waist and stepping away. And what about my mom? He adds, his voice softer than before. There it is. The truth he's been holding in. His mom, Alyssa Cavendish, deserves everything good in the world. And right now, that includes keeping my dad. We say nothing for the next few floors. Ding! 10th floor. Come with me, I say, tilting my head toward the hallway. We can talk. He runs a hand through his hair. I'm barely holding it together, S. His voice breaks a little. Number you should go. My arms fall to my sides. So that's it? A year of tension, a year of pretending not to care, and we end this as step-siblings? Would you rather we do it once, then spend the rest of our lives wondering what might have been? He throws his hands down, defeated. Because for me, that would be unbearable. Do you think I could be with you once and then walk away like it meant nothing? Do you think I'd be able to stop myself from loving you? He shakes his head. Be real with me. I can't even sleep if I know there's a half-eaten burrito in the fridge. I stare at him. Did you seriously just compare me to a burrito? I didn't, he groans. Because if you were a burrito, I would have devoured you already, with guac, salsa, verde, mole. He trails off. Wait, you're half Mexican. That's offensive, isn't it? He winces. God, I'm the worst. He reaches to block the doors again. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I'm rambling. It's just, I can't have you one time. I know myself. He says it like a confession. And maybe it is. We're not the same, I admit softly. You wouldn't survive it, but me? I'd give anything to have you just once. The elevator opens. I step out. He stays behind. I pause just outside the doors and glance back at him. He looks wrecked. I feel a spark of anger, not at him, but at whoever made him believe he wasn't enough. That he'd ruin everything he touched. I'm sorry, he says one last time. You know where I'll be? I reply, and then the doors close, cutting us off once more.
4. Dalton. To us, I say, lifting my shot glass. May we get what we want. May we get what we need. And may we never, ever get what we deserve. I knock it back in one motion and slam the glass down on the table without a chaser. The burn creeps through my chest like it's trying to start a fire. Still doesn't help. Unbelievable, I mutter, grabbing a cocktail napkin to wipe up a splash of tequila. It's been a whole day, but the ghost of Essie's touch is still stamped on my chest. Like static, but not the good kind. Not the shimmery glitter lotion kind she uses in the summer. More like when your arm goes numb after sleeping on it wrong. I reach for my half-drunk beer and take a long pull. If I'm going to exercise the memory of Essie Romero, I need more than a shot. I mean, it makes sense Alex into her. I mutter over the thumping bass. Honestly, I should have seen it coming. Essie's stunning. Everyone's drawn to her. But she was supposed to be mine. I glance at my phone. Still no response to the text I sent over an hour ago. Weird, I say to no one. Last time she didn't text back, she was high out of her mind after wisdom teeth removal. That day, she pointed out every monument on the way home like she'd never seen DC before. It was adorable. I swirl the next shot in my hand, while thumbing through my phone, wondering if I've got bad service or if she's ghosting me. And honestly, I wouldn't blame her. Should I call? I ask myself. She said she'd be here by now. The music ramps up, some remix of a track we once danced to at a club in Adams Morgan, back before our parents ever crossed paths. That summer was hot and reckless. She wore next to nothing, and I had both hands on her the whole night. She didn't stop me, didn't flinch when I slipped my fingers just under her skirt, brushing her upper thighs. We used to touch each other constantly. Not anymore. Now our friends are the ones doing all the touching, constantly and obnoxiously. Case in point. Everett and Cora have been full-on making out for the past 10 minutes, which is probably why neither of them has responded to anything I've said. It's actually kind of impressive. They're so hot together it's hard not to watch. Which they know. Sometimes I think they do this stuff right in front of me just to prove they can. Everett's hair flutters from my exaggerated size, and Cora, mid-makeout, smirks like she knows I'm messing with them. Her hand slips into his hair, twisting the strands around that massive sapphire engagement ring he gave her almost a year ago. Yeah, this is great, I deadpan. Best Halloween ever. Almost beats freshman year when I drank myself unconscious dressed as an Oompa Loompa and landed in the ER. Nothing. Cool, cool. Loving the vibes, I say louder, though I doubt either of them hears me over the relentless bass line pounding from the DJ booth. This music? The kind that makes your bones rattle? It's the kind of track that makes you want to do something dangerous or deeply inappropriate. I lift my beer, only to find it empty. Disgusted, I grab Cora's abandoned gin and tonic and drink half. I saw that, she says casually, while Everett's busy attaching his mouth to her neck. I'll replace it, I reply, setting the glass down. Instead of diving back into Everett's face, Cora pulls back and studies me. Why are you sulking? He asked for a threesome and I said no, Everett jokes, pulling away just long enough to flash his signature smug grin. I flip him off. Go to hell. You're not even good at kissing. Everett raises an eyebrow, and his fake piercing catches a flash of green light from the club. His costume is essentially an excuse to wear a mesh shirt that exposes everything. Meanwhile, Cora isn't even dressed up. Her usual gothy aesthetic and piercings make her Halloween-ready 24/7. It's been years. I've improved, Everett says. Then, turning to Cora, right, princess? Cora doesn't even respond. She just lifts her chin toward me. What's going on with you? I check the time again. Nothing. I'm great. Fantastic, even. Hey, any idea when Essie's showing up? Cora's pierced brow arches. She didn't tell you? Tell me what? Now Everett and Cora exchange that look. The one that says, we know something you don't. What? I snap, dropping my phone onto the table. Cora shakes her head immediately, and Everett winces. They're holding something back, and that ticks me off, especially from them. Everett, my best friend since childhood, once pretended he hated Cora for nearly a year just to hide how in love with her he was. And Cora? Cora has no problem telling me to back off when I ask too many questions. Tell me. Back off, she says simply. Exactly my point. Cora Bora, come on. She flips me off. You know I don't snitch on my girls, she says, then goes right back to making out with Everett. I watch, annoyed, and Everett, without stopping, speaks against her lips. Relax, man. Essie's the most dependable person we know. She's fine. But I know this is about Alec, and I don't get it. Why would she meet a guy at a bar when she doesn't even drink? Why would she take him to Cora's old place? And why would she skip out on Halloween, her favorite holiday? Essie loves Halloween. She puts real effort into it every year. Her costumes, always detailed, always sexy. Last year, she was the blue screen of death, just a tight blue dress with an error code she printed onto it. She looked so good I downed 4 sake bombs and offered to list her as my emergency contact. Now every time my laptop crashes, I get slightly aroused. Where is she? I press, eyes locked on Everett. He gives me one of his signature exasperated sighs and leans back, giving Cora more access to his neck. She drags her tongue along his throat, trailing her piercing along his skin like she owns him. If you wanted her in your life, Everett says, barely opening his eyes, you should have made her yours when you had the chance. My jaw tightens. Because he's right, and hell will turn into a yogurt shop before I admit it.
5. Essie. A margarita is supposed to be 2 parts tequila, 1 part triple sec, and just a splash of lime juice. I think. I only notice how tightly I'm gripping the bottle's neck when my nails start digging crescents into my palm. Maybe I'm just a little anxious, but I'm fine, totally fine. Alec is only, 17 minutes late for a live stream in front of hundreds of subscribers. Still fine. There's no triple sec in Cora's bar setup, but I spot a bottle of Cointreau, and it sounds close enough. I toss it together in a cocktail glass. No shaker in sight, so I stir it with a teaspoon. The result? Clear as water. That can't be right. I glance at the time again. Now Alec's 20 minutes late. I shoot off a quick text. Let me know your ETA. Looking forward to screwing you. I read it back and wince. Yeah, too much. I delete the second sentence, but even just, let me know your ETA, feels needy. Okay, maybe really needy. But in this business, flaky partners are career poison. I've only ever been late to a stream once, thanks to Lander pulling a ridiculous stunt to impress Valeria, and I'm not about to let that happen again. Screw it. I send the message, then I take a sip of my improvised cocktail. And, oh my God, what have I done? I press my palm to my mouth, trying to save the lipstick while forcing myself to swallow. It's vile, easily the worst thing I've ever tasted. And that includes the time I went down on a guy who told me he believed the earth was flat, mid-act. I chug a glass of water, but the aftertaste sticks around. Hot, sour, weirdly sweet, and somehow also chemical. The best way I can describe it is gas station vibes, and all I can think is, Dalton would be dying laughing if he saw this. When he found out I didn't drink, he wasn't surprised, just smirked and said, "Of course you don't. It's all for the show." He didn't phrase it like a question. He just knew. He'd watched Emerald X, the wild, party girl version of me on camera, for months and still saw right through her. "If you ever change your mind," he offered, "I'll buy you one. Or make you one." "What? You inviting me back to your place?" I teased. "Yeah," he replied without hesitation. "We just met," I pointed out, but I was seriously thinking about it. Then he said something I've never forgotten. "You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, and I'd do unspeakable things to touch you the way you deserve to be touched." He said it like he was talking about the weather, just casually with one elbow on the bar, spinning a coaster between his fingers. Tonight, he sent me a text too. "Will I see you later?" I didn't reply. I didn't want to lie. Now, I try to push him out of my head and pour myself a straight shot. It's impulsive and definitely regrettable. Tequila by itself is right up there with my all-time worst taste experiences, which is saying a lot considering someone once paid me $1,000 to deep-throat a balloon animal. I should probably be more selective about what I put in my mouth. "Oh my God," I gasp, coughing. I grab the margarita glass like it's going to help, but now it's just bad mixed with worse. Tequila plus tequila equals disaster. And I'm supposed to be the composed one. I'm usually the one with the plan. Right now, I'm a gold-masked mess. But I'm fine. Probably tipsy, but fine. The show must go on. Alec knows the scene, and I always plan to start without him. I slip on tonight's mask, gold, decorated with delicate leaves and curled twigs, and start the stream from my laptop. The room fills quickly. I fall into my rhythm, pretending I'm getting ready for a night out. It's just a story, something I make up on the fly. But it works. Guys love the fantasy, and I know exactly what to say to make them open their wallets. Strangely, the alcohol makes it more fun. I'm laughing more, looser than usual, a little reckless. But I'm ready. 10 minutes in, finally, the doorbell rings. Of course, Alec, late and clueless. I specifically told him I'd leave the door unlocked.
6. Dalton. She doesn't answer the door when I ring. I pull out a phone to text her and immediately get the passcode wrong. Okay, weird. I try again. Wrong. I'm not even that drunk. 5 drinks, tops. More like a warm-up than anything serious. Back in business school, I did 9 shots and still crushed my corporate finance final. Sure, I puked halfway through and had to finish the exam without a shirt. But I look good without a shirt. So honestly, it may have helped my grade. I try the code one more time. Still locked out. A message flashes. ¿Olvidaste el código? Oh, crap. This isn't my phone. It hits me. I grabbed Valeria's phone by mistake. I can see mine clearly now, still sitting on the club table where I left it. Fantastic. Not only did I unintentionally take someone else's phone, but using it to text Essie would look extremely bad if this ever came out. Even after 1 semester of Harvard Law, I remember the basics. Don't create evidence. Get it together, Cavendish. I try the doorknob. It turns. Could have started there. The condo's dark, but there's something on the floor right inside the door. A single sheet of paper. Neatly written in Essie's handwriting are 2 words. Mask on. My hand goes straight to the ghost face mask resting on top of my head. Strange? Yes. Unexpected? Not really. We talked about it. I remember the exact moment. She was stuck eating this sad-looking turkey sandwich at Hannington Hale with no arugula. It haunted me. Essie loves arugula. I literally couldn't sleep that night. So the next day, I had a better sandwich delivered to her. One with arugula and truffle oil. When she came by to say thanks, I told her I was thinking about wearing a mask I had lying around. So yeah, she knew. And before I left her earlier, she said, "You know where to find me." This note? Clearly for me. I pull the mask down, adjust the black hood to cover my neck and hair. Some of my best features, by the way. But let's be honest, all of my features are solid, and I take a breath. It's happening. The hallway is dark, and the mask isn't helping my vision. But I spot a faint blue glow coming from under a door. Cora's bedroom. I push it open and, holy hell, there she is. She's dressed up, or mostly undressed, in a tiny green satin dress that barely qualifies as clothing. Her signature gold mask covers part of her face. It's one of the ones she uses during streams, but this one's decorated with gold vines curling from the edges. Even her long brown hair has strands of gold thread braided into it. But the detail that really floors me? The wings. Shimmering, transparent, golden wings. She's dressed like a fairy, or maybe something even more magical. And she did all of this for me. She looks at me, or rather, at the mask, then lets her gaze roam down to my arms, exposed under the sleeveless black gym tank I threw on. Her eyes linger. She's definitely checking me out, and I don't mind one bit. She walks over slowly, swallows hard. Her hand reaches out, resting lightly against my abs as she rises up on her toes. "You're late," she whispers, voice low and sharp, and a total jerk for it. I barely let out a breath before she grabs the edge of my hood and pulls me closer. "If you don't keep your promise," she murmurs, "I'll make sure you regret it." Then she steps back, unhooks the dainty gold belt around her waist, and lets the wings and dress slide to the floor. She stands there, confident, unfiltered, stunning. And all I can think about is what I told her once. "You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, and I would do anything, anything, to be the one to touch you right." Tonight, I'm going to prove I meant every word. And believe me, it'll be a privilege. Chapter 7. Dalton. I've seen my fair share of beautiful women, but nothing, and I mean nothing, compares to Essie. She walks into a room like she owns it, and right now, standing in the glow of Cora's bedroom, she looks otherworldly. She's draped in a short, silky green dress with gold details that shimmer every time she moves. Her mask covers just enough to tease, and those translucent golden wings. A straight-up fantasy. It's like some kind of spell has been cast over the entire room. We lock eyes, or at least, I think we do through her mask. Her gaze slides down my torso, lingering at the exposed skin beneath my old gym tank. She takes her time, drinking me in, and I let her. Honestly, it feels like she's setting the room on fire with just her stare. Then she steps close enough for me to feel her breath. Her fingers glide up my stomach, and she rises to her toes to whisper, "You kept me waiting." Before I can answer, she grabs my hood and pulls me toward her. "You better make it worth it," she murmurs. Then, just like that, she undoes the belt at her waist and lets the dress and wings drop to the floor, a pool of silk and shimmer at her feet. All that's left is her, standing proud, fearless, and breathtaking. My breath catches. She's confident. She knows exactly what she's doing, and I'm all in. "You're sure?" I ask, barely getting the words out. She nods slowly. "Don't go easy on me." The air gets 10 degrees hotter. I reach for my mask, but she stops me with a firm hand. It stays. A slow smile creeps across my face. "Whatever you want." I lift her effortlessly and set her down on the bed. She lands with a bounce, laughing in surprise, and I take in every inch of her. She's flushed, glowing, gorgeous, and she wants this. I trail my fingers up her thighs, across her hips, over the curve of her waist. Her breath catches. Her skin responds to every touch. There's heat everywhere. Between us, around us, inside us. Clothes fall away. Whispers fill the air. And time stops. We move together like we've been waiting for this forever. And in a way, we have. Every glance, every near miss, every unsaid word built to this. We're wrapped up in heat and tension, and it's as if the world doesn't exist beyond these four walls. I've never felt anything like this. The rhythm builds, the pressure climbs. I can hear her heart in every breath, feel her pulse in every move. She holds me like she never wants to let go, and I grip her like I never will. It's messy, it's real, and it's us. Then I say it. I told you I'd take you exactly the way you deserve. Deep, intense, and unforgettable. The same thing I told her 2 years ago in that bar, when everything changed. And she freezes. Her expression shifts. She looks at me differently, like something clicks. She reaches for my shirt, pulls it up, sees the tattoos, and suddenly I know. She stumbles off the bed, rushes to the laptop, ends the stream. It wasn't just a moment for us. It was a moment broadcast to others. And just like that, everything shifts. Again.
Chapter 8. Essie, I just slept with Dalton. Let me rephrase. I just crossed about 4 different lines at once, with someone who's not only one of my closest friends, but also a senior executive at my internship, and soon to be my stepbrother. Oh, and I did it live. The moment the man I thought was Alec rips off the mask, I freeze. My heart skips. Standing there, flushed and breathless, is none other than Dalton Cavendish. He looks just as shocked as I feel, sweat clinging to his temples, his chest rising and falling fast, eyes locked on me. "What just happened?" he asks, concern flickering in his voice. I instinctively move back. "Why are you here?" I demand, grabbing my robe. "Where's Alec?" Dalton stiffens. It takes a second before he speaks, and when he does, it's not what I expect. "You were going to do this with him? Where is he?" I push again, heart racing. "Did something happen?" Instead of answering, he snaps, "Since when do you bring guys onto your stream?" This was going to be the first time, I replied truthfully, hoping honesty might soften the tension. "Nope." Dalton lets out a short, bitter laugh. "Great." I glare. "You don't get to act smug. Why did you even do it?" His brows shoot up. "I've been falling for you for 2 years, and when you, let's be real, invited me in, I thought this meant something." I wrap my robe tighter. "You weren't supposed to be here. Alec is a professional. This was planned. Business." Dalton scoffs. "And you thought I was him? Really?" I was a little tipsy, I admit, not loving how defensive I sound. "I didn't know it was you until it was too late." He runs his hand through his hair, frustration building. "So what, you were fine with streaming that whole thing with some random guy?" "Not random," I mutter. "He's reliable, trained." Dalton makes a face. "And you were really going to let him finish?" I don't respond. He exhales slowly. "Unreal." "Look," I say, "I'm not proud of any of this, okay? But I didn't plan to have you walk in wearing a mask and take his place." "You asked me to," he says simply. "You literally said, 'You know where to find me.'" That shuts me up. We're quiet for a moment before he shakes his head. "I shouldn't have done it, but I couldn't stop myself." I swallow hard. This is a mess. He steps toward me, eyes softening. "Maybe. But it didn't feel wrong, Essie. It felt real." I want to believe him, but everything is tangled. Work, family, friendship, the internet. "You should go," I whisper. "I don't want to." "Dalton, please." His jaw tightens, then relaxes. He picks up his mask. "Well, it was unforgettable. If we end up fighting over holiday dinners and family inheritances, at least we'll know why." "Dalton, I didn't mean to." He cuts me off gently. "I know, I didn't either." And then he's gone. I collapse into the nearest chair, still reeling. That was chaos. That was electric. That was potentially catastrophic. I turn to my laptop, hoping stats will distract me. But the second I see what's on screen, my stomach drops. I did not expect that.
Chapter 9. Dalton. Lander and Everett look like they've just witnessed a live alien broadcast. Their eyebrows are nearly touching their hairlines as they glance between each other and Lander's laptop, which is currently paused on a moment I'd rather not be analyzing. They're re-watching the stream, specifically the part where Essie took my hand and pulled it into her mouth. Let's just say, she really committed to the moment. "Someone say something," I urge, pacing in front of the couch with Lander's golden retriever, Pierre, trailing behind like we're both in a stress loop. Everett, Ever the calm political prodigy, finally speaks. That might be the most involved intimacy I've ever seen. Impressive. I groan and flop down on the couch. Is she okay? Lander asks, putting a hand on my shoulder. She texted me, wants to talk. I haven't answered. Lander's hand tightens. Why not? I left my phone at the bar last night. Didn't get it back until this morning. And even if I had it, what would I even say? Hey, sorry I mistook a cam stream for a heartfelt invitation, and while dressed like a horror villain, completely derailed your life and mine in one go? You could just tell her you want to talk, Everett says calmly. You don't need to spill every emotion in one breath. Edit, man. I told her last night how I felt. She asked me to leave. I did. End of story. It doesn't have to be, Lander says. Essie's practical. If there's a solution, she'll find it. I shake my head. She's already juggling too much. So? Lander shrugs. She juggles better than any of us. She could be buried in chaos and still color code her planner. Please don't talk about her being in danger, I snap. You'll jinx it. Everett adds helpfully. We live in D.C., quicksand isn't exactly a threat. I will throw a geography book at you, I mutter. Not the time, Lander says. Let's focus on your unexpected debut. How bad is it really? It's not exposure I'm worried about, I say. It's how it happened. She didn't even know it was me. Silence follows. I sigh and rub my face. I always thought the first time with her would be different. I imagined, I don't know, connection, a real moment. Instead, it was confusion and chaos. They both nod solemnly. No kissing, no holding her after, no knowing look, just a mask and missed signals. I shoot Lander a look, and he jumps in to lighten the mood. On the bright side, now you know it's physically possible. Honestly, I doubted your anatomy compatibility. Everett exhales like his patience is being tested. So what's your goal? In a perfect world, I'd be less of a mess. Essie wouldn't intern at my job, and our parents wouldn't be planning a wedding. So, different universe, Everett deadpans. Basically. Lander leans forward. You need to handle this carefully. That wasn't just some random hookup. I know. I can't do it again. But it's eating me alive. It was just once, Everett says. It's not the end of the world. It's not just once. I've watched her streams for months. Every time it felt personal. But I stopped watching once we got close. What? Lander blurts out. Why? I wanted to respect the friendship. Didn't want to cross a line. Yeah, I definitely didn't stop, Lander says. In fact, I might have watched more. Everett adds, I did an all-nighter once just catching up on Cora's old content. Pierre nudges my leg like even he thinks I'm pathetic. Lander checks his phone. Heads up. Cora says she and Valeria are on their way here. With Essie. Everett raises a brow. Valeria still hasn't found her phone? She's been tracking it. Apparently whoever took it went to Penn Quarter. My heart stutters. That's my neighborhood. Dalton, Lander warns, keep it together. If you don't make it a big deal, it won't be one. Just then, the door opens. Valeria, Cora, and Essie walk in, and Essie looks like a sunrise. Glowing, composed, unreachable. And before I can stop myself, I blurt out, I love you. Everett sighs and facepalms. Lander winces. Really?
Chapter 10. Essie. The moment Dalton says, "I love you," I stop cold, nearly bumping into Cora behind me. Her hands land on my shoulders, the pressure grounding. Those long black nails just sharp enough to remind me she's got me. After 4 years of friendship, I know her steady touch better than my own heartbeat. For the record, I'm wildly, strictly platonically in love with Cora Flores. "Hey," Valeria speaks up, frowning at the app on Cora's phone. "It says my phone is here." And right then, Dalton slowly reaches into his jeans pocket and pulls out Valeria's missing phone. "Are you actually serious?" Valeria snaps, stepping forward. "You took my phone?" "What?" Lander turns sharply toward Dalton, squinting like the truth will make more sense if he stares hard enough. "Hold on. Wait. Is that why you were dancing all over me last night?" Valeria blinks at her fiancé. "I'm sorry, English is my second language, because it sounded like you just said Dalton was grinding on you and you let it happen?" Let the record also show I am extremely platonically in love with Valeria Fuentes. "Dalton grinds on everyone," Lander argues, as if that makes it all fine. "It's like his thing. I didn't know he was committing a crime." "He's not wrong," Everett chimes in with a shrug, then turns to Dalton. "But man, come on. Really?" Dalton throws his hands up. "I was worried about Essie. I was trying to check on her." "And that required stealing?" Valeria asks. "For her," he insists. "How generous," Cora deadpans, stepping around me. "If I had a gold star, I'd give it to you, but I'm fresh out, probably with the rest of my patients." Dalton turns to Everett for support. "Are you going to say something?" "Nope." Everett grins. "Cora's handling it just fine." He glances at her and mouths, "Love you." And Cora softens. That expression on her face? That's how love looks. Effortless, real, vulnerable. Me? I'm stuck with a face full of confusion because Dalton doesn't love me. Not really. This isn't love, it's adrenaline. It's miscommunication. It's Dalton being Dalton. For a few seconds, everyone around us blurs into white noise. I look at him, really look at him. Dalton's sitting quietly now, head low, like even he's not sure what he just did. And that's rare. Usually, I understand Dalton better than anyone else, but not right now. So I ask the only thing that makes sense. "Valeria's right. Are you actually out of your mind?" Silence falls. Dalton lifts his gaze, and just like always, something shifts in his expression when his eyes land on me. Softness, regret, 1,000 unsaid things. "I need everyone to leave," I say quietly but clearly, "except Dalton." Everyone stares. "You sure?" Valeria asks, stepping closer. "I'll cancel my study group if you want backup." "I just want a private conversation." My eyes stay locked on Dalton. He and I have things to sort out. Everett's up first. Of course. He knows better than anyone when to bow out. As he passes, he rests a hand on my shoulder. "Be nice to him. He's a softie." "Shut up," Dalton mutters from across the room. Everett just smirks. "See?" Then he leans in toward Cora. "You free now?" She scowls. "You're turned on because I just roasted your best friend. You need help." "You're in graduate school for psychology. Be my therapist," he grins. Cora rolls her eyes. "Ugh, it's annoying how that works." She turns to me. "Call me if you need me. I'll leave him half undone if you want." "Appreciate you." Lander joins them at the door, motioning for Pierre, his golden retriever. "Can you believe Everett thought he'd be president someday? Look at him now." "Still more stable than you," Everett fires back. "Oh, absolutely not," Lander shoots back, ushering everyone out as Cora and Valeria groan. Then it's quiet. Just me and Dalton. He's sunk into the couch, arms resting on his thighs, shoulders drawn up like a question mark. I cross my arms, and he finally exhales. "You ignored my messages?" I say. "Why?" His voice is low. "Because I didn't trust myself not to come back." And it's not slick. It's not a line. He says it like it's the simplest truth in the world. Dalton's appeal has never been about surface. It's the way he's unfiltered, honest, somehow both intense and kind. And right now, I feel myself giving in all over again. I step closer. What happened last night? It shouldn't have. Not like that. He nods. Agreed. There are a dozen reasons why we should never have gone there, but doing it during a live stream? I shake my head. That wasn't how I imagined this. Me either. He stands up. Thousands of people watched it. Essie, he says softly, you're extraordinary. Of course they watched. I swallow hard. We both know this could get messy. Our parents are getting married. He nods. License is being signed soon. I'm still an intern at your job, still counting on a full-time offer. And I can literally see your cubicle from my office. You're chaos in human form, I mutter. And if you wanted to, you could derail everything I've worked for. I could, he agrees. But I won't. Now we're face to face. This, us, has the potential to change everything, I say. His brow lifts slightly. In a good way? I exhale. Last night, it was better than I expected. I keep replaying it, watching the numbers climb, the comments, the reaction. It's wild. He steps even closer. What are you saying? I meet his eyes. I think we should do it again.
Chapter 11. Dalton. The moment Essie says she wants to do it again, my entire mood shifts. Her eyes are wide, hopeful, like she's expecting me to hesitate. Like she doesn't know this is the only thing I've wanted since the day we met. Yeah? I ask, letting the smile I've been holding back finally take shape. She nods, hair bouncing as she moves. What do you think? Yes. Absolutely. A grin spreads across her face. Really? She clasps her hands under her chin. You're kidding, right? This is everything I've wanted. Essie throws her arms around me. Dalton, thank you. You have no idea how much this means to me. Okay, so we've only done this once, but apparently I left an impression. Good to know. Not gonna lie. Feels nice to be appreciated. I scoop her up and drop her onto the couch. Wait, now? Obviously, I reply, tugging off my sweatshirt and tee. I don't even check where they land, until I hear a crash. I'll pay for that, I add quickly. Now, where were we? You don't want to wait? Not a chance. I pause. Do I need protection? Essie hesitates, then shakes her head. I have an IUD. No protection, I repeat under my breath. Noted. I kneel in front of her, placing my hands on her thighs and sliding them slowly up over the fabric of her jeans. She always looks so put together. Even now, she's effortlessly flawless. The first time I saw her without a mask, I was stunned. Some people glow. Essie? She shines. I remember thinking I was in trouble, and I was right. That night, I texted Lander and Everett. I'm going to marry this one. They laughed. They shouldn't have. Every inch of her face is etched in my mind. Her nose, her freckles, the way her lips curve when she smiles. Especially that smile. It's back now, and it's ruining me. You're so handsome, she says, her hand resting on my jaw. Not here to talk about me, I say, my hands sliding higher. I gently tug at the straps of her top, revealing soft, warm skin. She's not wearing a bra. The light from the window hits her just right, highlighting every curve. I swear she's glowing. I murmur, brushing my hand beneath her breast. watching goosebumps rise. You have no idea how long I've thought about this. She smiles, mischievous and bold. Here, she whispers, handing me her phone. I raise an eyebrow. Take a picture. I snap one, send it to myself, and set the phone aside. Say it, I tell her. Say what? She teases. The stuff you said in the elevator, I murmur, shifting against the pressure in my jeans. She trails her fingers over my chest, eyes flicking down. You got a new tattoo. Her touch follows the ink on my ribs. And one on your thigh. How many now? 4, I answer. Now say it. She bites her lip. I'm offering it to you, my body. Use it how you want. I exhale, popping the button on her jeans. And the last part? Pick a spot. And that's it. I lean in and press my lips to her skin, finally getting what I've wanted for far too long. I've been thinking about this forever, I admit between kisses. Every time you wore those tiny tops. Essie lets out a soft sound and parts her legs slightly. How do I taste? Like heaven, I say without hesitation. She laughs, breath catching. I used cocoa butter. Wait, hold on. Don't stop now, I groan. I need to set up my phone. I blink. Wait, for what? To film. And just like that, the mood drops. My stomach? Gone. It's falling through the floor. You want to record this? I stand slowly. You're serious? I thought you knew. She hugs a pillow to her chest. Not stream, just a private upload, behind a paywall. I got it wrong. So wrong. She wasn't talking about us. She was talking about the business. How much did we make last night? I ask. Essie swipes her phone and hands it to me. I stare at the number on the screen. 5 digits. Seriously? She nods, practically glowing. The site takes a cut, but still, it's triple my usual. It's impressive. She's impressive. But that's the problem. I can't do this, Essie, I say, voice flat. Why not? Because I'm in love with you. She shakes her head. No, you're not. I am. I changed all my passwords to your name, with an exclamation point. She pulls her top back up. You don't even know me. I frown. How can you say that? If you don't want to film, just say that. Don't dangle feelings. I'm not manipulating you. I'm being honest. That's exactly why I can't. She shrugs. Then call it a deal. That's what you're good at. I sigh. That's not what I want. I don't want a transaction. I want her. I'll see you at work, Essie, I say before walking away again. And somehow it hurts worse the second time.
Chapter 12. Essie. Balancing 5 coffees isn't a skill, it's an art. And a particularly stressful one when I'm walking into the investment bank where a certain senior vice president I recently tried and failed to seduce works. By a certain SVP, I mean my best friend, soon-to-be stepbrother, kind of boss, and the guy who just confessed he's in love with me. Totally salvageable. I sigh and eye the narrow ledge near the pickup counter, currently occupied by a man in a suit who has claimed it with his phone and a copy of the Wall Street Journal. The noise from the espresso machine has already drowned out my 2 previous attempts to politely ask him to move. Still, I try again. Excuse me? Hi, I just need to… He spins around, irritated. I heard you, he snaps, juggling a second phone on his shoulder. Hold on, this girl won't stop bugging me. I clench my jaw as he finally shifts his stuff, with all the charm of a villain in a rom-com, and knocks his drink into the woman next to him. Oh no, she says, looking down at the coffee soaking into her beautiful camel coat. I quickly grab a stack of napkins. Here. She tries dabbing it off, but it's not helping. I reach into my tote bag. Wait, use this. She studies the detergent pen like it might explode. Her features are sharp, striking, and framed by sleek black hair. Her eyes are tired but fierce. Honestly, she might be the most beautiful woman I've seen in a long time. It's simple, I tell her. Can I? She nods, and I gently blot the stain for her. You always carry that around? Habit. I raised 3 brothers. I cap the pen and offer it. Keep it. She takes it and straightens up. Be honest, how do I look? Gorgeous. Honestly, let's run away together. She laughs. I needed that. How's your day going? I blink. Not great. What happened? I pause, then spill it. Almost a year ago, my estranged dad met my best guy friend's mom. They fell in love. Now I'm about to be step-siblings with a guy I thought I might date. And well, we got a little drunk and hooked up on Halloween. She raises a brow. Was not expecting that. Still down to run away? I shake my head. Running doesn't solve anything. Someone always has to deal with what's left behind. Me neither, she replies. Then, in perfect Spanish, al mal paso, darle prisa. Just get the bad over with. A saying my mom used to love. Thanks for the pen and the truth. Likewise. Without warning, she taps the man beside her, snatches his phone, and drops it into her coffee cup. Ciao, she calls, walking off like she owns the world. How long have you been here? Weston Hannington drops into the chair beside me, wincing like it personally offended him. Since 7:30, I say. Before or after Cavendish? After. Across the office, Dalton is mid-discussion with his interns. Even in conversation, he looks camera-ready. Whoever tailors his suits is a wizard. Your parents picked a wild time to tie the knot, Weston mutters, nodding toward Dalton. Interns are always obsessed with him. They were going to assign me under him. But step-sibling optics, he finishes. Exactly. Coming from Weston, whose dad is literally the managing director, the nepotism comment is rich. Banking, as I've learned over 2 months, is organized chaos disguised as high finance. We all work on the foreign exchange desk, which basically means nonstop currency trading. Fast-paced, high pressure. Dalton thrives here. Shouldn't you be over there? I ask Weston. Dalton asked me to make a call. He leans back and eyes my screen. How's it going? He means the automated Forex model I'm building. I tested it on dollar to euro conversions, I explain, showing him a line graph. If the rate dips below this mark, it sells automatically, faster than our current system. Weston nods like he understands. He doesn't. And it works? Milliseconds instead of seconds. Impressive, says a voice behind us. We both jump. Dalton. Romero, he says, eyes locking on mine. You stripped the emotion out. Pure efficiency. Figures. Playing to my strengths, I reply, letting my gaze briefly flick to his fitted pants. Purely analytical. He smiles. Barely. But it's there. Then a sound interrupts us. A buzz. Dalton pulls out his phone and stares at the screen. Is everything okay? I ask. He doesn't answer, doesn't even blink. And then he steadies himself on a chair, looks straight ahead, and mutters, "Oh no," or something close enough to send a chill down my spine. Chapter 13. Essie. It's not even 10 a.m., and I've already learned today's first harsh truth about finance. When a billionaire passes, chaos isn't far behind. First, the family starts eyeing the will. Second, business partners begin scrambling to stabilize their turf. Third, the market nosedives like it just lost a bet. The atmosphere in the bank explodes the moment the news drops. Analysts are tearing off jackets. Phones are lighting up like Christmas trees. And even the scrolling tickers on our overhead monitors have turned red, flashing ominous words like plunge and market shock. Someone sprints across the floor again, racing up the steps toward Dalton's office. Inside, he's pacing behind his desk, phone in hand. The man bursts in, clutching papers, and then collapses. A beat of stunned silence, and Dalton's already flying over his desk. No hesitation. CPR, compressions, breath. Within seconds, the guy wakes up to a wave of applause. Dalton doesn't even acknowledge it. He's already back on the phone, casually tossing a granola bar at the guy he just revived. On the screen nearby, a breaking news banner flashes, media mogul Bernardo Villatoro dead at 67. Did you know he had that much invested here? Weston asks, eyeing the monitor. Technically, he didn't, I reply. Everything went through Villatoro Enterprises. They moved over $500 million with us last year. That's how boutique banks like ours stay relevant, by securing mega clients with global portfolios. Villatoro Enterprises wasn't just a client. They paid our salaries. As the news scrolls across the ticker, market drop, volatility, investor panic, I sigh. He left everything to his heirs. If they pull out, we're toast, I finish. And that includes your inheritance, Weston. He winces and bolts toward the executive offices to find his father. I stare back at my screen. Margins are paper thin. Every hour brings fresh volatility. Business built on money alone crumbles quickly when that money loses direction. I don't mind the chaos. Some of us thrive in it. By closing, the entire floor feels like a deflated balloon. Phones quiet, charts dip, and no more collapses. Dalton is reclined in his chair across the bullpen, staring at the ceiling. Then, his eyes shift. They find mine. I can feel the heat of his stare. It's not subtle. It never is. His gaze trails down my frame with studied precision, like he's already planning what to do with every part of me. Fingers tracing armrests, slow and deliberate. This is my moment. I cross the room and step into his office. His eyes follow every move. How bad is it, I ask, settling into the pristine white chair across from him. And don't say it's fine. You literally resuscitated someone. He sighs. Honestly, I forgot about that already. He opens a drawer, pulls out a bottle of bourbon, and pours a healthy dose into his coffee mug. Stole this from my dad, he explains, sipping. Pretty sure Shaughnessy just had low blood sugar. Mouth to mouth was probably overkill. Might be awkward now. I raise a brow. It was Everett, he adds. We made out a few times. High school, college. It's a long story. Wheat thins were involved. During class? Calculus, he says proudly. I got my snacks back. I shake my head, laughing. Well, at least Shaughnessy's fine. Dalton waves it off like saving lives is routine. We're in deep trouble if Villatoro's daughter walks. She has control? He nods. It's a mess. I shift gears. The dollar's strong today, though, even with all this. Dalton perks up slightly. Your euro outlook? Risky. I wouldn't short it yet. He leans forward. You're good at this, S. That's my cue. Want to grab dinner? He raises a brow. What are you craving? I grin. How about a taste of you? Dalton chokes on his drink, coughing into his tie. That was a gift, he sputters. 17-year-olds don't want ties. It's Hermes. He recovers and narrows his eyes. I told you, I'm not doing this on camera. You always said to never take no for an answer. Except with sex, that's a felony waiting to happen. I sit forward. We make rules. We set limits. Pre-record, stay anonymous. Simple. Dalton frowns. This sounds like a deal. It is. Business only. Ends before our parents' wedding. No risk to your job. No mess. He sighs. You think this will be clean? That I can be with you like that and just move on? I can handle it. He eyes me. You think you can sit through Sunday dinners after I've had you every way imaginable? I hold his gaze. I'd ruin you, Essie. I'd do everything to you. Not with you. To you. I stay cool. I know the game. He provokes. I don't react. I'd be fine. For 4 weeks, I'd live between your thighs. Fill you over and over. I wouldn't stop until you couldn't stand. You think you could just go back to normal after that? Easily. Even if I used every inch of you? I shrug. I'm already sitting here after last Friday. I'm fine. He leans back, frustrated. 10 years from now, you'd introduce me to your husband like we don't have history? Like I didn't claim every part of you? I'll smile politely. Dalton closes his eyes, jaw tense. It's still a no, Essie. So we never do anything again? He nods slowly. Yeah. I sigh. You once told me I deserve everything I want. That was about your career. And this is my career until December. He watches as I unlock my phone. Last chance, Dalton.
Chapter 14. Dalton. My phone buzzes, and I don't need to guess who it's from. She's sitting right across from me, her hair pinned in a sleek bun, blouse smooth and polished like always. I can still feel her from this weekend. This won't end well. Open it, she says when I don't move. Say please, I reply. She almost does, but she stops short. Smart move. Because she's earned it. I unlock the screen. It's a video. From her. What's this? I ask, glancing up. She's watching me intently. You'll want headphones, she says calmly. That tone, subtle, calculated, dangerous, is why I'm intrigued. It's not the first time she's surprised me, but this might be the boldest. I put in my earbuds. Bad idea. Press play. The screen lights up. Low light. Essie's lying on a pillow, eyes half closed, face flushed. The camera pans down. She's completely bare. Essie, I whisper, pausing it. She doesn't flinch. Arms crossed, expression smug. Finish it. I stare, then chuckle under my breath. You're dangerously evil. Finish it, she repeats with that too sweet smile. Please, Dalt. The audacity is magnetic. I press play again. It's all there. Her body, unfiltered, confident, and written across her hand in black marker is my name. Dalton. I hate you, I mutter. I love her. She grins. Keep going. The ending's the best part. In the clip, her fingers trail across her stomach, swirling through something shimmering. It's yours, she says softly. Her voice timed perfectly with the moment. From Friday. I freeze. The video ends. I turn my phone face down. Did you finish? I ask. Probably shouldn't, but it's out. Her eyes meet mine. She shakes her head. Why not? She gives a slight shrug. No, I say, tone dropping. The shift in my voice is deliberate, measured. Answer the question. Why didn't you? I wasn't in the mood. You send that to me, then play coy? Say what you mean, S. She meets me squarely. Next time I finish, it'll be because of you. In person. That hits harder than it should. You know this is psychological warfare, right? I say, trying not to show how impressed I am. She smirks. You really thought I didn't know how to play? She leans forward. You're going to say yes, Dalton. You're going to do it. With me. On camera. Maybe, I admit. But know what you're signing up for. I don't make casual deals. I'm ready. I exhale slowly. Let me think on it. You'll say yes. I've got a crisis to manage, I counter. You should go. She rises, saunters out, and I track every step. She's a strategist, dangerously effective. I save the video, mark it as a favorite, then dial a contact. Hey, are you free? I ask when the line connects. Cool. I need a favor.
Chapter 15. Essie. I don't miss being blonde. When I first dyed my hair, I was 18, just starting Georgetown and a few weeks into camming. Between registering for classes and squeezing into crowded dorm parties I had no real interest in, I was analyzing camming sites like case studies. The patterns were clear. Blonde hair, big boobs, and curves meant better payouts. My chest? Great. Not huge, but flattering for my size. My butt? Not lacking, but my hair? That I could change. You don't look like your mom anymore, my dad said in one of his rare calls. I was 19. She always had such dignity. He wasn't wrong. My mom had carried herself with grace, even when chemo took her long, dark hair. But she wouldn't have cared about mine, certainly not about the camming. She's still alive in my head, her warm voice, that wry smile, her quiet strength. I remember her telling me, Al mal paso, darle prisa. Just get the hard stuff over with. She came to the US at 19, skipped college but worked hard. That's how she met my dad, a middle-class guy with big dreams and a habit of falling short. He promised he'd support her and the baby they hadn't planned. But that dream faded. After Mom passed, he left for Europe, chasing some artistic version of himself. Meanwhile, I was left with 3 younger brothers and an overwhelmed grandma. So I stepped up. I learned how to stretch $1 and sell things online. I scavenged food for the boys and cammed for rent money. That wasn't shame. That was survival. When Dad got engaged again, to Alyssa, I went back to brunette. I'd already taken Mom's last name, but I needed something tangible to feel her with me again. Now, in my dorm's shared bathroom, I pull my dark hair into a bun and start my nighttime routine. Coding is on the agenda, and maybe, if the universe is decent, a reply from Dalton. When I exit the bathroom, he's there. Leaning against the wall by my room, Dalton's in the same navy suit from earlier, tie loosened, suspenders on full display. He looks like sin and strategy rolled into one. He doesn't say hi. Do you know how easy it was to find your room? He asks, eyes on his phone. Not thrilled about it. How'd you find my building? You mentioned Kennedy Hall once. Someone held the door. I asked a kid in the lobby if he knew you. He gave me the room number. He steps closer. Why do random guys know your room number, Essie? I sigh. It's a dorm. Everyone knows everything. I reach for my door, but his hand stops me. You don't lock it? No one does. Dalton spins me around, voice low. I don't care what anyone else does. From now on, you lock your door. My heart stumbles. His tone? Protective, commanding, unexpected. And I kind of like it. All right, I whisper. I'll lock it. Good girl. He follows me into the room and I back up instinctively until my legs hit the edge of my bed. He keeps walking until we're inches apart. What are you doing here? It's almost midnight. I left work early. Any updates on Villatoro's estate? I'm not here to talk shop. His hand lifts, brushing hair from my face. His touch is sure, familiar. I came to discuss our deal. Now? You proposed a partnership. I'm here with terms. He nods toward his briefcase. Open it. He doesn't move. I reach around him, unlatch the case, and lift the flap. A green folder sits inside. Green means VIP at Hannington Hale. My name is on the tab. He hands me a packet. It's dense. Professional. This is a contract. Obviously. Where did this even come from? Take a guess. It hits me. You told Lander and Everett? I figured you told Valeria and Cora. My guys are Harvard Law graduates. They drafted it. They're unemployed. Desperately, he confirms. Initial pages 4, 5, 8, and 11. Sign 27. I skim. 4 weeks of masked, pre-recorded content. 1 session per week minimum. I keep all rights. You don't want payment? Dalton looks up. Don't make me say it. I get it. He's not in it for money. You sure about this? I ask. He stretches, rubbing his temples. I've been awake 19 hours. You signing or not? I sign. He flips through the pages. Done. We're officially partners. I smile. Filming might feel intense at first. Get on the bed. Grab your phone. I blink. Sorry? He pulls a black ski mask from his pocket and snaps it open. Not cloth, gear. He's serious. He pulls it over his head, leaving just his eyes and mouth exposed. I'm going to go down on you, he says, and you're going to record it. Chapter 16. Essie. What did you just say? I ask, trying to move back, but my bed blocks the way. I'm going to go down on you, Dalton repeats, like he's stating the weather. Then he slides the black ski mask over his face, leaving only his eyes and mouth visible. The thick wool makes him look like someone you wouldn't want to meet in a dark alley. But here he is, my colleague, soon-to-be stepbrother, and camming partner. Sit, Dalton. Sit down. His voice leaves no room for argument. I sit, heart pounding, trying to steady my breath as he towers over me. I wasn't planning on filming anything tonight, I say, keeping my voice calm. I've got work to finish. You're always planning something, he says, brushing my bangs off my forehead. You really plan everything, don't you? There's nothing wrong with having a plan. He lets his hand fall down the length of my hair. Plans are fine until they stop you from letting someone who knows exactly what they're doing take over. You made me wait 2 years. 1 more day isn't going to hurt. He laughs. If you knew what it felt like to have me down there, you'd know how wrong that is. He gives me a long, slow smile. I'm about to wreck you in the best way. Sure, every guy thinks he's got some magic touch. I've heard it all before. But Dalton's different. Even when he failed to blow up an air mattress and nearly passed out, I couldn't stop thinking about him. Wait, you faked being dizzy so I'd pet your hair, didn't you? He grins. I just told you I want to go down on you for 15 straight minutes and you want to talk about inflatable mattresses? Don't act like you're clueless. I know you remember everything. You could quote my first sentence to you. He doesn't blink. You said your name. Then you told me you'd never met anyone named Dalton before, or someone that tall. I bought a motorcycle that day, by the way. You had a motorcycle? Everett made me return it. And yes, I faked being dizzy. You manipulative jerk, says the girl writing my name on her hand. You're dangerously attractive, he murmurs. And sharp. That's a combination I'm powerless against. I stand. We should talk first. Talk away, he offers, not backing down. You used to love talking to me. This version of me, the one in the mask, he's contract bound. He's not baking cookies or picking up birthday tabs. He's here for business. I recline, legs parting slightly. This was supposed to be my thing. You should have added a clause. Too late. His hand grips my ankle. Wider. I'm the one with experience. I'm the pro. Maybe I want to lead this time. And if I don't play along? I test him. Then you have to spend a week with me at my family home in Rhinebeck. I blink. What? He's unbuttoning his sleeve now. It's in the contract. Didn't read it carefully, did you? You're joking. He raises an eyebrow. Read it. I lunge for the document and flip to the terms. There it is. Failure to comply means a week-long trip with Dalton. But something else grabs my eye. You added a free use clause? I ask, stunned. I did. You signed it. You're punishing me? Number, I'm claiming what you already gave me. You want this. You want me. You said we couldn't be together. And we can't. But for 4 weeks, I'm going to take everything I can get. Your body, your time, your affection. He cups my jaw. You're mine, Essie. I turn away. Then order me. His hand shifts, guiding my face back to his. I was going to be gentle. Not anymore. Don't go easy on me, I challenge. He kneels. His hands gently press my knees apart, deliberate and slow. Ever had a free use arrangement? He asks, fingertips gliding over my thigh. His tone is calm, steady. Most people think this is just physical. It's psychological too. It's about how someone becomes your outlet. His hand reaches between my legs. Why aren't you filming yet? I wanted to hear you out first. He smirks. I'll be talking through all of it. Press record. I do. He slides his finger between my thighs. Once someone realizes how much they're needed, how their body becomes a craving, it shifts everything. And then he leans in, slow and confident, and places his mouth between my thighs. What happens next isn't rushed, it's precise. He reads my body like he's done it 100 times. And when he looks up, voice gravelly, he says, "Good girl." And I believe him. I tremble beneath him, losing myself in every inch of sensation. This isn't just physical, it's not even just emotional. It's personal. He pulls away and peels off the mask, running a hand through his hair. That video, he says, grinning, is going to make you a fortune. Then he wipes his mouth, licks his fingers clean, and says, "For the next 4 weeks, you're going to fall so hard for me." And honestly, I think he might be right.
Chapter 17. Dalton. When I was 15, my father brought Lander, Everett, and me into his wood-paneled office, poured us each a glass of bourbon, and gave us what he called the roadmap to success. Sitting among inherited books no one had read in decades, Dalton Franklin Richmond Cavendish III, known as Frank to most and something less flattering to me, outlined our futures. It included Princeton, Harvard Law, a job at Cavendish, Dawson and Waits, and a wife who didn't mind being ignored as long as she had diamonds. It was the same path our fathers had walked before us, and we'd all grown up together, sharing the same nanny and childhood mischief. That year was strange. Lander's parents had passed, and my parents took him in. Everett's dad, busy with politics down in Richmond, had more interest in optics than fatherhood, so he lived with us too. We were 3 boys in one house with more emotional baggage than space to put it. For Lan and Ev, life had flipped upside down. For me, I was starting to realize I never wanted to be a lawyer. I was baked out of my mind during Dad's speech, but even sober, I wouldn't have remembered anything beyond the bourbon. We toasted. May we get what we want, what we need, and never what we deserve. That first sip lit a fire in me. The warmth, the ease, it was unforgettable. I liked it. A lot. Nothing else has ever brought that feeling back quite like bourbon, except Essie. I dragged my tongue across my teeth, missing the taste of her. It's Friday, and I'm watching her through the glass walls of my office. She's typing away, completely focused, like nothing happened between us. When she looks up, I offer a lazy 2-finger wave. She doesn't return it. Before I can stew, my desk phone rings. "Cavendish," I answer. "She's here. My office. Now," Warner Hannington says before hanging up. One last glance at Essie. She's deep into her code, totally ignoring me. In Warner's office, the man looks unsettled, his normally perfect hair slightly disheveled. "She's not going to be like her father," he mutters once I sit down. He means Claudia Villatoro, Bernardo Villatoro's daughter, the sole heir, and the one person who could make or break this firm. "No one is," I reply, though we both know what he's really saying. Claudia's internet history reads like a scandal sheet. Warner exhales. What was Bernardo thinking? And why are you so calm? I lean back on the pristine couch. We're just talking today. Relax, I'll handle it. His jaw eases. You always do. That's been our rhythm since we met on a train platform years ago. I told him he looked like a Bond villain. He laughed, offered me an internship. I turned it down until he tripled the stipend. That's how we work. Then Claudia walks in. She's stunning, effortlessly elegant. Her crimson jumpsuit and matching lipstick stand out like neon in this sea of beige and gray. I'll be honest, she says, settling in with a coffee. Convince me why I shouldn't just liquidate everything and end world hunger instead. Warner chuckles, until he sees she's serious. If it were that easy, someone would have done it already. Her eyes narrow, and I brace. I've seen this expression from Essie and her friends. It usually ends in verbal bloodshed. Before we get into world hunger, I cut in. Can we talk about your father's estate? You're the sole inheritor? She nods. He might have cheated on every woman he met, but he always tracked where his swimmers landed. It's just me. I blink. Didn't expect that phrase. She grins. You're funny. How old are you? 29. You? 25? Let me guess. Princeton and Harvard? Exactly. And you're Brown undergrad, no grad school? You Googled me. Your dad mentioned it once. And you remembered, she notes. I remember everything, I say simply. She eases into the couch. Okay. I have more money than I need, and no real interest in growing it. Convince me. Because your dad never thought you could, I say without flinching. Warner tenses beside me. She tilts her head. Go on. My dad's a jerk too. Said I'd never make anything of myself when I left Harvard Law, so I asked career services what job made the most money in the shortest time. I shrug. Now he texts me every week. I lean in. Your dad gave you the money thinking you wouldn't do much with it. Let's prove him wrong. Warner clears his throat, about to clarify, but Claudia waves him off. He was clear, she says, smiling at me. If I stay, I want him managing things. I nod. You've got me. She stands. Good. I'll be in touch. Warner gives me a rare pat on the back. Good job, son. It means more than I expected. I follow Claudia out. As we step into the bullpen, the whole team looks up. She pauses at the railing, eyes scanning the rows of desks. All this, she mutters, just to get richer. If there's a better way, I haven't found it. But she's not listening. Her attention is fixed on Essie. She glides through the bullpen with everyone watching and stops at Essie's desk. They talk, nod. Then Claudia reaches into her designer bag and hands Essie a detergent pen with a smile. And as she walks out, she announces to the room, next time we meet, I want her there too. Chapter 17. Dalton. When I was 15, my father brought me, Lander, and Everett into his study and handed each of us a glass of bourbon. Surrounded by dark wood paneling and shelves of books passed down through generations, but likely never opened, he sat us down for a talk on what it meant to be a successful Cavendish man. The blueprint was simple. Attend Princeton, then Harvard Law, join the family firm, and marry a woman who didn't need your time as long as she had enough diamonds. It was the same path our fathers walked, and before that, their fathers too. We'd grown up like brothers, terrorizing the same poor nanny. It was an odd time. Lander's parents had passed, so mine became his guardians. Everett's dad was off playing governor down in Richmond, which meant he stayed with us too. 3 lifelong friends under one roof should have been a dream, but we were 15, and each of us was quietly unraveling. For Lander and Everett, it was grief. For me, it was the slow, dawning realization that I never wanted to be a lawyer. That night, I was high as a kite. I'd hotboxed my room before our little bourbon initiation, so all I remembered clearly was the toast. May we get what we want. May we get what we need. But may we never get what we deserve. The warmth of the alcohol spread like fire through my chest. I liked it immediately. I liked how it numbed everything just enough. From that moment, drinking felt like the only thing that ever took the edge off. Until Essie. I catch myself running my tongue along my teeth, thinking about her. She's across the room in her office, legs crossed, typing with effortless focus. It's Friday, and I can still remember how her thighs felt clamped around my head. When she glances over, I give a lazy 2-finger wave. She narrows her eyes. Then my desk phone rings. Cavendish, I answer. She's here. My office. Now, Warner Hannington says without preamble. I take one last look at Essie, who's already immersed in her screen again, then head down the hall. Warner looks tenser than usual, and even his famously slicked hair seems a little disheveled. She's not like him, he mutters as I settle on the couch. He's talking about Claudia Villatoro, daughter and sole heir of the late Bernardo Villatoro, whose fortune just landed in her lap. No one is their father, I reply, though we're both thinking it. Claudia's public image is more party girl than power broker. She's been on every tabloid, Warner says, running a hand down his face. What was Bernardo thinking? I shrug. We're just talking today. No one's saving the bank this afternoon. I kick back. Let me handle it. He lets out a slow breath. You always do. I met Warner on a train platform 4 years ago. Told him he looked like a Bond villain. He offered me an internship on the spot. I turned it down twice before he tripled the offer. We've been close ever since. A few minutes later, Claudia sweeps into the room. She's effortlessly gorgeous. Tall, striking, in a crimson jumpsuit that's more cocktail hour than corporate. I'll be honest, she says, sipping the coffee we gave her. I'm considering pulling my father's money and donating it all to end world hunger. Warner chuckles nervously. She doesn't. If it were that easy, he says, someone would have done it already. Her look says she's not impressed. I jump in. Before we dive into global issues, can we talk about your father's portfolio? You're the sole beneficiary, correct? Claudia nods. Her gold earrings sway. While my dad didn't believe in monogamy, he did believe in tracking his DNA. It's just me. Didn't expect that twist, I admit. She grins. You're funny. She eyes me carefully. How old are you? 29. You? 25? Harvard? Princeton undergraduate, MBA from Harvard. I study her face. You? Let me guess, Brown. And no grad school? You Googled me. Your dad mentioned it once. And you remembered? I remember everything, I say. Truth is, I've always had to. It's how I survived school. Claudia relaxes slightly. I don't need more money. and I'm not interested in growing it. So tell me why I should let you try. Because your father didn't believe you would. That's why he gave it to you untouched. He figured you'd sit on it. She crosses her arms. That almost sounds insulting. I'm just being honest. I glance at Warner. He's gripping the armrest a little too tightly. You want someone who will actually do something with your money. That's me. Claudia leans forward. I'll listen. But don't bore me. My dad thought I'd be nothing when I left Harvard Law. Said I was throwing away a legacy. So I asked what job made the most money the fastest. Now he texts me every week asking to reconnect. Nice flex, she replies. Your dad underestimated you. Let's prove him wrong together. Before Warner can add anything, Claudia holds up a hand. You were clear, and you're right. She turns to me. If I stay with this firm, I want you involved. Of course. Good, she says, standing. I'll be in touch. After she leaves, Warner finally exhales. Well done, son. He pats my back. And yeah, I liked hearing that. I walk Claudia out. The bullpen stirs. People were watching through the glass, no doubt. She pauses at the railing and surveys the rows of analysts below. All this, she murmurs. Every day, just to make the rich richer. If there's a better way, I haven't found it. But she's already walking, down the stairs, into the pit. She stops at Essie's desk. Essie looks up. They talk. Then Claudia pulls a detergent pen from her purse and sets it on the desk with a wink. As she walks away, she calls out, Next time we meet, I want her there too. Chapter 18. Dalton. No way, mutters Cabrera, one of the interns, his eyes wide as I toss my empty beer bottle into the recycling bin. It clinks against the others with a satisfying ring. That was 6 seconds. Slipping, I reply, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. Used to do it in 4 back in college. Cabrera turns to Barnett, who's raising his brows so high they're practically in his hairline. Nearby, Weston lifts his bottle in a silent toast. I grab another beer and head to the living room, where the rest of the interns are camped out on my expensive couches. The charcuterie boards I ordered weren't cheap, $200 a piece, and they're devouring them like it's a contest. I wanted Essie to see the little salami roses. She would have loved them. But she's not here. And honestly, she's the only person I wish was. I drop a stack of napkins next to Gaffney and Chan and give them a look. If they spill anything on these couches, I will know, and I will not forgive. Then I text Essie again. When are you getting here? Weston strolls over. My dad won't shut up about you, he says, voice slurred just slightly. I tilt my phone away from him. We've got a good dynamic, I say, keeping it modest. I'd do just about anything for Warner. Weston studies me, a gloss in his eyes from the booze. Why is everyone into you? That's not curiosity. It's jealousy, barely disguised. The last time I heard that tone, Everett asked if I even knew what a dissenting opinion was when he found out I'd had lunch with Justice Ginsburg. Weston's the kind of guy who treats finance like a personality, thinks a monogrammed Patagonia vest makes him alpha, probably gets high on his own last name. Can you keep an eye on Hayes? I ask, cutting the tension. Might need to send him home soon. Weston nods, and I take the chance to escape to my balcony. The night air bites, but the alcohol warms me. I call Essie. She picks up on the 3rd ring. Let me guess. You want me to recite metrics while doing something wildly inappropriate. Don't be dramatic, I reply. Everyone knows senior VPs outsource dashboards. She sighs. What do you want? That tone. So much disdain. Would you prefer I pretend to enjoy the idea of being used like a tool in your toolbox? You're acting like I haven't seen you double-fisting toys on cam. She groans. Dalton, what do you want? You're my intern now. Claudia specifically asked for you. Come over. I don't drink. Halloween doesn't count. Rule 1. If you're not in the room, you're not at the table. Rule 2. If you're not at the table, you're forgotten. Rule 3. I'll build you a damn table myself if I have to. Rule 4. I'm not a carpenter, so for now, just get over here. I'll send a car. There's a pause. Be honest. Will this actually help me? Absolutely. Get here in 15. When she arrives, she's visibly unimpressed and impossibly attractive. The guys greet her, a little too friendly and a lot too loud. She barely nods, ditches her coat, and joins a small group by the kitchen without acknowledging me once. She stands there, hands on the counter, just watching. Her eyes track the conversation, but she's quiet. Not from nervousness, but discomfort. That I recognize. I lean down, whispering, "Say you want a double vodka soda with lime." I meet her eyes so she knows I'm serious. She gives me a reluctant nod. I ask, "What'll it be?" "Double vodka soda with lime." "Good girl," I murmur. Her intake of breath, a work of art. I make her drink, minus the vodka, and slip it into her hand. "You need to speak up," I whisper. "I was studying," she mutters. "Now you're networking." I lean in closer. "Spread your legs." Her brows rise. "Here?" "You signed the contract. This is part of it." She glances around, then sighs and shifts just enough. She's wearing that skirt, the one with the slit. I practically passed out the first time she wore it. My hand slides up the back of her thigh. Her tights are in the way. I discreetly tear them. Her glare is lethal, but all I see is lace. "Talk to them," I whisper as my fingers graze her. Instead, she takes a sip of her soda. I press inside. "Say something, or I keep going," I warn. "Cabrera, how's your desk work going?" she blurts. "All right," he replies. "Dalton has me on the Foster account." "Big one," I add, all while sliding my hand toward her other entrance. Cabrera eyes her. "So you just do tech?" "Yes," she answers too simply. I increase the pressure. "Algorithmic modeling," she adds. "I optimize profit by minimizing transaction lag." Blank stares. "She's killing it," Weston chimes in. "I'm good," Cabrera shrugs. "And what exactly have you done?" I ask, pulling my hand away. The room goes quiet. "Come on," I prompt. "Your capstone's coming. Let's hear it." Cabrera stammers. Essie shoots me a warning look. I back off. "Kidding, Cabrera. You're doing fine." He forces a smile. The tension lingers. And Essie? Still silent. We've got some work to do. Chapter 19. Dalton. Half an hour later, I'm helping the interns in Weston grab their coats, rattling off the best local bars they should check out, and easing them toward the exit. Essie trails behind, but I gently take her arm. "You stay." I say under my breath. As soon as the door clicks shut, she glares at me. It lasts only a few seconds, probably because she likes me too much to stay mad, but definitely because I've lifted my shirt and flashed my abs. Let's be honest. It's mostly the abs. "What are you doing?" she asks, though her gaze doesn't shift. She's biting her lip, trying to hold back the expression on her face. "Just trying to delay the lecture I know you're about to give me for dragging you over here and not making it worth your while." I hike my shirt higher, letting a bit more skin show. "So? Still mad or just mildly irritated?" "Still mad," she mutters, though her focus is now on my torso. "Your abs aren't magical, you know." "Pretty sure they are." I drop the shirt and close the distance between us. "But I'm serious. We need to talk." "About what? Did Warner—" "It's nothing bad," I reassure her, resting my hands on her shoulders. She exhales slowly, clearly relieved. "Is this you trying to be seductive? Because if your goal was to get lucky tonight, I'd probably let you." "Oh, wow, that came out wrong. Never mind. You wanted to talk, right?" "Relax," I say. "This is mentor mode Dalton, I swear." "That's all?" Her brows rise. "You were giving your husband died in the war energy just now." I lean down, face level with hers. "Essie, don't say my husband around me unless you're talking about me." "Yes, Dalton," she replies, all breathy and mock serious, but she's smiling. Clearly my tactic worked. I tap her chin. "You know I respect the hell out of you. In a better world, I'd respect you thoroughly, night after night, until death do us part. But our parents beat us to the altar." "Wow, that was dramatic. Are you building to a TED Talk?" "This industry is about more than just clocking in and out. It's a culture, one that values connections as much as spreadsheets." "You mean over time?" she says dryly. I mean relationships. Banking doesn't reward effort alone. It rewards networking." She's quiet, her lips parted slightly in thought. "You're going to get an offer, and the pay will blow your mind. The bonuses, even better. You'll be shocked. And honestly, I'd enjoy seeing your reaction." "Pervert," she mumbles. "Says the Camgirl," I reply. She rolls her eyes, but she's still listening. "If you want to climb the ladder fast, you need allies. Fortunately, you're a natural. You can read a room, adapt. That's half the game." Essie gives a small nod. "You're not wrong. Actually, it's kind of awful. I hate that this is how the system works. But if anyone can game it to win, it's you." She sighs. "So where do I start?" "If you're invited out, go. Order something that looks like a drink. Club soda with lime works. Match their vibe, make small talk, keep your name top of mind." "No," she says. "I want you to teach me. Teach me how to drink." That catches me off guard. Her expression is locked in, serious, eager, dangerous. But I shake my head. "That's not a path I want to lead you down." She tilts her head slowly, assessing. I try to distract her with my usual move, lifting my shirt again. "Put that away," she says, though her eyes stay glued. "You look like you want to strangle me." I drum my fingers over my abs. "Still worth admiring though, right?" She crosses her arms. "Dalton, if you ignore me again, I swear I'll take you on a weekend trip and leave you in a constant state of anticipation. Permanently." I drop the shirt. I respect your decision not to drink. Seriously. It's a slippery slope. One bourbon too many and suddenly you're dropped out of law school, on a 3-day bender, being dragged home by your friends from a tourist trap museum. Essie steps closer. You're saying I'm not sloppy? You're controlled, strong. So why do you drink? She asks. It takes me a second. I look away, then back. Because sometimes it's easier to be tipsy than to feel everything raw. I can blame the liquor if I mess up. It gives me something to pin the chaos on. She studies me, brow furrowed. Then she softens. It's okay, Dalton. We all wear masks sometimes. For once, I don't have a witty comeback. I just look at her and feel seen. I move a step forward, but she stays put. Technically, I could take a kiss, but right now, I don't want to take anything from her. I want to give her something real. So instead, I grin. And with both of us quietly soaking in the moment, I ask, ever done a body shot before? Enjoy this, I say, letting my fingers graze the soft dip between her collarbones. This view of you, it's something I'll never forget. She smirks. You really believe in forever? I do, I reply. I've been dreaming about this for years. You think I'd ever let it slip from memory? I lean closer, whispering against her ear. If it were up to me, I'd keep you close like this for the rest of our lives. She doesn't answer, and I don't blame her. When you grow up losing people, forever starts to sound like a joke. She's not ready for that word. And maybe I'm not either. That's something we'll figure out later. Tonight we're focused on something simpler. I trail my hand along the edge of her bra, touching lightly. You drive me insane, I murmur. You always have. There's something about how you let go, how you trust. I reach for a lime wedge and gently place it between her lips. Don't move. Her expression shifts. What started as doubt flickers into interest, then hunger. I knew she'd like this. I sprinkle salt lightly across her midsection, then lift the bottle of tequila and tilt it toward her stomach. This might tickle, I say with a grin, pouring just a touch into the curve of her belly. A bead slips sideways. I catch it with my fingertip, then taste it. Still not enough. I lower my mouth to her skin, following the salt with slow precision. Her breath catches, and I take my time, savoring the moment. When I reach her lips, I lean in and bite into the lime she's holding. The taste hits hard, sharp, and clean. Her eyes lock on mine, lips parted. She's feeling it too. I take one last pull from the lime and toss it aside. Everything's quieter now, charged. My fingers drift lower, brushing away the last drops of tequila as I kneel beside her. Want to go again? She nods. This time I sprinkle salt across her chest and drag a lime wedge across her mouth, slow and deliberate. Then I hold up the shot glass. Open, I say, tapping her lower lip. She does. No hesitation. I pour the shot carefully, then lean in, hands behind my back, to lick the salt from her skin, pull the glass from her mouth with mine, and take the shot. No hands, clean execution. It's an old move from my college days, and it still hits. I set the glass aside and press my lips to hers, tasting the lime still lingering there. I let out a quiet sound of pleasure, surprised when she responds in kind. When I pull away, her chest is rising fast. Dalt, she whispers. Are you going to let me have a drink? Or do I need to pour one off you? Even if I didn't know her history, I could see it in her face. She's trying to hold on to something real in the middle of all this heat. I grab the bottle and take a quick sip, then lean over her. She opens her mouth and I share it, letting the liquid trickle gently between us. There we go, I murmur. Look at you, taking it so perfectly. I set another lime wedge at her lips. Bite, I say softly, brushing the edge of her mouth. She does, then asks again, one more? We repeat it, again and again. It feels like a ritual, messy, playful, intimate, like we're in our own little world. After the third, she presses her hands to her stomach and closes her eyes. Feels warm, she murmurs, like it's spreading through me. Feeling it now? I ask, tracing my fingers over her side. You look incredible. I pick up my phone. Mind if I record? Just for us? No faces, she says without blinking, slipping her bra off her shoulders. Just you, I promise, framing the shot on her upper body. She doesn't stop moving, hands roaming, slow and steady. It's like watching confidence unfold in real time. You look unreal, I say, breath catching. She props herself up, looking down at the video. I like how it feels, letting go, being seen. It's not just the alcohol, it's her. She's letting herself be present, honest. Tell me what you like, I ask, voice softer now. She smiles, just a little. I like the fullness of it, when something feels overwhelming in a good way. I nod slowly. That's when you feel strongest? That's when I know I'm not holding back. I don't say anything. I just watch her, chest rising and falling, completely herself. Want to hold the camera? I ask, handing her the phone. She takes it, still watching me. I lift the tequila bottle and show it to her. This thing cost $4,000. Tastes like it too. I drag it lightly down her side, letting the chilled glass press gently against her skin. Her eyes widen slightly, but she doesn't stop me. She exhales, low and steady. You're always full of surprises. Only the good kind, I murmur, setting the bottle aside. She's still filming, but now her focus is on me, like she's searching my face for something else. This, she says quietly, feels like more than it should. Is that weird? No, I reply. It feels like honesty. She nods, and we sit there in silence for a beat. After a moment, she dips her fingers to her stomach, smearing a drop of tequila that had clung there, then lifts it to my hand. She takes my fingers and draws them slowly up her body, tracing the line she made. Then, looking me dead in the eyes, she presses them to her lips and kisses. Not playful, not dramatic, just real. And in that instant, with my fingers still warm from her skin and her lips brushing them like a secret promise, I know. I'm completely gone for her.
Chapter 20. Essie. For the past 8 years, I've always been up by 5 a.m. like clockwork, no exceptions. Yet here I am, wrapped in Dalton's arms at 7 in the morning. His hand rests flat against my bare stomach, the other lightly gripping my hip, and I'm swimming in one of his oversized shirts. A jolt of panic hits, and I scramble out of his hold, making a break for the edge of his obnoxiously massive bed. Not fast enough. He pulls me back effortlessly. "You're a lightweight, sweetheart," he mumbles, voice raspy with sleep as he shifts to lay on top of me. His skin is hot against mine, and all he's wearing is a pair of boxers. There's no denying it. Dalton is built like a statue, and he knows it. "I can't be here when the sun's up," I protest, wriggling in vain. He uses his weight to keep me still. "Too late. Besides, this isn't your first sleepover." "That was different," I shoot back, recalling the night we learned our parents were getting married. "You were drunk. I put you to bed." "That's it?" he asks. "That's all that happened," I affirm. "I made sure you didn't choke, and we both passed out. Period." He studies me, expression unreadable. Then he cracks a lazy smile. "You did, and that's exactly what I did for you last night." He lowers his body slightly. "By the way, you're ridiculously cute when you're asleep." "Dalton, I was a perfect gentleman," he cuts in, though his body tells another story. "I wiped off your makeup, tied your hair up." He bites playfully at the knot on top of my head, "and even brushed your teeth." He settles in again. "I thought about making a move," he admits, "but I was too tired." "While I was asleep?" I say incredulously. "You signed the contract," he replies with a smirk. That image, him lifting my shirt and pulling me close without me even waking, sends a shiver down my spine, but I push it aside. We're supposed to be making money, not making this messy. Dalton gives a mock sympathetic look. "Messy's kinda my specialty. I want us to stay friends after this." "Then come with me," he says, voice suddenly serious. "Rhinebeck. No cameras, just us." When I don't respond, he presses closer, his mouth brushing my jaw. "You have no idea what I'd give to keep you close for the next 4 weeks." My whole body reacts to the promise in his voice, but I keep my face neutral. "Fine, you have the green light. And you're going to enjoy every second," he replies, eyes dark with intent. "By the end of this, you'll be glowing, spoiled, and completely mine." "Dalton, tell me," he whispers, rocking against me, sending sparks down my spine. "Tell me what you want." I press a hand to his face and gently nudge him away. "We're not doing the whole fake girlfriend thing." "I'm not asking you to be my girlfriend," he replies, pulling back and straddling my waist. The loss of his warmth is jarring. "You were supposed to be my wife." My chest tightens. "Dalt, you would have loved it," he goes on. "You'd have the life people envy. Travel, luxury, someone who never stops putting you first." "Dalton, we can't. Not with our families." His expression hardens. My eyes wander to his chest, sculpted and sun-kissed, scattered with a few rough hairs. My gaze drifts to the ink on his skin. I press my hand lightly to his side. "New tattoo?" "We weren't sleeping together," he shrugs. It's a joke, but it reminds me how strange and close my life has become, sharing everything with people I barely knew a year ago. But Dalton? He's always kept a little distance. I let my hand explore. From the faint curve above his waistband to his strong thigh, I find another tattoo, this one of a treehouse, detailed and shaded. "What's this mean?" I ask. "Got it at 25. "Why?" "That's it," he says. No explanation. I move to another, a line of coordinates etched into his lower stomach. "And this?" "Also drunk," he mutters. "You'll look it up later anyway." He's not wrong. I shift to the next, a small, elegant X on his chest. "And this?" "It's a reminder," he says softly, leaning close, "of where my heart is." "Are you done now?" he asks. "Because I'll stop talking about marriage if you just let me kiss you." "Nope. Come on, just one." His voice drops. "I bet kissing you would ruin me." He grazes his cheek against mine, stubble brushing my skin. "You'll ask me. Someday soon." "Unlikely." "You'll beg for it," he replies. "Every morning, you'll expect a kiss before I leave, and if you don't get one, you'll pout all day." "I don't pout." You also don't text back, he counters. Maybe I just show up at your office, I say too quickly. He grins wide. Ask me. Ask me to kiss you. No. He lifts my shirt higher, revealing the curve beneath. I could just take it. You signed the deal. You're mine. You wouldn't, I whisper. His eyebrow arches. Wouldn't I? Then he shifts, and the energy in the room shifts with him. I bite my lip. The tension's unbearable. He holds back, eyes burning with challenge. Ask for it, he says. No. Beg. I groan. Dalton. Just ask me to kiss you, he says one last time, his restraint shocking. I look away. I can't. He lets out a sound of frustration and rolls to the side, pulling his shirt on. Let's just get ready for brunch. I have to get back to the dorms. There's already a section in the closet for you, he tosses over his shoulder. What? He gestures. Picked you out some things. Sure enough, a dozen sleek dresses hang in his closet, mostly in shades of green. They're beautiful, Dalton. All your stuff is still at the dorm? Fine. He pulls out a credit card and hands it to me. Book a ride, but we're changing this. I don't want you sneaking out after. It feels wrong. This isn't a relationship. He cups my chin, tilts my head up, and says softly, I'll see you at brunch. Then he disappears into the bathroom, closing the door gently behind him. And I'm left standing there, holding the card and 1,000 mixed feelings.
Chapter 21. Dalton. Talk to me. That's all the message says. From my father, of all people. I've been ignoring texts like this for months. Some variation of, we need to move forward, like the past can just be skipped over. Delete. Because the man hasn't earned a conversation. Delete. Because months of texts don't fix years of absence. Delete. Because he hurt the people I care about most. Mom, Valeria, Lander. Delete. Because we're not royalty. I don't owe him an heir. Though, if Essie ever wanted to be the mother of said heir, I'd probably be obsessively tracking ovulation apps like it was the World Cup. Just saying. 2 hours since Essie left my place, and I'm waiting for her outside the restaurant where we're meeting my mom and Porter for brunch. She turns the corner just then, cheeks flushed from the brisk November air. The snow hasn't arrived, but it's definitely lurking. I love snow. Essie, not so much. She clutches the new wool coat I bought her like it might freeze her solid, classic California girl move. Hey, she says, stopping in front of me. Without overthinking, I lean in and kiss her cheeks, one after the other. She jumps back. Stop it. They're right inside. This is how it's done in Europe. Besides, Mom owns a villa in Lake Como, and your dad was off playing World Traveler instead of raising you, so I'm sure it'll be fine. She narrows her eyes. You wouldn't be this bold in front of your mother. You forget. Alyssa Cavendish might be the most sex-positive woman alive. She's probably the reason I am the way I am. She's why you and your 2 best friends have a thing for camgirls. She's the reason we actually respect what you do. Even though they're currently unemployed? Exactly. I pause. Things have been weird with Mom. Her brows lift. Since when? Since last December, I mutter. Since the engagement. Essie sucks in a breath. Dalton Franklin Richmond Cavendish IV? She scolds, loud enough to draw a glance from the hostess. That woman gave you everything, including what I can only imagine was a traumatic birth given your size. She had a C-section, I cut in, grimacing. Okay, yeah, I just heard that. She glares, and then exhales slowly like she's pushing the frustration out of her system. Come on, we're late. Inside, Mom and Porter are already seated. Mom's laughing so hard she nearly falls out of the booth. When she sees us, she jumps up and hugs Essie like she hasn't seen her in years. My mom hugs everyone. Once, when I had a bad trip at a party, she not only picked me up, but had a full-on conversation with the guy who sold me the shrooms, wishing him good luck on a job interview, while I was melting into the back seat. Essie and Mom separate, and then she hugs Porter too. She's good at pretending she's glad to see him. Porter Lennox is fine. A few years younger than my mom, good-looking for his age. Looks like the kind of guy who gets cast in a banking commercial. Probably because he's Essie's dad. Makes sense. "Hey, kiddo," he says, pulling her into a dad hug. "How've you been?" "Working," she says into his shoulder. "Internship keeping you busy?" he asks. She nods, but he keeps going. "Christian was telling me about his forensics lab this semester." Essie glances at me as she slides into the booth. Christian's the oldest of her brothers. His professor's got FBI connections. Would be cool, right? A kid in the bureau? Essie's building algorithmic trading models, I cut in, extending my hand to Porter. He shakes it, and I squeeze harder than necessary. He flinches. Mom hugs me, quick but warm. I slide into the seat beside Essie. She's across from Mom. Porter takes the spot across from me. She's doing financial modeling most analysts can't touch, I add. She was the top intern pick. Essie blinks. "I didn't know you knew that." "Of course I do. You're reducing transaction delays by milliseconds. That's game-changing." Porter raises a brow. Sounds intense. He flips his menu. I scoff. "Mom, you didn't tell him what she's working on?" Essie's hand touches my leg. Her look is sharp. "Drop it. I don't love being told what to do, but I don't push this time." Mom gives a sheepish smile. "Porter's not from the finance world." "Neither are you," I reply. "But still." Essie worked hard for this. He should know. The waiter arrives. I'm still looking at Mom, wondering how she could marry another man who doesn't get what her kid does. "Ow," I mutter when Essie's heel digs into my shin. "Your turn," she says, nodding toward the waiter. "Sorry, I'll do the chocolate chip pancakes and scrambled eggs." "Make them hard scrambled," Mom chimes in. "He doesn't like them runny." "No," I say, staring the poor waiter down. "I want them runny, practically Olympic-level running." Mom gasps. "Since when?" "People change," I mutter, clearly. Essie jumps in. Blueberry pancakes, scrambled eggs, hard. The waiter leaves, probably relieved. When the food comes, I'm halfway into my second mimosa. The eggs? Awful, but then Essie quietly swaps them with hers. No one notices. I didn't think it was possible, but I fall even harder. I slide my hand onto her thigh, and to my surprise, her tights are thigh highs. Yes. I go higher. She shoots me a warning glance that only makes me braver. Under her dress, nothing. No underwear. I raise a brow. She shrugs. "Essie, when are you heading to Rhinebeck?" "Monday before the wedding," she answers smoothly. "Train?" Mom asks. "I'm driving her," I say casually, fingers still playing against her skin. "Apparently," she adds, with zero reaction. Pro-level composure. She pulls my hand away discreetly. When Mom looks down, I lick my fingers like I'm cleaning off syrup. Essie shifts beside me, still needy. Dalton, are you giving a toast at the wedding? Mom asks. Haven't planned on it. Probably smart, Porter chuckles. Excuse me? Care to explain? I ask, resting my hand back on Essie's thigh. I remember your speech at the engagement party. You were pretty far gone. Built a snowman out of dinner rolls. That dinner I paid for? I clarify. He tries to deflect. I like snowmen. But open bars and weddings don't mix, right? Mom tries to soften the moment. Dalton's hilarious. People would love to hear him speak. I'm just saying, Porter begins. Essie cuts him off. Dalton earns $500,000 a year, pre-bonus. Whether the bar is open or not doesn't matter. She's not done. He's brilliant. If he gave a toast, you'd be lucky. He was drunk at your dinner because his family was breaking. Everyone copes differently. She leans in slightly, her voice firm. You don't have to understand someone's grief for it to be real. Porter's expression tightens. I don't know him well, but I know Essie just shut him down with a speech that probably hit a little too close to home. When she talks about grief, she's talking about what he didn't do after her mom died. Essie, he starts, voice quieter, trying to repair it. But she lifts a hand, calm and firm. Actually, I'm done. She glances at me, and I slide out of the booth so she can exit. She turns to my mom. Alyssa, it was lovely seeing you. Please text me if you need anything before the wedding. Her voice is steady. Then she faces Porter. Dad, I need some space. Please respect that. I'll be at the wedding. He starts to speak. Say yes, my mom cuts in, lifting her glass without looking up. Porter hesitates, then nods. Okay, you've got it. Thank you, Essie says and turns to me. Coming? I drop some cash on the table and follow her out. The walk to my car is quiet. I open her door, then climb in. She's staring out the window. Thanks, I say, reaching toward her hand. She turns sharply. Her tone is cold. How could you treat your mom like that? My stomach sinks. Wait! You're mad at me? You were cold to her, she says, eyes sharp. That's not who you are. I rub my face, exhaling. She's different when she's around him. She's happy. I know you don't like my dad, and trust me, I get that. But he clearly makes her laugh. When's the last time Frank did that? I thump the steering wheel with my palm. I know. I messed up. I'm sorry. She watches me, a bit softer now. Someone really hurt you. And I wish I could fix that. I feel like I'm always a mess. You're not, she says. You're impulsive, sure, but you're smart and kind and better than you think. I lean in, needing her. Dalton, she blurts, pushing me back. What are you doing? You just called me perfect. I figured maybe a kiss wouldn't be out of the question. I groan. You're impossible to read. She crosses her arms. It's not complicated. We have a deal, that's all. That deal again. Fine, I say. Then I want to see you tonight. I have plans. Cancel them. Essie laughs. That's cute. I slide my seat back. Okay, come here. Come here? Really? You know what I mean. Rolling her eyes, she climbs onto my lap. There. Happy now? No, I admit. I haven't been happy in a long time. She sighs. Now? You said I get this part of you. I'm taking it. She doesn't speak, but she shifts, pulling up her skirt slightly. I don't look away. I pull her closer, the heat between us rising. But it's not enough. Not when I want more than she'll give. Go ahead, I say bitterly. We're not kissing, but you'll do this. That's not fair. She readjusts herself, breathing hard. I know you're frustrated. I'm unraveling. I know. You think this is easy? I never said that. This whole thing, it's just a transaction to you. Chapter 22. Dalton. It's been 10 hours since Essie last spoke to me. In just under 3 weeks, our parents will be walking down the aisle. And honestly, I can't decide which of those numbers bothers me more. I think I'm tasting fennel. You getting that? Everett muses, nodding to Lander before lightly dipping the edge of his fork into what looks like a fancy mousse. The third course in this never-ending dinner. Or maybe it's enoki. There's definitely umami going on, Lander agrees, gazing upward as he processes the flavors, then reaching for his water glass. That's solid. They both pause and glance my way. You know, Everett adds, shifting his gaze back to me. I think I'm also detecting hints of departed souls. Sulfur too, Lander says, deadpan. Like something out of Dante's Inferno. What's your take, Dalt? I shrug, staring at my dark phone screen. I have no clue what they're on about. He's not even going to roast us, Everett says, lowering his fork. Not one wisecrack? Should we call Alyssa? Lander whispers, leaning toward Everett, his eyes still locked on me. I shove aside my plate of what might be a deconstructed soup, or maybe a reconstructed salad. Do not call my mother, I warn. This is partially her fault, like 10%, maybe 20. No, 15 feels fair. Can we settle on 15? Lander tilts his head and gives me that soft, sympathetic look he usually reserves for Valeria. Don't be so hard on yourself. It'll grow back. I set my drink down, confused. What are you even talking about? His classically handsome face is blank. Your hair? I assumed that's what you meant. My hair is flawless, I snap, pointing at the tablecloth beside some unidentifiable garnish. It could launch entire wars. I just meant... Lander hovers his hand beside his own head, mimicking my hairstyle. It's kind of bold for someone in finance. Get a job, Lander, I shoot back, throwing down my napkin. Then I sigh. Actually, no, don't. I respect that you're putting your mental health first. I appreciate that. I'm kidding. Mostly. I know, he replies, offering a small smile. I'd never seriously say, hey, go get a job. It's super awkward your fiancé's rich because she's hooking up with your best friend's fiancé while you two stare at old Harvard Law photos or whatever. Lander raises an eyebrow. Gee, wonder why Essie's not chasing after you. Everett chimes in without missing a beat. Yeah, she should be honored to have bagged a 6'5" gin enthusiast. Correction, 6'5½". And yes, you're both right. She's over me. I doubt that, Lander says. She still cares. Maybe, I admit. But somewhere between the open-ended clause, me crossing boundaries, and ordering the wrong brunch dish, she decided I'm a lost cause. And the worst part, I love her. I've loved her since day one. The thought that I might never be able to give her everything she deserves, it eats me alive. They just stare, no reactions. Then finally, Everett speaks. You know that's not enough, right? I pause. So now I have to earn her? That's what you both did. I nod at Lander. You learned Spanish and sent, creative selfies. I shift to Everett. And you? You tried a bunch of stuff, like 38 different strategies, including some borderline bribery. Not so borderline. Everett smirks. I'm trying, I say. After the divorce, I spiraled, but I've been grinding at work, going to therapy, and I haven't touched anything but weed in a year and a half. Things were on the up. Then our parents dropped the engagement bomb. Wait, is that why you and Essie never slept together? Lander interrupts. I thought she wanted to take it slow. No, I wanted her to have more. Okay, but listen. Lander leans in. Essie means the world to me. She looked after Valeria before I even came into the picture. I'd do anything for her. Same, Everett says, nodding. Knowing she's there for Cora gives me peace. She deserves everything, Lander continues. Stability, love, security, all of it. She even deserves the guy who woke up early every single morning before college just to make sure his best friend didn't wake up alone after losing his parents. And the guy who brought us dinner every night during bar exam prep, Everett adds. Guys. She deserves the one who drove to pick Valeria up from the airport at 3 a.m. while sick, got her food, and did her laundry so she'd wake up to clean clothes, Lander says. And someone Cora Flores once called, and I quote, her favorite person she's never hooked up with. Everett adds with a grin. Wow, that's high praise, Lander says. I nod, remembering. Essie once said something similar about me. But it's complicated. My dad. Doesn't matter. Everett cuts in. His expression hardens. If a garbage father won't do us the courtesy of vanishing like Lance did, we have every right to shut the door. I exhale. Okay, let's say I am good enough. She still won't give us a chance. Just wants to keep this camming thing going. Feels like I'm missing something. It's debt, Everett concludes. You offer to pay her loans? She turned me down. Because of pride? He chuckles. Wouldn't know about that. Cora takes my money with a smile. Essie doesn't have any loans, Lander says casually. I blink. Come again? She told me last month she's thinking about buying Cora's condo after graduation. Asked for the inspection report since it used to be mine. Said she has the down payment ready. So, she lied to me? But before I can even unpack that, my phone lights up. I hope it's Essie. It's not. It's my mom. You ignoring that one too? Everett asks. I know you've ghosted both parents. Keep ignoring Frank. Please, Lander mutters. But your mom. Everett trails off. I get it. She's not just my mom. She's kind of everyone's. She's the only maternal figure Valeria, Cora, and Essie really have. I've been a jerk. Mom. I read Maverick's financials today. Great numbers, as always. You impress me. Maverick's the company I helped take public last year. Still manage part of their portfolio. Their report went out a few weeks back. Of course, Mom downloaded it and read it. It's not sentimental, it's just her. Me. I took bigger swings on Forex and startups. Risky, but I saw it coming. Mom. Of course you did. You always do. Me. Thanks. Love you. Mom, love you too. I put my phone down. Everything's good, I say. I don't say this often enough, but it's pretty awesome having a mom who's into finance. Everett scoffs. Dalt, she hates finance. What? No, she loves it. We've been talking about it forever. Lander laughs. Everett just shakes his head. She only talks shop because you love it. She hates that stuff. No way. And for the record, I don't even like finance. I'm just ridiculously good at it. Lander raises an eyebrow. Then why are you smiling at your phone like that? Because this commission means I could buy Essie the Halcyon if I wanted. If you had that kind of cash, you'd be grinning too. Oh, I'm smiling at my phone, just like Essie did the day after Halloween. 2, I finish, trailing off. I never forget details about people. I store them, use them when it matters, especially in my line of work, where commissions matter more than salaries. That's the part I live for. Not the finance, the win. And just as it clicks, my phone lights up again. Not Mom this time. The message makes my fists tighten. Crap, I mutter. I've got to go. Before either of them can speak, I'm out of my chair, wallet in hand, tossing a few crisp bills on the table. Keep the change. Lander tries to hand it back. Dude, seriously? You two are unemployed, I say as I head for the door, stepping into the cold November night. I've got a storm to create. And maybe, just maybe, I'm finally ready to keep the storm away.
Chapter 23, Essie. Valeria links arms with me and gives a tug that nearly throws off my balance in these heels. Saturday night fills the air with sound, and as we jog down U Street's damp sidewalks, music spills from open doors, louder and quieter, as we pass each bar. A few steps ahead, Cora walks with her usual intensity, boots hitting pavement with purpose. She stops in front of a club and starts talking to the bouncer like she owns the place. I'm over this, Valeria murmurs, pulling me in tighter. Even bundled in heavy coats, we're clearly not dressed to linger in the cold. I can feel the icy air biting at my legs now that the rush of adrenaline is wearing off. We should have stayed. I glance behind us. Great. They're still following. What? Valeria spins so fast her hair hits me in the face. Her eyes narrow when she spots them, the same 3 drunk guys from the last place we left in a hurry. It all started when we refused their drinks, then escalated when they followed us onto the dance floor. Clearly, they're not done yet. Thankfully, Cora says something sharp, or maybe she threatened to hex his bloodline because the bouncer lets her in. She waves us over and we hurry after her. Inside, the lights are low and bass reverberates through the brick walls. If I wasn't already thinking about Dalton, this place would have reminded me of him. He loved nights like this, dark and chaotic, because it gave him permission to touch me when no one was watching. I used to welcome it, the warmth of his breath at my ear as he'd dance behind me and whisper, "One day, you'll be mine," his fingers skimming every inch he could reach. The ache I've been trying to ignore swells inside me. The look on his face when I left his car won't leave my mind. It wasn't anger or even sadness. It was emptiness. I want to text him. No, I told him to leave, and now I have to deal with the fallout. I'm fine. Valeria checks our coats while Cora heads to the bar. I avoid the alcohol and head for the dance floor instead. I don't need more reminders of Dalton tonight. The crowd is thick. The heat, a complete contrast to the chill outside. I lose myself in the rhythm. Valeria joins me moments later, her gaze still alert, scanning the room in case someone gets too close. I pull her in and move with the beat, trying to absorb some of her tension. When she finally relaxes in my arms, I know she's okay. She steps back and gives me a smile, and I wish I could return it. I want to text him. No. but I'm in the dress he picked for me. It's a skimpy emerald green thing, more money than fabric, but it hugs my body exactly how he knew it would. Dalton never got gifts wrong. The next song starts, and Valeria pulls me in again. For a second, I think we might save this night. Then I feel hands around my waist, only they're not hers. I turn sharply. One of the guys from earlier is behind me, the tall one, sandy blonde, with a smug grin and a preppy shirt, the one who had his eye on me at the last bar. "Step back," I snap. "Did he just touch you?" Valeria asks sharply, and the guy chuckles, towering over us like he finds this all amusing. He's attractive, sure, but clearly not used to hearing the word no. His smile is all charm on the surface and something much uglier underneath the cute. "Can't even dance with you?" he says, sliding his hands down to my hips. "I'm fine. I've had 3 brothers. If I learned anything growing up with them, it's how to pick your battles. And this one, not worth it. Time to go." I grab Valeria's hand and pull her with me to the bar where Cora's waiting. "We have to leave," I say urgently, speaking right into her ear. "Already called Everett," Cora says without hesitation. "He and Lander are 10, maybe 15 minutes out." "You're a saint," I breathe, but she's not looking at me. Her gaze is fixed on something behind me. I turn, already knowing. The 3 guys are still watching us. Minutes crawl by as Valeria and I stand near the exit, shivering in our coats. I can feel her trying to stuff her rage somewhere deep inside, taking those long inhales through her nose like she does when she wants to scream, but doesn't. Then I feel it. An arm, heavy and unwanted, wraps around me. And just like that, I'm definitely not fine. "What is wrong with you?" I snap, shoving his arm off me. "Whoa, are you mad?" he says with a lopsided grin that wouldn't look out of place at our school Monday morning. "What part of leave me alone didn't you get?" I glare. He shrugs like it's no big deal. "Can't blame a guy for trying. You have to know how beautiful you are." His smile stretches wide, full of fake charm, and his hand starts reaching again. I take a firm step back, just in time to watch him go flying. "What the?" He hits the sidewalk hard like someone threw a brick wall at him. Correction, a 6'5" wall named Dalton. Before the guy can process what's happening, Dalton's yanking him up by the collar and landing a punch that sounds like it cracked bone. The guy crashes back against the wall, nose bleeding, hands shaking. Dalton looms over him, expression cold, fists tight. Then he turns to me. His expression softens the moment our eyes meet. In 2 long strides, he's in front of me, gently cupping my face like he has to make sure I'm real. His forehead's damp, chest rising and falling fast. He ran here. He actually ran here. His hands drift down, brushing my hair aside and opening my coat slightly. His gaze lands on the dress. "I picked this out," he murmurs, eyes locked on the green fabric. I nod. "I gave you this," he repeats quietly, "and that guy put his hands on you while you wore it." Another nod, slower. "Dalton?" His jaw tightens. He takes a shaky breath. "Where did he touch you?" I glance over at the guy, still bleeding, now being helped by his useless friends. One of them glares at me and spits on the ground. Gross. "My sides, my stomach, my chest," I say clearly. Dalton doesn't hesitate. He spins back around and drives a knee into the guy's gut, slamming him against the wall. The guy cries out, stunned. "If we were alone, you wouldn't be standing," Dalton growls. "But you're lucky because I'm not giving you a chance to look at her again." He shoves him harder. "You going to keep harassing women?" The guy chokes out a no. Dalton lets go and the guy collapses to the ground. He straightens, pulls out his wallet, and starts counting bills. "Don't press charges," he says, holding the money out to the 2 friends. They hesitate. I said, "Walk away and don't let him file anything." He extends the cash. They finally take it and disappear, leaving their buddy behind with a stranger who's now trying to help him. "Crap," Dalton mutters, patting his pockets. "Out of hundreds. Do you have Venmo?" The stranger looks confused. "Cash App? Zelle? You want a 20? "Dalton," I say. "Okay, fine. 40. "Dalton," I take a step toward him. "You came for me." He stops, wallet still in hand. Slowly, he turns back. "You came, even though I told you to give me space." He looks down at me. "In what universe would I not show up if you needed someone?" His voice is rough. I know I'm not supposed to be here, but I'm here anyway. I'll always be here. If you need someone to film with, I'll do it. If you need someone to walk you down the aisle. Wait, no, wrong line. I'm your stepbrother, not your dad. My jaw drops. This man is a complete mess, and I wouldn't trade him for anything. I grab his collar and pull him down into a kiss. And oh, it's perfect. His lips are soft but urgent, our breaths mixing, the taste of citrus and something stronger lingering between us. God, he breathes against my mouth like he's been waiting forever, and he has. We both have. In this moment, with his arms around me, everything else fades. I feel safe, solid. Breaking away is hard, but someone has to say it. I'm really glad you came, I whisper. I always will, he answers, his voice low and sure. Then he grins. In more ways than one. I smack his arm, laughing. You're such a weirdo. He kisses me again, then again. Take me somewhere, I murmur into his mouth. Where? I don't care, I just don't want to plan tonight. Chapter 24. Essie. The walk is a blur. I'm gripping Dalton's hand, still marked with blood from earlier, and weaving through the thick crowd spilling out of Gallery Place after a concert. Somehow, this adrenaline-fueled chase feels like foreplay. Not the kind I ever imagined, but here we are. He stands out like a lighthouse, taller than most, built like a statue, and frankly, unfairly good-looking. I stay close, heels wobbling on the pavement, watching how people instinctively make room for him. It's like the city hushes in his presence. And in this moment, I stop pretending. I don't want to hold back anymore. I want him, but guilt surfaces. I know he wants more than just my body, and taking what I need without offering love in return feels cruel. Wait, I say as he stops, turning toward me. That's when I realize we're standing right outside Hannington Hale. Of course, the one place that never sleeps, except maybe on Saturdays. I hesitate, but he gently pulls me closer. I had a realization, he says. You were right. When you said I didn't know you, it stung. I pride myself on reading people. It's literally my job to figure out what they want and how to use it. But with you, I missed it. I don't say anything. I'm still catching up. But the thing is, he continues, you don't fully know me either. I'd like to change that, if you'll let me. I nod. Without another word, Dalton leads me into the building. The lobby glows with dim, sterile lighting, just enough to catch the glint of marble floors. Our footsteps echo, but my pulse is louder. Dalton walks like a man with a mission. No hesitation, no nerves. He knows where he's going, what he wants. Inside the elevator, the harsh lights flicker overhead, but the second the doors close, he turns and presses me gently against the mirrored wall. His hands frame my face. His eyes search mine. I don't even think. I pull him in and kiss him. It deepens fast. There's heat between us, but not recklessness. It's like everything's clicking into place. We're both aware of where this is heading. The elevator ride ends too soon, but he doesn't break stride. He carries me, yes, actually lifts me, down the hall. He knows this place inside out, and I know him well enough to find that kind of drive wildly attractive. We reach his office, he kicks the door shut behind him and clears his desk in one sweeping motion. Papers, pens, deal documents, all shoved aside like they don't matter. You have no idea how beautiful you are, he murmurs before pulling me in again. Everything else disappears. His mouth finds mine. His body leans into mine. I lose myself in the kiss, in the warmth of his presence, in the feeling of safety I didn't even know I needed. Then he pauses. There's a mask in his hand, sleek, black, elegant. I start. He shakes his head. Tonight's not about exposure, it's about presence. No worrying about tomorrow. Just this moment, you, me, and the trust to enjoy it. I nod, tie the mask behind my head, and watch as he puts his on too. He sets my phone on a shelf, angled just so, facing away from us toward the blacked-out bullpen. Dalton is focused, calm, deliberate. He helps me out of my coat, straightens the straps on my dress, adjusts the lighting with the dimmer. There's nothing rushed about him, but the intensity is still there. It simmers in his posture, in his eyes. I want you to know, he says, his voice low, that even if you can't give me everything, I'm still here, and I'm going to give you everything you need. It's the kind of promise that anchors itself in your chest. He draws me to the edge of the desk and presses his forehead to mine. No expectations, he whispers, just us. I smile, and for the first time in a long while, I feel more than desire. I feel ready.
25. Dalton. I've seen Essie undress more times than I can count. Probably somewhere around 343. Out of those, 339 happened on my laptop screen. Almost every night. For a year. Before I ever knew her in person. 3 times have been while I filmed her. But this is the first time I've watched Essie take her clothes off with no cameras, no audience, just us. And honestly, she's kind of a disaster at it. What? I ask, watching her fumble. Are you even trying to do right now? Blow me, she grumbles, her face buried in the neckline of her too-tight dress. If you had one, I'd gladly drop to my knees and thank you for the opportunity. But also, good grief. I catch her before she falls sideways off the edge of her dorm bed, still tangled in the stretchy fabric. Can you help me like last time? She mumbles through the material. I've been waiting for the ask. Come here, babe, I say, gently tugging the dress up and over her head. Now she's standing in front of me, completely bare, and every part of me aches to touch her again. But instead, I grab an oversized t-shirt and slip it over her head. Sit down, I say softly, guiding her to the edge of the bed. She settles, and I rummage around her desk until I find a pack of makeup wipes. I take one out and start gently removing her makeup, careful around her eyes. You're surprisingly good at this, she murmurs. I swipe once more across her lips. The wipe comes back clean. I used to do this for my mom when my grandma passed. Essie goes quiet. Her gaze drifts. When my mom died, she finally says, my brother Tommy couldn't sleep for weeks, so I started styling his hair in the mornings, using that ridiculous amount of gel she used. It helped. I want to ask, who helped Essie? But instead I say, what was her name? Jimena Romero, she answers. We took her last name after she passed. That name lands heavy. I lean in, forehead brushing hers. I want to kiss her. I don't. Not yet. How'd you know I needed help tonight? She asks, fingers resting on the button of my jeans. A bartender texted me, I admit. I know a lot of bartenders. She doesn't even flinch. Her hand slides higher under my shirt. They like you, she whispers. Who does? My subscribers. They want us to stream together again. She pauses, then smirks. Well, most of them. One guy messaged me and said he's disappointed I'm hooking up with ogres now. Ogres, I repeat, almost laughing. Sounds like someone's jealous. What's his screen name? Make it rain. Wow, that's unfortunate. You're one to talk. Weren't you cock of the bay? I grin. Absolutely. A tribute to the Chesapeake Bay and my annual St. Michael's trip with the guys. Essie blinks, then laughs. Hard. I join her, arms wrapped around her while the giggles fade. She rests her head against my chest, eyes sleepy. I'll take the floor, I offer. No, she whispers. Stay with me. I strip down to my boxers and wedge myself into her tiny dorm bed. She curls up next to me, tucking her head against my thigh. Then, oh boy, her lips brush over my tattoo. Then again. Did she just lick me? I run my fingers along her ear, and yep, she licks my thigh again, right where my tattoo is. Essie, I've wanted to do this for 2 years. she says firmly. Don't ruin it. I laugh so hard I almost tear up. I want to tell her I love her. I don't. For once, I keep my mouth shut. When she's finally done worshiping my thigh, she looks up with sleepy eyes. Dalton, was it your dad who made you feel like you were never enough? That hits me square in the chest. My hand freezes. She's right. She knows she is. We both have issues with our dads, I say, sighing. You literally called me daddy tonight. Then I did it too, which… Look, that's only ever happened once before. I said, come to daddy to a steak, and Everett told me to leave. To be fair, that's a weird thing to say to food. Yeah, and I had just bought him a basil plant for his birthday. Real ungrateful. Essie smiles faintly, but I keep going. Anyway, I said it tonight. And then, you responded. Now she's still. Expression unreadable. I rake a hand through my hair, anxious. You did, I add. You called me daddy. She doesn't deny it. She just reaches out, takes my hand, and gently tugs me back toward her. Then she nods. I did. I've had maybe 3 speechless moments in my entire life. This is one of them. It's not just that, I say, fumbling a bit. Is that what you want? Is that… Have you ever done this before? I mean, was there someone else? She shakes her head. No, this is new for me. You said it was for you too, right? I nod. We look at each other. The silence is thick. Then we both speak at once. Should we? Do you want to? Essie's smile is shy but sincere. A real one. The kind that levels me every time. Then it fades. What's wrong? I ask. I don't want to make things harder for you, she says, retreating into her pillow. You told me you want to keep our contract. But if I let you be that for me, my… Daddy, is it going to make things more confusing? She actually said it, out loud. Be my daddy. I was already open to it. But hearing her say it like that, it changes everything. You've never let anyone take care of you, I say, my voice low. Because no one's ever tried, she replies. So let me, I whisper. Let me be the one. Let me give you comfort. Let me protect you. Let me love you, even if I can't say it yet. Essie bites her lip. I don't want to hurt you. You won't, I lie. We both know she probably will. And I don't care. If this doesn't work, it will, I say, nodding with the kind of certainty she needs right now. You're going to let me take care of you. And later that night, when she's fast asleep beside me, I lean down and press a soft kiss right over her heart. Then I settle onto the floor beside her bed and close my eyes, already knowing I'll never want to be anywhere else.
Chapter 26, Essie. You're late, Dalton says as he swings open the door to his apartment. My scoff is so loud he actually flinches. For my own live stream, it starts in an hour, and let's be honest, the show starts when I walk in. He grins, running a hand through his hair. Fair, I just couldn't wait to see you. That smile, it could short-circuit satellites. I melt a little. I was looking forward to seeing you too. It's been 5 days since that night in his office, since we agreed to continue this whole streaming arrangement. Technically, tonight's our second show together, but it feels like the real first. We've been planning it for days. Balancing work and real life. Counting down the hours like kids before a school dance. Honestly, these 5 days have felt like 5 weeks. Want something to drink? He offers. I stocked up on those coconut waters you love. Helps with hydration. Hydration for what? I smirk, planning on wearing me out. He narrows his eyes playfully. No, it's for your electrolytes. Still, the way he smirks when he says it, it absolutely screams, yes, I'm planning to wear you out. He grabs one from the fridge and hands it to me. Go on, drink. I'm not in the mood, I lie. His brow arches. Essie, he says with a calm warning, the kind that almost sounds innocent until you catch the look in his eyes. What? I reply, all wide-eyed innocence. I just don't feel like it. You need it, he says simply, nudging the drink closer. Trust me, I know what you need. I could argue what I really need, I mutter, folding my arms. Oh, don't worry, you're getting that too. He smirks, but let's not skip warm-up. I take the carton, roll my eyes, and down it in one go. His smug look says it all. When I finish, he grabs the empty container from my hand. That's my girl, he says quietly. You'll do anything for me, won't you? His voice is soft but certain, confident, like he knows exactly how this night will end. Dalton thrives on reactions, so I give him none. I wait. Let him stew in the silence. He studies me, just for a moment, then recovers with signature flair. He pats the marble counter. Skirt up, bend over. That's it. Just that. Not a question, not a request. Classic Dalton Cavendish. And me? I'm nothing if not consistent. Skirts already up, I reply, meeting his gaze. No panties today. I turn and lean over the counter. For most people, this moment might feel intense or strange, but not for us. This is how we work. Honest, open, and a little ridiculous. There's no shame in it. Write your name, I say casually over my shoulder. Use your imagination. I don't see him, but I hear the quiet laugh. Feel the touch of his hand, the drag of fingertips. I knew you'd be fun, he murmurs. You never let me pay for anything, but you always let me leave a mark. I smile. I can feel it, the slow, careful tracing across my skin. He steps back. Go get changed, he says, voice low. Wear what I picked out for you. If I don't move now, I'll cave. I'll ask him to toss out the plan and keep me right here. And the thing is, if I ask, he'll say yes. I slip away, grab my bag, and head toward his bedroom. I stop cold in the doorway. A camera, a real one, set up perfectly, facing his bed like a scene from a photo shoot. Moments later, Dalton appears in the hallway. Shirt still on, zipper back up, but I can see in his eyes that his focus hasn't changed. What is that? I ask, pointing. A masterpiece, he says, brushing past me to admire his setup. I can't wait to see how incredible you look on playback. Dial it down, I mutter, even as my face warms. The camera's lens is huge and intimidating. I'm trying, he says, with zero intention of trying. His smile alone could break the camera. I power it on and the screen lights up, his bed centered in the frame. Of course he set this up in advance. How much did you spend, right? Wait, he shrugs. Maybe 15? 100, I ask, already knowing the answer. 1,000. 1,000? I blink. Dalton, we're only doing this for 2 more weeks. And you promised we'd earn way more than that, he says, his tone light but firm. It's an investment. Plus, I'll write it off. You can't just write off a camera, I argue. You'd have to file as self-employed. Then you write it off, he says casually. I didn't buy it. Essie, he teases, you're a banker now. Eventually, you'll commit at least one mild tax violation. My mouth opens to reply, but before I get the chance, he presses the record button. On the bed, he instructs. We're not supposed to stream for another half hour. Be a good girl, he says, and suddenly my legs are already moving. I climb onto the bed, hesitant only in theory. In practice, this feels familiar. Dalton flips the screen so I can see myself. Look at you, he says, exactly how you should be captured. Sharp lighting, perfect frame, center of everything. He starts unbuttoning his shirt. Lean back, he says gently. I drop to my elbows. On your stomach, he corrects. I flip over, surprised by the warm drag of his fingertips up the back of my leg. My skirt shifts. The soft bedding beneath me smells like Dalton. Clean, crisp, expensive. Can he see? I think so. He brushes his fingers lightly across my skin, just a whisper of touch, like he's reminding me who set this up, what this is. how intentional all of this has been. Then he steps back, his voice drops. Mask on. It's the last thing he says before leaving the room, letting silence take over. Heavy and electric. Camming is part performance, part persuasion. Until now, I've only ever streamed with Valeria and Cora, both seasoned, professional, and completely in control. Dalton, on the other hand, is new to all of this. I figured I'd have to coach him through every step. The platform, the layout, and the strange beeping sounds that signal incoming tips. Turns out, he didn't need the help. In the few days since we agreed to partner on this stream, Dalton dove in. He studied the tech, learned the timing, and memorized the script Valeria helped me write, word for word. I'm at the desk in the corner of his room. He stands in the doorway halfway to the living room, dressed in black pants and nothing else. Shirt off, tattoos visible. I can already imagine what the chat will say. Looking like trouble, he mutters, trying to act indifferent, though he knows exactly what he's doing. He flashes me a wink, then disappears into the dark living room. I take a deep breath and look at my reflection in the laptop screen. I'm masked, steady, and no longer just Essie. For the next hour, I'm Emerald X. I count myself in 3, 2, 1. The stream begins. On camera, I toss back a shot of water, pretending it's tequila. I'm having the best day, I lie with a smile. In truth, I spent half the morning stuck in a networking event while Weston clung to me like a wet scarf. But on screen, I'm here for a good time. Let's make tonight even better. For the next 10 minutes, I engage viewers, set the mood, and fake my way through a few more drinks. When I shed the robe and reveal the sheer outfit Dalton picked, the tips begin rolling in. Chat, organ grinder, looking tonight. Captain Munch, 4455. Those outfits are dangerous. Hello, goodbye. Where's the wine bottle guy? Just then, a noise clatters from the other room. I glance back, staying in character. Thought I heard something. I face forward again. Anyway, I went running today and... The lights flicker once, then fully out. My laptop shifts to night mode, just as planned. Hold up, I say, playing along. Gonna check the breaker? I switch the camera feed to the tripod across the room and walk toward the shadows where he's waiting. Dalton appears in the doorway like a scene out of a suspense film, towering, motionless. The candles behind him flicker, casting his masked face in ghostly silhouette. He's also wearing leather gloves. His arms with intention. I do exactly what we practiced. I run. He catches me quickly, arms around my waist as he tosses me onto the bed. I scramble to the far side, but he grabs my ankle and hauls me back with ease. No, I say breathlessly, please. He doesn't let up. He flips me onto my back. His masked face hovers over mine, and though we rehearsed this, my heartbeat is real. Miss me? He asks, voice low and cold. Please, I beg. I'll be good. Just don't. He ignores it, climbing onto the bed and pinning my arms above my head. I wriggle and push, but it's no use. He traces my neckline with a gloved hand down to the sheer bra, letting his fingers linger. You're really showing off for the whole internet, he growls. That easy to buy your attention? I'm sorry, I whisper, every word shaky, exactly as planned. These are mine, he says, cupping me with full claim in his grip. He plays the possessive villain with eerie perfection. The camera feed fills with tips as he stays deep in character. Then, in a quick motion, he steps back and changes positions. The transition is flawless, almost too real. He removes one glove and taps it against my lips. Open? I hesitate, then do as told. He slides the glove in. It's awkward, strange, but effective. My eyes water. You always do what you're told, don't you? He whispers. Good girl. I kneel. He lies down. I lean over him, and for a few moments, we reverse roles. I'm in control of the visuals. He's controlling the dialogue. Suddenly, something shifts. I move wrong, and his mask slips. I gasp, quickly covering his face with my hands. Oh my God, I whisper, totally breaking character. Dalton laughs softly. Relax. I'll fix it, I say, shifting my body to block the camera while I search for the mask. You're literally sitting on my face, he notes casually. I pause, then burst out laughing. Once I find the mask, I hand it back, and he adjusts it. Crisis averted, he says, amused. Now come here. The mood resets. This time, when I straddle him, we're in sync again. He teases, lingers, builds tension. I whisper, will it even fit? He raises a brow. We'll see. And that's when the scripted part of the stream ends. What follows is improvised, real chemistry, real emotion. The camera keeps rolling, but our minds aren't on the viewers anymore. Afterward, I end the stream and drop beside him. He's glowing, cocky, and adorable. I could do that all night, he murmurs. You're seriously good at this? I smile, reaching for a towel. You didn't do so bad yourself. He looks at me for a long moment, then speaks quietly. Did I push too far? No, I assure him. You were perfect. He lets out a breath, then disappears into the bathroom and returns with water and ibuprofen. Let's take care of you, he says. You don't have to. I want to. He helps me get comfortable, brings me a fresh drink, wipes me down gently like it's the most important job in the world. And when we check the numbers? Dalton, I say, shocked. We just paid off your camera. He grins like a kid. Let's go. He leans in to kiss me, but I hesitate. Careful, always careful. Instead, I smile and say, thank you. He nods, still holding my face. Can I put you to bed? I nod again. Thank you, Daddy.
Chapter 27. Dalton. For the past 3 days, Essie and I haven't kept our hands off each other. At my apartment, her dorm, the office, even my car. We didn't spare the bathroom lobby of J.P. Morgan as a symbolic middle finger to the company that wouldn't match Warner's offer when they tried to steal me. Every place I ever imagined being close to her, she said yes. I even bought her a car, partly so she'd have one, mostly so we could break it in. I don't have anywhere to park it, she says, wiping her thighs with a napkin, skin flushed and glistening. We're a few blocks from Georgetown, parked in a shady spot. Her body's relaxed, stretched along the back seat, marked up in hickeys like a painting made in passion. She handles me better than anyone ever has. I catch her hand and lick the remnants off her fingertips, then guide her into my lap, open-mouthed, waiting. She pulls my tongue between her lips, sucking gently. It's not a kiss. We never kiss. But somehow, this moment feels more intimate. I've tasted her in every way. She's clung to me, responded to me, taken every part of me, and still, all I want is to kiss her. But as always, she pulls away too soon. She's great at keeping boundaries. It's impressive, honestly. I've got to learn to be better at that. You can leave the car at my place until graduation, I suggest, or I'll pay for a spot near campus. She thinks it over. Should I drive to work next year or just take the metro? That depends. Planning to get a place near the office? Maybe near me. You think I'll get the offer? If you help close this Villatoro deal, Hannington won't let you go. She smiles, and there's nothing more stunning than Essie thinking about achieving what she's worked so hard for. Actually, she says, Cora and I have talked about me buying her condo. I don't love that idea. DuPont Circle isn't far, but it's still not close enough. You could move in with me. To be your roommate? She teases, running her fingers across my chest. I'd cover all the bills. She laughs. I'm not cheap. I can afford you. Plus, it'd make filming easier. She gently reminds me, we're only filming for a little while longer. Then she's reaching for her phone, replaying the video we just made. Me, focused on her, camera capturing every angle. It's raw and real and unforgettable. You looked incredible, she says, settling back against me. Will you wear the ghost face mask again Friday? It's her favorite. Always. Thanks, Daddy. I draw her closer with a hand on her waist. On screen, she's straddling me with the edge of the ski mask in her teeth. It's a masterpiece of intensity and chemistry. This is next level, she says. I could use a cigarette, but don't tell Everett. She twirls her hair around her finger. You're everywhere when we're together. I feel you under my skin. She hums softly, almost dreamlike. I rewatch these all the time. I don't go a day without needing you. My heart flips. It's yours, you know. I wish I could keep it forever. She never says things like that. Ever. What would you do with it? I ask, sliding my fingers between her legs. She's still wet. I gather what's there and press it back into her, easing 2 fingers in. Essie clenches around them. I'd take care of it, every day. I've never had anything like it. She pauses the video and looks up at me, calm and serious. I love it, Dalton. Later. Essie says she loves she loves me, kind of. Sort of. And I know what it means, even if she doesn't say more. That one sentence haunts me in the best way. Which is how I ended up elbow deep in plaster in my bathroom. It's a mess. I've got globs on the counter, on my arms, and even on my cheek. I grab my phone and message the group chat with Lander and Everett. Me. Code purple. Land the man. No. Stop. Not doing this. Me. Code purple. Lan, the man. Don't bring this energy in here. Me. Code. Purple. Evergreen. What's code purple? Is it when you get stuck in a bathroom stall? Me. My hands are big. The locks are tiny. You wouldn't understand. You both have delicate fingers. Evergreen. My delicate finger is flipping you off right now. Me. I am in a bathroom, yes. But I'm not trapped. I made a mess. An arts and crafts disaster. Lan the man. You mean a real one or emotional damage? Evergreen. Either way, not helping. Google it. Me. Wow. 0 loyalty from either of you. Lan the man. I was literally typing a sweet message about your latest stream with Essie. Evergreen. See? He's thoughtful. Unlike you. Me. You're both mad my greatness warms the planet. Evergreen. Pretty sure blocking sunlight slows global warming. Genius. Lan the man. Confirmed. Dalton's ego accelerates climate change. Evergreen. Unforgivable. I'm cutting you both out of my will. Me. Are you coming over or not? Lan the man. Fine. Be there in 10. Me. Ev. Evergreen. Not until you apologize to the earth. I give up on them and text someone else. Me. Cora. I'll give you $1,000 if you do something that'll cheer Everett up. Cora Bora. What did you do? He's singing to his orchids again. Val Pal. Why wasn't I offered $1,000? I'm right here. Me. Because Lander would help you for free. No bribe needed. Val Pal. True. Wife, should I ask? Me. Nope. Definitely not. Cora Bora. Wait, did you say something about climate change? Me. 2000. Cora Bora. You owe me $2,000 now.
Chapter 28. Essie. Dalton's on my mind all the time. On Friday, that doesn't change. The only thing standing between us and our second joint stream, a night of masks and madness, is one final meeting at the bank. I walk into the Hannington Hale conference room and find Dalton already seated. Romero, he says with a nod. He watches as I unload the coffees Warner asked me to grab. When I sit beside him, he says, I need you sharp on this call with Claudia. I brought her in by promising we wouldn't copy her dad's investment strategy. Hannington's going to push the old way, though. He doesn't need to say the hard part. Hannington's like family to him, so going against him isn't easy. I've got you, I say confidently. Dalton studies me for a beat, then smirks. I know you do. Just then, Warner storms in, looking irritated. He grabs a coffee, pops the lid, and mutters, freaking soybeans, prices are up again. We need Claudia's portfolio solid. I can't afford surprises. Dalton jumps in. That's fair, but Essie's Forex model is finished. I ran a test Wednesday. I put in 20 grand. It worked better than expected. I blink. I had no idea he even used it, let alone tested it with his own money. Hannington scoffs. You want us to pitch our biggest client on a model built by an intern? Essie spent 3 months on it. Audits cleared it. I tested it personally. It's rock solid, Dalton says firmly. We stick to the plan, Warner insists, sipping his coffee. You got Claudia's attention. Let's not push it. Yes, sir, Dalton replies. Claudia joins the call and Warner kicks things off, all charm. Claudia, great to reconnect. How are you today? A sigh crackles through the speaker. Fine. She doesn't sound fine. You've got Dalton Cavendish here with you, and Romero, Dalton adds, smiling slightly like he enjoys how our names sound together. This'll be a quick 15-minute check-in, Warner continues, another sigh. I'm flying to Geneva soon to deal with my dad's situation, so let's move this along. Dalton, Warner prompts. Dalton takes a breath. I've reviewed the legacy holdings, strong returns, but I'd like your take. You mean the same holdings picked by a man who scrawled $1 million IOU on his mistress's butt and thought it would hold up in court? Claudia replies dryly. Dalton hesitates. Yes, but you promised a new direction, Harvard. Warner cuts in. There are some newer investments, early-stage startups, and no, Claudia snaps. I reviewed the financials with my attorney. My father was neck-deep in foreign markets. Don't insult me by pretending otherwise. Silence. Warner clenches his jaw so tight his whole face is twitching. Claudia, Dalton begins, but Warner stops him with a hand. Dalton looks at me and gives a quick nod. I raise my brows. He nods again. He wants me to go off script. Trust the model. Take a leap. Typical Dalton. His gaze dares me. It's the same look he gives me when I'm about to lose my mind around him in bed. Claudia, I speak up, I have a currency trading algorithm that could help shift your capital and create liquidity. I'm listening, she says, just as Warner clears his throat. I developed an algorithm, I explain, trying not to look at Warner's face. It's not fully rolled out, he interjects. Is it finished? Claudia asks me in Spanish. It is, I reply in her language. Your portfolio has always struggled in Forex. The bank benefits, but this algorithm reduces your risk by auto-selling at key thresholds, so commissions drop. You're saying I get more control, lower fees, and still gain exposure to currency markets? She clarifies. Yes. Well, that's a better option, she says flatly. Warner squints. What did she just say? She said, thank you. I lie. I'll think it over, Claudia says. Essie's idea has potential. Click. The line goes dead. Warner turns to me, his stare like ice. What the hell was that? You speak Spanish? What did you promise her? Warner, Dalton warns. I told her we'd invest in Forex, but using my model, I say. You pitched an unproven algorithm? Warner laughs in disbelief. Dalton slams his hands on the table. Don't talk to her like that. She might have just saved the deal. It's only saved if it closes, Warner snaps, slapping the table so hard coffee spills. Dalton breathes slowly through his nose. Let's discuss this in your office. He storms out. I grip the edge of the table. Did I mess up? I whisper. Dalton pauses at the door. You did exactly what we needed. He leaves to handle it. Back at my desk, Weston is watching me. You made my dad mad. Thanks for the update, I mutter. Let's go for a walk, he offers. Talk things through. No thanks. Dinner then? You're my supervisor. Not officially, he counters. And if it bothers you, there are other firms. Maybe you should consider what's best for your future. The implication makes my stomach churn. Excuse me, I mumble, standing fast. I rush to the bathroom, bend over the sink, but nothing comes up. I look in the mirror, flushed, a mess. I grab a paper towel and try to clean myself up, blot my forehead, fix my hair, smile. But my face is shiny, my eyes sting, I'm sweating. Am I crying? I grip the towel, squeezing so hard the paper crumples. Phew. I'm exhausted, tired of not being heard, tired of being underestimated, tired of pretending everything's fine when it's not. But I'm also someone who owns her choices, who chased what she wanted, and who got Dalton Cavendish. I use what I have and I do it well. I toss the towel and march back to my desk. I grab my headset and call the number Claudia gave me, the one nobody else has. You in Geneva yet? I ask. Almost, she replies. What's on your mind? Our lines are recorded. Good. Let them hear this. Dalton is still in Hannington's office. He notices me. I glance at the numbers on my screen. His 20,000 is up. Way up. Who's that? Weston asks, tapping my desk. I mute my mic. Claudia? Dalton comes over, puts on his headset, and listens. I know 2 things, Claudia says. 1, Hannington needs my account. 2, he thinks I'm clueless. I'm not. What would you do with 3 million? Dalton mouths, all in. All in, I say. What's going on? Weston pushes. Not now, Dalton replies. Cavendish, she's my intern. Dalton turns to him. Let's make this clear. Essie isn't yours, not at work, not anywhere. Weston flinches. Dalton's mask of charm has dropped. This is the man underneath, the one who protects me. Weston grabs a headset and tries to jump in. Still there? Claudia asks. I'd move into yen, then apply the algorithm, I explain. Potential upside is huge. And the downside? She's not authorized to run trades, Weston says. Dalton growls. Then I'll do it. Claudia hums. And if I go to 30 million? Dalton freezes. Weston's jaw drops. Yes, I say. I built the model. I stand behind it. And why should I trust a 22-year-old student? Because I don't fail. Because I've never let anyone down, I say, and I'm not about to start now. There's a pause. Make it 15 million, Claudia replies. 30, I counter. She can't execute, Weston starts. I will, Dalton says, taking a seat at the terminal. Move. Fine, Claudia agrees. 30. Dalton enters the trade. Done, I echo. It's done. Great. Off to Geneva. Bye, love. Click. We sit in stunned silence. Then Dalton smiles, genuine, glowing. He shakes my hand and leans in close. I'm so proud of you. I smile back. Show me how proud you are tonight, I whisper.
Chapter 29. Dalton. More! Essie gasps, her voice ragged as her fingers dig into the sheets. Her back arches, slick with sweat and glowing under the low light from her laptop. She looks otherworldly. She nods furiously, desperate. She's already full, and somehow still wants more. I believe her. Greedy little thing, I tease, staying in character. You just can't get enough, huh? I need it, she breathes, dragging the word out like a moan. Please, just a little more. I never deny her when she asks like that. I pull down my mask enough to let my spit fall onto myself, then ease it back over my mouth. My hand slides between us, thumb finding the firm knot of nerves at her center. She's soaked, inside and out, with a mix of arousal, lube, and sweat. My thumb presses, and her whole body responds. Her pulse races against mine. Please, Daddy, she pleads, hips tilting as she tries to draw me deeper. Slowly, I slide my ring finger in, joining the others already inside her. 3 fingers. Me. All of it. She welcomes it like she was made for it. This woman doesn't just want to be filled. She craves it. Keeping my hand steady, I move my hips forward, filling her completely again. You ever taken someone like this before? I ask. Never. Just me. Only you. She grabs my wrist and brings my hand to her throat. When I'm holding her there, she pulls me in close. I'm still wearing the mask she asked for. Her mouth brushes against the plastic, tongue gliding over it like she can't help herself. The moment is wild, intense, and somehow perfect. She's chaos wrapped in silk. You're unreal, I mutter, tightening my grip on her neck. Tell me whose you are. You. I squeeze a little, just enough to hear her breath catch. Say it. You, Daddy, she whispers, her grip on my hair finally loosening. She pulls my hand to her mouth and takes my fingers in deep. Watching her like this, so willing, so eager, is enough to ruin me. That's my girl, I say low. People pay to watch you fall apart. Show them. Then quietly, just for her, be good, and I'll make you lose it on this thick cock. She groans, and it sends a jolt through me. I'm close, closer than I want to be, but I won't let go before she does. I want this night seared into her memory. You were made for this, I whisper, shifting inside her. You needed someone who could handle you. Look how far I've stretched you. Look how ready you are for me always. She's past words now. Her lips are stuffed with my fingers, her body pulsing in sync with mine. Every movement of her hips is deliberate, measured. She's putting on a show, but she's chasing her high too. She pulls my fingers from her mouth, eyes wild. I want to come, she pants. Then beg for it, I say, my smirk hidden behind the mask. She groans, annoyed, but she knows the game. I slowly pull out, dragging every inch of myself from her body. Daddy! Beg, I repeat. I want to hear how badly you need it. Please, she whimpers. I want it back. I need you. Tell me how much. Then this girl, this fiercely independent woman, looks straight at me and says, if I don't feel you inside me again, I think I'll fall apart, Daddy. That's it. I'm done holding back. I place my hand on her lower belly. Right here, I whisper. Watch. I ease into her again, carefully, slowly, deeply. And there it is, a raised curve under my palm, the visible outline of myself inside her. Oh my God, she breathes, staring at her own body in awe. I've filled her completely. Every part of her is mine in this moment. And suddenly I hate it. Not because it isn't good, but because it's too good, too real, too fragile. I never knew what it was to truly love sex until now. It's not about sensation. It's about connection, about her. I hate that I love this so much. I move again. The sight of her body taking me in, so much of me, is enough to drive me mad. My thoughts spiral to the thing I've kept buried. What if this wasn't just sex? What if she wasn't just full of me right now, but full of us? The image that invades my mind, her stomach rounded with our child, is too much. And she has no idea what's going through me. She's glowing, blissed out, euphoric. She was just as radiant when she crushed it at the bank today. That same pride is in her face as she climbs into my lap and presses against me, lips finding my chest. Her mouth latches onto my nipple, and I'm stunned by the pleasure it sparks. She moans softly. The laptop chimes. Someone just tipped us. I thrust gently, my rhythm changing. She notices. "Don't come," she says quickly. "I won't." "Promise?" Her voice cracks. "I want to finish together." "I've got you," I tell her, cupping her jaw. "I'll take care of you. Always." She nods, her eyes glassy. I press my fingers back in, beside myself, curling toward that perfect spot I know so well. It doesn't take long. She lets go, completely. Her body shudders and releases, a wave of ecstasy rippling through her. She soaks me everywhere. "That's it," I whisper. "Get it all over me. You're perfect like this." She can't even hear me. Her eyes are shut, and she's back at my chest, tongue brushing me, seeking calm through touch. She's soaked. I'm soaked. It's chaos and beauty. My body tightens. Her muscles contract again, and I come hard, buried deep. Thank God for the mask. It hides everything on my face. Because this moment, I want it to last forever. She eventually shifts, planting her hands on my shoulders and slowly lifting herself off of me. She grins, radiant, and snatches her laptop to close out the stream. While she works, I swap the camera feed, grab a towel, and gently clean her up. She leans into it like she always does. 5-minute break, I say, tossing the cloth aside. I sit beside her. She finishes typing, her fingers drifting to the ink on my thigh without thinking. Every time she touches me, it feels like something that could last forever. No one's ever asked me to be more. Essie always does. She snaps the laptop shut. Stream's over. I take off my mask. She takes off hers. She's smiling. I don't. She's still glowing. Still naked. Still mine. "What's wrong?" she asks softly. I can't hold back anymore. I kiss her. I kiss her hard, deep, like I've been starving for it. And she lets me. She welcomes it. She pulls me down with her, drawing me in. She's going to let me stay. She's going to let me make love to her. She's going to let me hold her through the night. But I can't. I made a promise. To her and to myself. I pull back suddenly, breathless, heart pounding. "You were incredible," I say, forcing a smile. "I'm proud of you." The words are true, but the reason for the kiss, that's something I'll never admit. She beams. "We're a good team. Want to see how much we made?" I nod, smile again. Make it convincing. "That's all I've ever wanted, sweetheart," I reply, sitting beside her once more. "That's all."
Chapter 30. Essie. All weekend long, I keep what happened with Weston to myself. I don't tell Dalton yet. And thankfully, there's been no reason to. Monday morning arrives, and instead of our usual stop at Hannington Hale, Dalton and I pull into the long drive of Hawthorne Hall, his family's estate in Rhinebeck. It's where Thanksgiving and Alyssa's wedding will unfold this week. The house itself looks like something out of an old movie. Ivy twists from beneath frost-hardened ground and climbs the white siding, curling over the black shutters like it's been doing this for generations. What throws me more than the grandeur of the estate is seeing my 3 younger brothers standing on its stone steps. They look completely out of place here, like they've stumbled onto a movie set. Luis and Tommy, the twins, now sport wispy little beards they're very proud of. They're both 18, both freshmen at MIT, both studying computer science. Christian, who's 20, is a sophomore at Boston College. He meets my eyes before pulling me into a hug, his mouth pressed into a tight line that says exactly what he's thinking. What the hell is this place? Dalton greets each of them with the warmth of someone who's been hosting all day even though we just arrived. He's thoughtful without being obvious, calling the twins by name even though he's only met them once, shaking Christian's hand after their hug like he knows he's the eldest. And when we're in front of my family, he never stands too close. It's subtle, but intentional. The twins are instantly smitten with him, just like everyone else. Christian gives me another pointed look, and I lower my eyes slightly in acknowledgement. We're 4 kids from California, raised by a single mom who came from Mexico at 19, and somehow I'm bringing home a 6'5" Wall Street legacy with a trust fund and a Roman numeral in his name. And it's even wilder when I remember I don't just work with this man, I sleep with him too. Alyssa sweeps into the entry hall a moment later and comes straight for me. Her hug is soft and warm, and when she says, "I'm so happy you're here, love," it feels sincere, like I belong. I glance at Dalton. He's already looking at us with that faint smile he wears when he's holding back something real. For a brief second, the weight of the week lifts. Just a little, just enough to feel like something beautiful is breaking through the cold. Then I see my dad near the staircase and the tension returns instantly. The risk we've been taking hits me full force. We're spending this week surrounded by people who can never know what we've really been doing. And the clock is ticking. The feedback's mixed, Cora announces, squinting at her laptop. It's Wednesday night now, and our friends arrived after dinner. Valeria, Cora, Pierre, and I dove straight into our camming analytics. End of the month always means numbers. They're good, I counter. Cora raises a brow. She's smart, terrifyingly so, and she knows when I'm spinning things. Angry viewers are louder, she says, leaning back. They have one outlet, comments. Happy viewers either leave praise or tip. Look at the revenue per viewer. She angles the screen, her eyes widen. Well, damn, S, nice work, Valeria chimes in. Having a guy on camera seriously boosts numbers. Can confirm. Dalton enters the room right on cue, holding 3 coffees and a plate of cookies. He brightens when he sees me. I've been wandering around this house for like 8 minutes trying to find you, he says, setting the plate between our chairs. Then, more sheepishly, this is where I realize I'm wildly out of touch, isn't it? Cora smirks. Amazed you can hear us over the sound of your net worth skyrocketing? Valeria grabs a cookie. Essie showed us your numbers. Congrats, Dalton. He bumps fists with her, then scoops me up and drops into the chair, placing me in his lap. I give him a look. He shrugs. What? It's a library. Who's coming in here? To read? I change the subject before Cora can roast him. We're tracking ahead of my forecast, I say. He scans the spreadsheet. That platform takes a huge cut. You 3 really give up that much every time? He scratches Pierre's head while eyeing the cookies. I'd never accept that. We don't have a choice, Cora says. They own the market, and their user base is massive. It's just video hosting and payment processing, Dalton mutters. Any decent coder could rebuild it in weeks. At least they provide data, he adds. Sort of, I admit. I found a way into the dev portal and pull our analytics every month. Dalton's brow shoots up. So the only reason you're running a viable operation is because you're stealing the info you should already have access to? Yep, Cora confirms, and we're still stuck with this platform. It's ridiculous, I add. Our content drives the revenue. If all of us left, they'd be nothing. Their model depends entirely on creators like us. Silence settles. We all know the truth. We've adapted to a broken system. But for most women, making camming a stable income means either being tech-savvy or being exploited. Dalton gently sets me back on my chair, walks over to a cabinet built into the bookshelf, and pulls out a liquor bottle. Exploitation makes me want a drink, he says, then stops. Who opened this? It's half gone. The 3 of us avoid eye contact. He squints. This smells like Everett's doing. At the mention of his name, Pierre perks up and scampers over. Dalton smiles. All right, I'll take you to him. I follow him to the door. Hey, I ask, will I see you later? He pauses. It's risky. I know, I say softly, then lean in, but you could do whatever you want. Tie me up, take me apart, make me yours. He glances over my shoulder, making sure no one's listening. Then, voice low, he says, I know you're half joking, but Essie, I've imagined you pregnant more times than I can count. That's a thought I've never considered, until now. Really? He nods slowly. It's not just about the fantasy. It's about wanting to care for you. For a family, I'd want to really know our kids, see them, support them, not mold them into something they're not. Our kids. Wow, I whisper, you've really thought about this? He lifts one shoulder. I would have given you everything. Then he turns to the room. Great meeting, ladies. Push revenue to next week's agenda. You've got it handled. He waves once and leaves, Pierre trotting beside him. I drop back into my chair, my expression unreadable. Cora watches me. He knows we're stuck, she says. There's nothing we can do about the site. But I'm not listening. I'm staring at the door, and that's when it hits me. Really hits me. He's not staying. Somewhere along the way, Dalton stopped trying to make me love him. The flirting, the glances, the suggestions, all gone. I thought he'd accepted reality, but he didn't give up. He just stopped showing it. He's been dreaming of a life with me all this time. And now he's letting me go. After this weekend, us, it's over.
Chapter 31. Dalton. Time is slipping away fast, each minute burning down like a cheap candle, and I haven't had a single moment alone with Essie since we got here. I need it. She needs it. If I don't get to touch her just once more, I don't know how I'll handle it. Risk be damned. It's the night before Thanksgiving, and Essie's fast asleep beside me. She sleeps deep, like nothing can stir her. I gently wrap my lips around her nipple for nearly 2 minutes before she stirs and murmurs, Daddy? Shh, baby, I whisper, carefully pulling her shirt back over her chest. Put something pretty on. Come with me. Not long after, she's wide-eyed and curious as I lead her through the dimly lit hallways of the estate. Why are we going to the library? She asks. Sit, I say simply. I have a gift for you. I made it, with a little help from Lander. She grins, intrigued, and lifts the lid on the sleek black box I hand her. The grin falters into a puzzled frown. These are your dicks, she says, eyeing the 2 enormous, deep green dildos. You recognized them that fast? I know that dick like the back of my arm, she jokes, glancing at her wrist. Wait, Lander helped you make these? I bought one of those clone kits. The mold tube was too small, so he had to hold the extra runoff. Lander held your dick? Twice, I clarify. First try looked crooked. We did another. Both turned out great. So now you've got a pair. She lifts one, inspecting it with reverence and amusement. 2 Dalton Deluxe dildos. When it's detached from your body, the size is actually kind of terrifying. Most people can't handle it, I admit. One time, Lander and I tried sharing a girl. She took one look at me and stuck with him. And how'd that go? Boring. I gave up and played Candy Crush. I grin. He wasn't great with his hands back then. I've heard he's a legend now. He's learned, for sure. But early on, it was like watching someone try to DJ without headphones. Well, she smirks, kissing my cheek. I can take you. And I love these. Obsessed. Perfect. I pull out my ski mask. She knows exactly what that means. I sit in an armchair, and she climbs into my lap, straddling my thigh. She grinds down slow, swaying like she owns a stage. Her hands in my hair, her head tilted back, her hips rolling with a rhythm that says she's here to destroy me. Funny that I ever thought I needed a free use clause. With Essie, it's always free. She's always down. I try to prop my phone against a table lamp to get us in frame, but it's a struggle. She keeps stealing my focus with the way her cotton dress is hiked over her thighs. "You're going to soak my pants," I mutter, watching her. She shrugs. "Then take them off." Brat. But of course I do. I lose the pants. Shirt, too. I never say no to her. And the idea of her grinding that slick little body on my bare thigh? Insane. She slips on the mask I brought her, tying it tightly behind her head, then climbs back into my lap, lowering herself with intention. Her lips find my ear. "Your body drives me crazy," she whispers, tongue tracing the shell of my ear. "You could ask anything of me. I'd give it." I stay silent, letting her talk. "You could have anything. Any hole. All of them, Daddy." "All of them?" She bites my earlobe gently. "At once, even." "I'd let you. That's how far gone I am for this body, for this cock." I groan. "Tell me about your pussy," I whisper, licking my thumb. "Tell me how ready it is for me." I slide my hand between us, pressing my thumb to her clit. She moans softly, grinding harder, my thighs drenched in her need. "There you go, baby," I murmur, slipping my thumb between her lips. She sucks on it immediately. "You gonna come like this? Just on my thigh?" She nods, whimpering. My other hand cups her breast, first over the fabric, then slipping underneath. I thumb her nipple, letting her dress fall down her shoulders. Her chest is bare. I wrap my mouth around one nipple just as she comes. It hits fast. Her body arches, lips full around my thumb like she's sucking a pacifier. Her hands lock into my hair, her hips pulsing against me. It's a sight, a masterpiece. I can't stand the thought of losing this. Not tonight. Not ever. "Let me fuck them," I whisper, kissing her chest. "Let me fuck your tits." She blinks slowly, still dazed. "My boobs?" "Please, let me slide between them." "They're not big enough," she says, cupping them together anyway. "You won't feel anything." "I don't care what it feels like for me," I reply, circling her nipple with my finger. "It's for you. I want you to feel it. I want my cockhead brushing your lips so you can suck it between your moans." "Well, I do care what it feels like for you," she says, wrapping her hand around me. "Let me take care of you, Daddy." "If you call me that," I breathe. "You've got to let me own it." I kiss her forehead. "Give me your perfect tits. Let me use them. Let me leave you dripping." "I want it," she says. "All of it. I miss you. I hate being here. I made myself come in the shower this morning just because I missed you." My brain short circuits. "Did you squirt?" She shakes her head. "I can't. Only with you." God, that does something to me. Only I can take her there. Only I know the exact way to get her undone. That's mine. She's mine. "Shh," I murmur, easing 2 fingers inside her. "Be quiet, baby. If you're loud, they'll hear. Your mom, your dad. They'll know your stepbrother is in here touching you." She breathes. "You're my daddy." Jesus. I flip her around and settle her in the armchair. She's soaked, the fabric dark beneath her, and I don't care. I'd buy this whole library and let her ruin every chair. My cock is out. She licks her lips when she sees it. How many parts of you can I take with this thing? I ask, stroking myself. All of them, she replies, voice reverent. Then get it wet. She obeys, swallowing me without fear. Her mouth is perfect, wet and willing. She takes me deep. I've never been received like this, like I belong there. I run a hand through her hair. You know, I begin. The night we met, Lander called me. I knew exactly what he wanted. Essie pulls off me, confused. Crap. I just said Lander's name on a recording. We've got to stop, I say, panicking. The audio. I'll cut it, she says quickly, wrapping a hand around me. I'll edit it, I promise, just keep going. I nod, heart pounding. The first stream I saw you on, I was hooked. Within minutes. Which one? The one in the cabin. You, Cora, Valeria. I saw you and thought, mine. Mine? Yours. I knew Valeria was Lander's type. Cora was made for Everett. But you? You were playing innocent, but I could tell. You were here for power, pleasure. You were going to get what you wanted. I guide myself between her breasts. And when Lander told me I'd meet you, I ditched a meeting, a $4 million deal. I didn't care. She gives me a sly smile. I looked you up, you know. I blink. What? When Lander moved next door to Cora, I checked him out. Saw pics of you. You looked rich, wild, way too attractive. I wanted it, wanted you. That's it. I can't take it. I stop recording. Reposition. Slide my cock between her breasts and move. I love you, I whisper. God, I love you. She doesn't stop me. She doesn't run. She just nods, offering everything. I was made for her, built to worship her. Come on me, Daddy, she breathes. And I do. All over her. Her face, her chest, every inch mine. She laughs, a soft, beautiful sound. And then, just as bliss hits, a creak. The door opens behind me.
Chapter 32. Essie. What the hell? Christian snaps, his expression a mashup of horror and pure confusion. Dalton shields me with his body, but I can still see through the gap between his arms. Christian stands frozen at the door, one hand still gripping the bronze handle. A second later, he backs out and slams the door shut, hard. No, I whisper, scrambling out from under Dalton to find my dress. No, 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 this can't be happening. Dalton gets to it first. I'll talk to him. No. I can explain. You're completely naked and wearing a ski mask, I hiss, waving frantically at him while yanking the dress over my head. You want to traumatize him forever? You can't just go out there right now. That's my brother, I snap, jabbing a finger at the door. My brother! He cuts in calmly. You've got stuff on your face. I stop, slowly lifting a hand to my cheek. Sure enough, there's a whole lot of his mess. Here, he says, licking his thumb and reaching for me. Let me get that. Just a second. He licks it again, frowning. Damn, it's kind of a lot. Stop licking your thumb. Okay, he agrees, reaching for his boxers. I recoil in horror. Do not wipe my face with your underwear. Oh, that's the line. You'll squirt on your own panties, pull them off, shove them in my mouth on camera, but a little boxer dab is too far? Use the mask or something. He holds up the ski mask. Kind of a pain to wash, needs to air dry. Oh my God, I growl. I grab his shirt, wipe my face clean, and toss it at him. And how the hell do you still have that much left in you? You spend all day either working or finishing. Are you a human faucet? Christian's not in the guest room he's using, and he's not with the twins either. I'm about to call him when I hear a noise down the hall, metal or plastic clinking, and see light under the door to my bedroom. When I step in, he's tossing my things into my open suitcase on the bed, fast. "We need to leave," he whispers the moment he sees me. "Shut the door. Lock it." "What are you doing? Christian, wait!" To my absolute horror, I see him clutching a bunch of my bras like they're evidence. He looks over my shoulder toward the hallway, then locks eyes with me. "We can't stay here." "Why not?" He checks the door again, then leans in and lowers his voice. "I saw something back there, in the library," he says in Spanish now, as if someone might be eavesdropping. "Something I wasn't meant to see." I go quiet. I know how critical this moment is. Every word I say next has weight. I've known Christian since he was born. I was there when he came into the world. I know how his mind works. He picks up on details others miss. He's sharp. "Okay, just tell me what you saw." He takes a breath like he's about to blow up my entire life. "Essie," he says, barely audible now, "I don't say this lightly, but I think—" I brace for it. "I think our stepbrother might be a serial killer."
Chapter 33. Dalton. "You just roll it," my mom is saying, guiding Tommy's hands. "You're pressing too much on the left. See how uneven it is?" Tommy throws her a look. "There's only one direction to press," he argues, gripping the cold wine bottle she handed him to flatten the dough. "Mine looks great," Luis announces, holding up his bottle like it's a trophy. "Oh, wow, it really is." Mom claps and slides her arm around Luis proudly. "His bottle's better?" Tommy mutters, glaring at Luis's perfectly rolled crust. Then he looks at me. "You've got all that money, and you couldn't spring for a rolling pin?" Wordlessly, I pull open a drawer and hold up one of the 5 rolling pins rattling around. "Your choice, Romero." Tommy's jaw hits the floor. "You can't drink a rolling pin afterward?" my mom jokes, prompting Lander to raise his beer in agreement. Across the kitchen island, Essie peels potatoes with her back to the prep table where her mom and brothers are gathered. She lifts her gaze and meets mine, our first real interaction all morning. Which makes sense, seeing as I'm now apparently a serial killer. Essie, determined to protect her brother's image of stability, chose to let Christian sit with that assumption. Because admitting she willingly hooks up with me and posts it online is somehow worse than him thinking I'm out here offing women in ski masks. Great. "Do I really give off killer vibes?" I whisper to her. She shoots me a warning look. Over by the stove, Cora whips around, excited. I raise a hand. "Don't say a word, Flores." She covers her mouth, laughter bubbling up. This has officially become her favorite moment of the year, and she started this year engaged. "I don't get why it's funny," Essie says. "He packed my suitcase. After that, he said he'd come back and save you, because he figured Valeria could handle herself." Cora stops laughing. Now she looks like a murderer. "See? I told you to come to Muay Thai with me," Valeria says, cracking open a seltzer. I glance at the rest of the kitchen. My mom and the twins are busy laughing at one of Tommy's MIT stories. Good. I turn back and lower my voice. "None of this is funny." "I disagree," Lander pipes up. "I laughed so hard I peed," Everett adds. "You're both trash," I mutter. "I'm going full Hunger Games on you." Right then, Christian walks in and freezes. Awesome. Couldn't be better timing. So glad the guy who thinks I chop women up in the woods just heard me casually reference a dystopian death tournament. "Hey, buddy," I say, and immediately regret it. I sound like someone about to hand out zip ties and ask if you want to see what's in the basement. Christian stares. Stone cold. Hasn't said a word to me since that night in the library. The only interaction since was this morning, when I offered him half my English muffin. He looked at me like I'd just handed him a necklace made of human teeth. He turns to Essie. "You good?" "I'm good. Everyone's good," she replies, although Valeria and Cora are literally hunched over the counter, shaking from silent laughter. It looks like an exorcism. Christian steals one of the apples I was peeling and walks out. "Christian," Mom calls after him, but he doesn't answer. "Huh. He's acting strange," she notes. Essie pivots toward the Brussels sprouts Lander and Everett are prepping. "Those are going to be amazing. Same recipe from last year?" "They were delicious," Mom says, moving on like nothing happened. Crisis narrowly dodged. I glance at Essie. "But seriously, are you okay?" I whisper. "I'm fine." She lies well, but I can tell. If one of her brothers is off, it eats her up. And now there's an extra layer to the disaster dip. When this deal between us ends, Christian's still going to think I'm some kind of predator, unless we tell the truth. "Take a break. I've got this," I offer. She hesitates, then says, "Mashed potatoes are sacred." "S." I meet her eyes. "Let me take over." She finally nods. "Thanks, Daddy." Silence falls over the kitchen like a dropped knife. Mom had just stood up to grab the apples from across the island. Now she stops mid-motion, eyes locked on Essie. Essie looks like a deer caught in headlights. Her mouth opens, but nothing comes out. I try to cover. "You all right, Mom?" "I'm fine," she says slowly. "Dalton, you good?" "Yup." She turns to Essie. "And you? You're good?" "Totally," Essie replies, way too fast. Mom narrows her eyes. "Did you just call him Daddy?" "Dalty," I lie, as convincingly as someone denying an affair with lipstick on their collar. Nobody believes me. Least of all my mother, who once called a Vanderbilt family tacky, to their faces. "Dalton Franklin Richmond Cavendish IV, she says in that tone. "What?" Her hands land on the island. "The hell?" She grips the marble. "Is going on?" Essie's eyes find mine. If Christian hadn't kept her up all night, she might have been quicker. Instead, I'm staring into her sad, desperate eyes. We're going to need more lies. Maybe we admit we're hooking up casually. Then, "What the hell?" Everett shouts. He's staring at his shirt where a brown stain is spreading. Lander's across the island, hand partially raised. "You threw a Brussels sprout?" Everett exclaims. "Do you know how long those take to grow?" Lander glances at me and gives a nod like he's about to charge a battlefield. I don't care, and they taste better with pancetta. Everett recoils. "Are you picking a fight right now?" Honestly, this might save us. I could have just dropped a fork into Mom's Le Creuset and she'd be equally distracted. "Scared," Lander taunts, starting to roll up his sleeves, then stopping. His sweater's too nice. He dries his hands on a towel and tries again. "I get so dry when they do this," Cora mutters. "Same." Valeria agrees, then grabs her hand. Lander lunges. He locks Everett in a headlock, which breaks as soon as Everett complains about his neck. "Go," I whisper to Essie. She pulls off her apron as Valeria and Cora escort her out of the kitchen. "Cut it out," Mom scolds. "And don't lie about the pillows, Everett. They're down-filled." "I would never use goose down," Everett insists. "Don't insult Alyssa," Lander says, giving him a shove. You know she bought cruelty free. Don't push me, Everett snaps. Maybe I'd sleep better if Pierre didn't paw at my door all night because he prefers me. Lander looks like he's been slapped. You're dead, Logan, he growls, and starts tickling Everett. I look away. The second-hand embarrassment is too much. While Mom tries to break them up, I sneak out. I need to find Essie and align our stories, but she's gone, and my phone's missing too. I'm halfway to the stairs when I hear, "You messy little slut." "Mom!" I spin. "That's not okay." She storms toward me, yanking me by the forearm. "I can say whatever I want. I made you. You can't call me a slut." "You're the only person I've ever called a slut," she says, dragging me into a room. She's fast in heels, and I swear I hooked up on this couch before college. She shuts the door behind us. "I can explain." I start. She folds her arms. "This is not going well." "Okay, I can't explain. I just thought it was a thing people said, like, the cookie crumbles." She pinches her nose. "I should have had you neutered." "Come on, you raised 3 sex-positive guys. You knew there was a risk of a little sluttiness." "A little?" she scoffs. "Didn't I catch you getting a blowjob the morning of your grandfather's funeral?" "Fair. I like to think Grandpa would have approved." "Shut up. Copy that." She paces. "Come on, Alyssa," she mutters, then faces me again. "You seduced your stepsister." "Technically, we're not." "Don't." "Right." She sits. "How long has this been going on?" "Halloween." "Recent. That's good." She straightens. "I survived your keg stand injuries. I survived the live peacock incident. I survived Oktoberfest and the beer coma. I'll survive this." I give her the sanitized version. "We hooked up, decided to keep it going until the wedding." Her brow rises. "You're in love." "But we set a clear end date. It's professional." She squints. "Dalton, Essie is a camgirl." I wince. "Yeah." "Professional?" she repeats, like she's daring me to lie again. I nod. She sighs. "You're okay being intimate with someone you love and then just ending it?" I stay silent. She leans back. "Don't lie. I'm your mother. I can see it. I wish I'd known how serious it was." "I'm glad you didn't. You've sacrificed enough. Frank, the boys. You gave up a lot." "I chose all of that," she says, "and I'm happy. I found someone again. Porter makes me laugh. He's kind, he's honest, and he's mine, just like you want Essie to be yours." I blink. She raised her brothers. She made sacrifices. Don't tell me you're the only one who's done that. Did I screw this up? She hugs me. If it's real, then don't let it go. But don't cancel your wedding, I warn. I'll write breakup songs, acoustic ones. You don't even play guitar, she laughs softly. But you've always been the most selfless of my boys. Feels like a curse right now. Who else knows? Don't be mad. Her eyes narrow. I'm already mad. Christian might suspect something. How much? Well, he thinks I'm a masked serial killer who targets women in upstate New York. Her jaw drops. Dalton. Yeah, I know. If Christian knows, Porter could find out, and that won't go well. We're going to end it, like we planned. She squeezes my hand. Just be smart and take care of yourself. Always.
Chapter 34. Essie. I seriously can't believe I said that, I mutter for what feels like the 5th time as I pace the foyer. Come here, Valeria says, wrapping me in a hug. Maybe Lander and Everett's fight distracted her enough? Cora snorts while twisting one of her rings. Those two fighting is why we both have prenups. But sure, maybe Dalton can convince Alyssa she heard it wrong. Silence falls. If our hope is resting on Dalton, who's never lied a day in his life, pulling off a full-on manipulation of his mother. Everyone's going to know, I whisper, dread pooling in my gut. Know what? My dad asks, rounding the corner with an armful of garment bags. He pauses when he sees Valeria hugging me and Cora standing stiff, arms crossed. Everything all right, girls? We're good, I say too fast. He tilts his head. Okay, anyway, the tailor just dropped off the tuxes for the boys and me. Can you help me figure out who's wearing what? I don't know everyone's sizes. I'll handle it, Dalton says, stepping into the room. He grabs the bags before I can move and shoots me a look that says we need to talk. Now. His face is tighter than usual, and it twists my stomach into knots. Actually, I need a minute with Essie first, Dad says, totally unaware of everything he's interrupting. Dalton grits his teeth but doesn't protest. He holds my gaze until I nod that I'm okay. Then he gestures to Valeria and Cora to follow him upstairs. When it's just the two of us, my dad leans against the staircase like we're about to catch up over coffee. Things have been hectic lately, but we never really finished our talk after brunch a few weeks ago. I wanted to tell you how proud I am of the work you're doing. I know how much time you put into it. Thanks, Dad. That means a lot, I lie, forcing a smile so this ends faster. He smiles too, clearly thinking he nailed the whole supportive father moment. And, I was thinking, maybe you don't need to work so hard anymore. The family's changing. Alyssa considers you her own now. She wants to look out for you. My brain hits a wall. Look out for me? I echo, confused, until the realization hits like a slap. Wait, are you saying I should stop working because you're marrying someone with money? I know how much you enjoy. I enjoy earning. I cut in before he finishes. I can't let him get the rest of that sentence out, not if I want to maintain any respect for him. His brows lift. I just thought, maybe a break would be good. You could travel, recharge. Like you did, I snap. My voice rises. I step closer. You think it's weird that I work hard and want to be compensated for it? Newsflash, Dad, you made me this way. Most little girls aren't dreaming of corporate finance. I had to grow up fast and carry the people around me. And guess what? I'm damn good at it. So when you tell me to take it easy and let someone else foot the bill, it's not helpful. It's degrading. He looks taken aback, which only fuels my frustration. I was just trying to help, he says, stepping back like I'm the one being irrational. Just offering you a break. A break, I echo, stepping forward again, letting every unspoken thing I've carried this past year rise to the surface. Do you know what I would have given for someone to take care of me for once? I called, where were you when Meg Connors bullied me in middle school, when everyone's Christmas stocking was full except mine? You think being a dad is just about showing up to brunch? His frown mirrors mine, which only makes me angrier. He looks like my brothers when they're hurt. He looks like me. What's gotten into you? This has always been me, I say, voice cracking now. You just haven't been paying attention. You were never really a father. Before he can answer, I bolt upstairs. My chest is tight, my face wet. I'm not even sure where I'm going until Dalton's door opens and he's there. I run into his arms without hesitation, and he catches me like he's been waiting for this moment all day. The second I bury my face in his chest, the tears explode. Full body sobs. I can't stop shaking. You did the right thing, he murmurs, kissing the top of my head again and again. You said what needed to be said. I try, but the words break apart. I know, Dalton whispers, using his sleeve to wipe my tears. I've been there. Can't tell you how many nights I cried in the same spot over my dad. I pull away enough to look at him, eyes puffy and heart still pounding. It's hard to imagine anyone ever thinking Dalton wasn't enough. I had my mom, he continues, wiping my cheek with his thumb. Lander and Everett too, but I hate that you never had someone backing you up. I do now, I whisper. I have you. I have our friends, and oh God, your mom. She's not mad, he assures me, and nobody else is going to find out. But I feel my hands start to tremble. It's over, isn't it? I ask quietly, and when he doesn't respond, the silence says everything. The crying stops eventually, but I'm left with this lump in my throat the size of a boulder. I can't breathe around it. What can I do? He asks, tracing gentle lines across my sides with his hands. I don't know, I whisper. It makes me sick thinking you'll marry someone else one day, that I'll have to smile and meet the kids you have with her. Essie, he says firmly. I turn away, but he cups my chin and gently tilts my face back toward him. Look at me. You may not officially be mine, but I'm yours. Completely. I'd give you anything. His gaze is steady and the weight behind it is real. There's no version of this world where I'm not yours, he says, gripping my jaw like it's the only thing anchoring him. I've wanted you for 2 years. If it takes 2 more or 2 decades, I'll wait. I won't marry someone else. I won't have kids unless they're yours too. I belong to you, Essie, always. Forever's a long time, I whisper. Forever, he repeats, I promise. I exhale, drawing it out, trying to memorize every detail of this moment. I feel the same, I say, threading my fingers into his hair. I close my eyes and let my lips brush his, soft and slow. The hardest thing I've ever done is pulling away. I stand, cross the room, and pause at the door. My hand rests on the knob, but I turn for one last look, and just like the first time I saw him, I can't understand how someone so good could have almost been mine. I wish we'd had forever, I whisper. I think we both earned it. And I meant it. I'm never going to stop loving him.
Chapter 35, Dalton. Essie's a little drunk, which would usually be adorable. But tonight, her buzz is on me. She's sitting at the far end of the long dining table, mostly hidden behind the massive Thanksgiving turkey, sipping her second glass of wine. Every now and then, she glances my way like she's trying to see if I miss her. Sweetheart, that's all I do. Missing you is my full-time job now. I'm not eating the Brussels sprouts, Lander complains, dragging my attention back. Valeria exhales loudly. Stop acting like a child. Losing to Everett isn't exactly a monumental failure. It's like watching one dandelion seed float higher than the rest, Cora adds. It's just wind picking a favorite. Everett chuckles beside me, swirling his wine. I am the wind. For the last time, Everett. You're not some earth spirit. Lander grumbles, slamming his fork onto his plate. Everett turns to Luis with a smirk and points at Lander. He's jealous. Luis doesn't hesitate. Totally. I see it. Lander narrows his eyes, leaning past Valeria. Tommy, back me up here. Tommy's too busy inhaling his second serving of mashed potatoes, but he nods anyway. I got you, Lan. Across the table, Essie cranes her neck. Can the two of you please not recruit my brothers into your nonsense? I'd like to keep my family intact. Thanks. Right then, Christian, sitting directly across from Essie, looks over at me and laughs quietly. Essie's mouth opens. What was that? She asks, sharp. Christian shrugs. Whatever, he mutters, looking down at his plate. The room goes still. Good. I don't know if everyone picked up on what he just said to her, but judging by the sudden silence, they did. Dalton, you're bleeding, Valeria gasps. She stretches over Lander, grabbing her napkin and pressing it to my hand, which is now dripping blood from a fresh cut. Shit. I must have crushed the water glass in my grip, and I hadn't even noticed. Everyone's eyes are now on me, not Christian. Christian looks pale. I'm confused until Everett discreetly draws a circle around his own face. Yeah, I'm full-on death-staring the kid. Dalton's just clumsy, my mom says quickly. She's covering for me, and I respect the save, even though I could probably dance to Thriller Hammered and not spill a drink. I head for the bar in the corner, nursing my hand. Mom's tiny gold ice bucket, of course, is gleaming on the counter like a centerpiece. Seconds later, Essie's there beside me. "Let me see," she says gently. I open my hand, pulling away the napkin. The cut's shallow. "Dalton," she murmurs. I'm not concerned about the cut. If he so much as makes another snide noise in your direction, he'll be the one bleeding. "He's my little brother," she hisses. "He's about to be both of ours." She sighs, holding ice against the wound, then wraps it in a clean napkin. "He's spiraling. Imagine if your sister dated someone who was sexually experimental. Considering you'll be my sister in, oh," I glance at an imaginary watch. 2 days? Yeah, I'd be doing time. "Just let it go," she urges. With one last look, she heads back to her seat. I finish icing my hand and return too. Porter stands up at the head of the table. "Well," he says with a satisfied nod, "it's great to have everyone gathered for what's going to be the first of many Thanksgivings together." "Charming." He rests a hand on my mom's shoulder. "Huge thanks to Alyssa and the girls for putting together such an incredible meal." Everett raises an eyebrow at Lander. "By girls, he means us, right?" "Tool," Lander mutters before taking a long sip of wine. "Alyssa," Porter continues, "in just 2 days, we'll be standing before our loved ones, pledging our, here we go, unbreakable, God, stop, eternal. If I disappear to the nearest dive bar, would anyone follow? And everlasting love." He holds my mother's hand. "I adore you. And I love you," she replies, eyes soft and sincere. Across the table, Essie is gripping her wine glass with both hands like it's anchoring her. She looks as miserable as I feel. I consider shattering another glass just to get her to come over again. Porter turns from my mom to face the room. "And thank you to my boys for making the trip. To Essie for working so hard in her internship. Your mom and I always knew you'd succeed, and I'm proud to see it." Essie doesn't respond. "And Dalton," Porter adds, nodding toward me, "welcome to the family. I wasn't sure at first. When we met, you downed 8 beers and a whole pizza meant for everyone. Unbelievable. One pizza, and I'm labeled for life." "Loving this toast," I mutter. "But Alyssa insists you're wonderful, and I'm happy to call you a son." No, I can't," Christian says suddenly, shoving back his chair and sloshing his drink. "Christian," Essie warns, "sit down." "Get a grip," he snaps. That's it. My entire body tightens. My fists clench. Cut be damned. Lander and Everett instinctively block me from getting up. But they can't block my mouth. "Don't talk to her like that," I snap. "Do it again, and our next family reunion will be your funeral." "A funeral?" Christian scoffs. "That's generous. I figured you'd just bury me in the woods with your other victims." My mother gasps. "Excuse me?" "Him!" Christian growls, pointing at me. "Your son. He's—" "Stop right now," Essie interrupts, grabbing his arm. "You don't know what you saw." "Why are you defending him?" he shouts, pulling away. "He's a psycho! Or some night-creeping sex maniac!" "Christian, enough." Essie tries to guide him toward the door. He won't budge. "Dad," he says, turning to Porter. You can't marry Alyssa, not if it means bringing him into this family. He's dangerous. Porter finally speaks, brows knitted. I have no idea what you're talking about. I stand. Christian thinks he saw something yesterday. He's wrong. I'm not leaving with you, Christian spits. What exactly did you see? Porter asks. Essie pulls at Christian again. Let's talk. In private. This is all a massive misunderstanding, I add. Just say it. Let's go. He was naked, Christian blurts out. In the library, wearing a ski mask, filming himself assaulting someone. Silence. This sounds like a horrible game of Clue, I say, trying to lighten the mood. No one laughs. A ski mask? Luis repeats, frowning. And filming it, Christian adds. Like a trophy. Lander stands. If I heard right, you're saying Dalton attacked someone in the library? What were you doing there? Christian blinks. Why does that matter? Lander raises a brow. You just happened to stumble upon a crime scene during your midnight reading of Tolstoy? Wait, are you cross-examining him? Essie asks. Simple question, Lander says. Why were you there? I was stealing liquor from behind the desk, Christian admits. Knew it, I exclaim. No one was reading in there. Cora mutters, Oh, Dalton. So you were drunk, Lander continues. And you expect us to believe your testimony? I have his phone, Christian says, pulling it from his pocket. He was recording it. My stomach drops. Give it to me, I demand, stepping forward. Give me the passcode, Christian retorts, backing up. Nope, hand it over, I growl, circling the table. Just the code. You little shit. I reach, but Tommy and Luis step between us. Porter grabs his son's arm. Christian, hand it over. He does. Porter turns to Mom. Alyssa, unlock it. No, she says flatly. I don't need proof. I know who my son is, and screw you for asking. Christian snatches it back. Essie, what's his birthday? Essie holds out her hand. I'll type it. Christian pauses, then looks at me. He keys in 6 numbers. Unlocked. Chaos explodes. I charge again. Christian bolts toward the hallway. Slam. Christian slams into the wall, groaning as he clutches his ribs. Christian! Essie cries. Valeria steps back, proud. She shakes her fist like she's brushing off dust. Problem solved. She hands me my phone. Why is Essie's birthday your passcode? Christian pants. Are you stalking her? Essie freezes. Is she your next victim? He pushes. Enough! Essie snaps. I was the one in the library, with Dalton. That was me. Murdering? I mutter. You know what I meant, she says. We were together. Christian stares, stunned. No. No way. Yes, she says. I was with him. You let him do that? You let him film? You filmed my daughter? Porter bellows. No, Essie cuts in, stepping between us. Everything has always been safe and consensual. I wince. Well, 99% consensual, she amends. Yes, we've been seeing each other for weeks. Yes, we film it. Porter is speechless, eyes flicking between us. That's not who you are, he says, horrified. Essie glances at me, then back to him. Actually, it is. I'm a
Camgirl. Chapter 36, Essie. My dad blinks. What's a camgirl, he asks, turning from me to look at Christian, who's now standing limp-armed, deflated. I steady myself, then answer plainly, I do live streams, adult content. I also share photos and videos. And I'm okay. My dad's face tightens, his brows drawn low. He hesitates before asking, why would you do that? For money, I say simply, that, and I enjoy it. I make good money. Christian groans, pushing his hand through his hair and grabbing a fistful in disbelief. You're a cam girl? I meet his eyes, nod once, then glance toward Luis and Tommy. Their expressions are identical, wide-eyed and stunned. If you needed help, why didn't you just say something, Dad presses. You didn't need to do this. His jaw works hard. I don't get it. Are you a prostitute, Essie? The room detonates. Cora leaps from her chair. Everett catches her midair. Alyssa hisses his name like a warning. Valeria and Lander both step in closer, voices raised in protest. But it's Dalton who silences everyone. Sit the hell down, Porter! Silence slams into the room. My father tilts his chin up, stunned. What did you just say? Dalton repeats, cool and clear. Sit the hell down. Dad looks at Alyssa, expecting her to rein her son in. She doesn't. Instead, she pulls out a chair for him. He sits slowly, still glaring at Dalton, lips flattened. Dalton peels off his jacket and tosses it to the table, then locks eyes with my father. Listen, I've watched you insert yourself into my family with your smug grin and your impressively low bank balance. I've seen you win over my mother when you clearly don't measure up. I've heard you imply I'm just some drunk. I even watched you eat lox on a cinnamon raisin bagel, which is a crime against God. I kept quiet. But I won't keep quiet while you insult Essie. Got it? My dad says nothing, just swallows. Say it out loud. I get it, he mutters, arms crossed. Dalton leans in. You're going to listen now. First me, then her. If you feel something, write it in your journal or wherever you keep those underwhelming Montmartre sunset photos, because your daughter raised herself. She raised your sons, too. Say you understand. I understand. Good. I'll keep it short. You walked away when Essie had no choice but to grow up early. She did it, and she did it well. That was your job, and you abandoned it. She didn't fall into this. She chose it. She's allowed to choose. If you so much as give her a judgmental glance, I'll sit you down and remind you how little your opinion matters. You may be her father biologically, but that's where your title ends. Dad looks like he's on the verge of tears. I feel nothing for him. Dalton's right. I hated being broke, I say. I swore I'd never go back. Cam work paid for my degree. I've saved money for Luis and Tommy. Can you say the same? Dad opens his mouth. Don't, Dalton snaps. Just don't. And yes, I continue, Dalton's been camming with me this past month. Christian, that's what you walked in on. Dalton lifts a hand and gives Christian the finger. Really appreciate the assumption I was murdering someone. Super chill of you. My bad, Christian replies with a dry laugh. Next time I find a large naked man in a ski mask, I'll assume he's just filming content. Then he looks at me. I'm really sorry. It's okay, I tell him, reaching for his hand. I'm not ashamed. I wear a mask to protect my professional future, but I love what I do. Christian shakes his head. No, I mean I'm sorry for everything, for not realizing how rough it was for you growing up. I'm sorry you had to carry all that alone. I give his hand another squeeze. You weren't supposed to notice. That means I did my job. I looked after you. But who looked after you, he says, glancing over at Luis and Tommy, and their faces soften. The shock is gone. What's left is guilt. Tell her, Christian says. Luis jumps in. I'm sorry, you never should have had to deal with all that. Tommy nods. But thank you, you got us here. We turned out okay. I love you, I say, holding their eyes, and you turned out more than okay. I turn to my dad, whose face is still unreadable, detached. Still, I square my shoulders. Dalton and I are over. That was always the plan. We said we'd stop before the wedding, and once I graduate, I'll be done with camming too. He doesn't reply. His expression is blank. He scans my face like I'm a stranger. One more thing, I say. Don't ever use that word again. His head tilts. Whore, I clarify. You don't get to use that word. You don't understand what this work is. You don't get to label it. I pause. Tell me you understand. There's a long silence before he responds. I don't know how you can live with yourselves, he says finally. I don't understand how either of you can wake up, look in the mirror, and be okay with this. My stomach tightens, cold and hard. Your mother would have hated this, he adds, and then he looks away. That hits me, hard. Tears sting my eyes, sharp and burning. I feel the chill crawl across my skin like frost, and no matter how many times I say it, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm not. I loved her, I still love her. That will never change. The only forever I know is the hole she left behind. Her strength, her grace, her fierce love, those are the parts of her I carry. And for him to turn that into shame? No, absolutely not. I'm done, I tell him, every syllable trembling with heat. I'm done with you. Permanently. I glance at Dalton. He's radiating fury, but holding it in for my sake. That restraint is its own kind of love. I turn back to my father, and when the first tear finally falls, I don't hold it back. Enjoy your wedding. I won't be there. Dalton steps up beside me, draping his arm across my shoulders. But I will, he says casually. I'll be front row at that altar just to remind you what a small man you are. And when you're dying someday, I'll be there too, just so I can make sure you know exactly how badly you messed up. Try me. I've got the money and the time. I look at Dalton and feel something huge. I can't quite name it, but it's burning inside me. This conversation has been building for years before I ever met Dalton. And still, he gave it to me. He gives me everything. I watch him for a moment, soaking in every perfect angle of his face, the fire in his gaze. I wonder how I'll ever go back to a life without him. Thank you, I whisper, but that tiny phrase can't hold everything I'm feeling. Dalton's eyes lock onto mine, and in that moment, his look says all the things he won't. I love you. I love you too, always. Dalton looks around the room. Well, he announces, Happy Thanksgiving. Anyone else want to drop a bomb before we all pretend this was a normal dinner and retreat to gossip in our rooms? Alyssa clears her throat. Porter? He turns. Yeah? We need to talk right now. 37. Essie. There was an earthquake in California the day my mom passed away, the kind that makes LA freeze in place. As the city waited for aftershocks, I sat beside her, holding her hand. She slept through the shaking, but I felt it deep in my body. The world felt tilted, unstable. Tonight feels the same. I keep repeating, I'm okay, I'm okay. But my dad's words still echo. I don't know how you can live like this and still be happy. Your mother would have hated it. I'm not okay. I never have been. Cora breaks the silence. Saltimbocca, she says. Valeria and I both look over at her. She's perched on a stool at the end of the kitchen island, tapping her long black nails on the marble. Chicken saltimbocca, she adds. That's what I miss most now that I'm marrying a vegan. You're welcome to help yourself, Alyssa says as she walks into the kitchen, surprising all three of us. She and my dad had stayed behind in the dining room for what felt like hours. This is the first we've seen of her since. She heads to the oversized fridge, pulls out 2 brown paper containers, and turns back to us. Her brow furrows. Why isn't anyone drinking? I'm sorry, I blurt. For what, sweetheart? She asks, glancing at me while placing the containers on the counter. I know it might not look like it, but I really tried to keep things platonic with Dalton. He's absurdly charming in a weird, reckless kind of way, isn't he? She replies, sliding one of the containers toward Cora. You just had chicken saltimbocca in the fridge? Cora blurts, wide-eyed. I cough and give her a look. She mouths sorry and grabs a piece of chicken with her fingers anyway. He's generous, I say, turning to Alyssa. I know he learned that from you. So much of what makes him Dalton, what makes him good. It came from you, and not just him. Everett, Lander too. I think I love you, Alyssa. You're the reason we tried to stay apart. I'm sorry, I really am. Alyssa exhales and places both palms on the island. She stares at the counter for a moment before raising her eyes. First of all, she says calmly, nobody here needs to apologize. Not you. She points at me, then at Cora and Valeria. And definitely not either of you. We only apologize after men do. But Dalton and I... We're reckless, she finishes for me, opening the second container. And messy, and not remotely subtle. This morning, I saw so many hickeys on his neck, I honestly thought he'd wandered into a beehive. Again. She passes the container to Valeria. But honestly, Porter and I both walked into this knowing better. I knew you two had feelings for each other. I should have told him. I didn't because I wanted to respect your privacy. She bends down, rummages in a cabinet, and comes back up with a bottle of wine. Getting engaged was impulsive, chaotic, but I'm human, and Porter made me laugh, something I hadn't done in a long time. Sometimes it's okay to just want something. Don't the three of you do that all the time, Maynard? Valeria nods. Every day. Me too, Cora says, mouth full of chicken. Alyssa slides the wine bottle toward Valeria. Open that for me, will you? She bends down again and reappears with 3 wine glasses. I spent 54 years not doing what I wanted. And when I look at you 3, I don't feel scandalized. Want to know why? Because we're hot, Cora answers, chewing. Alyssa chuckles as she pours the wine. Because you're happy. That's the difference. Society tries to dictate what should make women happy without ever asking what actually does. Marry one man, have his baby, cook his meals. She rolls her eyes. Or don't. Date whoever you want. Have kids if you want or don't. Cook if you feel like it, but only if you feel like it. She rests her hand on the counter. Everyone at that dinner table probably thought at one point that women like you should feel ashamed. But the ones who matter, they learn better. The best ones want you to be happy. The rest, not our burden to carry. The 3 of us exchange a look. We've said it 100 times. Alyssa Cavendish is a legend. She turns to me again. Are you okay, Essie? Honestly, I've just been thinking about everything I may have wrecked for you. Without saying a word, Alyssa comes around the island and pulls me into a hug. The kind that's soft and strong and doesn't rush to let go, and the weight I've been carrying in my bones, that earthquake tension, starts to ease. If I could go back and tell my 14-year-old self that one day, someone would hold her like this again. When she pulls away, she keeps her hands on my arms. Remember what I said? Their judgment is not our problem. She smiles. I smile too. Now, has anyone seen my son? Or is he off sulking somewhere? No? Figures, he's probably in his treehouse. Treehouse? Backyard, by the gazebo, she says. It's where he used to hide out when things got bad with his dad. It's still his safe space. She eyes the wine glasses she just poured. I was going to bring him one and tell him the wedding's off. Her words take a second to sink in, and when they do, my stomach flips. Wait, Alyssa... She waves it off. I'm good with the decision. Actually, I feel great about it. I just want to be sure my son's okay too. She studies me, her smile slow and sure. You should tell him how you feel. Take this. He wasn't drinking tonight, I note, glancing at the glass. He barely drinks anymore, especially since I started having the occasional drink. Alyssa pauses, then a quiet laugh escapes her. Well, then I guess it's official. I'm going to be your mother after all. Chapter 38, Essie. Snow is starting to fall. As I cross the wide stretch of lawn, I realize just how big this place really is. The night air is dry and cold, and the sky glows deep blue beneath the moon's soft light. Flecks of snow catch in the grass, sparkling like frost. In the distance, a soft, golden light glows through the trees. The tree house. I follow the stone path across the yard. With every step, the little golden light grows until I'm standing in front of it. The treehouse is larger than I pictured, yet it looks exactly like Dalton's tattoo. I take a deep breath and climb the stairs. When I open the door, Dalton looks up, his face etched with something heavy. You'll catch a chill, he says. It's warm in here, I reply, though I'm already shivering. I scan the small room, a basic table and chairs he's clearly outgrown, and a single light bulb overhead. You have power out here? Solar, he says. Put it in last year. I figured one day my kids might want to play here, and I wanted it to be more comfortable than it was when I used it. I lean against the doorway. He's sitting on the floor, back against the wall, arms resting on his knees. I expected him to be angry or wired, but he just looks worn out. How'd you know I was here? He asks quietly. I don't answer. Instead, I walk in slowly, undoing my coat, the quiet snap of buttons echoing in the space. I let it drop to the floor. I'm still in my green dress from dinner, the one he gave me. As I begin to unbutton it, he quickly looks away, but I keep going, down to the last button. He glances back, and his eyes fill with something raw. Essie. His voice is low and rough. I step forward and kneel between his knees. He looks down, then meets my eyes when I rest my hand against his cheek. A single tear slips from his eye. I didn't think Dalton could cry. I'm not sure I've ever seen him this vulnerable. Dalton, I whisper, but before he can say anything, I press my lips to his. The kiss is deep and long and full of everything we've left unsaid. I want you, I tell him when we part, but let me say this first. He waits. I've spent so much of my life being looked at. I've made money that way, but hardly anyone's ever really seen me. I pause. You do. You've always seen me, even the parts I didn't want to admit were there, and you never turned away. His eyes shine. Only as much as you let me. No, you've always seen all of me. I slide closer. I want you. Not just tonight, I want you in my life. For a long time. Do you believe me? He closes his eyes and exhales, then he looks at me. I've waited so long to hear that. I know. 831 days, I say softly. Or 2 years, 3 months, and 8 days. Or 19,944 hours, he finishes. A smile breaks through. Since the night we met? Since that night, he repeats, forehead pressed to mine. I want you too, so much it hurts. I lean back slightly. The wedding's off. His expression freezes. What? It's done. No, Essie, that's not what I wanted. I didn't mean to ruin anything for your mom. She's fine, I cut in. She's actually happy. She told me to find you and tell you. Dalton exhales hard, like something finally let go inside him. Why didn't you lead with that? He asks, then pulls me into another kiss. This time, it's not gentle. It's full of heat and years of waiting. Our hands fumble, our breath tangles, and we stumble through the tiny space like we've forgotten the world outside. We fall into each other completely, wrapped up in the moment. There's urgency, but also care. Tenderness in every touch. No masks, no games, just us. Later, we lay curled up together on the wooden floor. The storm outside has picked up, but inside the treehouse, everything is warm and still. Dalton kisses my forehead. You sure you're okay? I nod against his chest. I've never felt more sure of anything. His arms tighten around me. Good, because I'm not letting you go. And just like that, with snow falling silently outside, we fall asleep together in the safety of what we've finally built.
Chapter 39. Dalton. For as long as I can remember, loud music, packed rooms, flowing drinks, and the buzz of potential chaos have always drawn me in. I've sometimes wondered where that urge comes from, until I think of my mom. She's the life of any party, but unlike me, she does it with polish. Think less wild nights and more Great Gatsby elegance. She thrives on turning setbacks into statements, like canceling her wedding on a Thursday and flipping the whole setup into an over-the-top holiday bash by Saturday. She calls it moving on with flair. And I love a party, sure. But kissing Essie? That's better. Instead of watching our parents walk down the aisle today, I've got Essie pressed against the inside of the walk-in pantry. One of my hands is supporting her, the other teasing her through the fabric of that too-tight little dress I picked out for her. Her lips haven't left mine for over 15 minutes, like she's making up for lost time. We really shouldn't, she says breathlessly, not pulling away for even a second. I smile against her. There are hundreds of people out there. I think they'll survive. I press a slow kiss along her neck. I just want you to feel good. Dalton, she protests half-heartedly. Keep your voice down, I whisper. We don't need everyone knowing how soft you get when I touch you right. She lets out a shaky breath, and I kiss her again, hungry and unfiltered. Too messy, she murmurs, pretending she doesn't thrive in chaos, pretending we haven't already shared so much more in front of far more people. Good thing I like messy, I mutter, brushing the edge of her dress. She gives in. Finally, I manage to slide my hand inside the top of her dress and touch her directly. She's perfect. Every part of her. Essie's it for me. There's no second choice. You ever think about kids? I ask, thumb circling gently. If it ever came to that? She doesn't flinch, doesn't dodge. If I didn't have an IUD, maybe. I'd have to find out. That's enough for me to imagine the rest. You'd make the most beautiful babies, I say softly, switching to her other side. I'd take care of you. Be the kind of man you and our kids deserve. She pulls my eyes back to hers. You already are. I pause, staring at her like I've never seen anyone more real. Say you want that future, I whisper. With me? I do, she replies. You'll spoil us? I nod. Then yes, all of it. That undoes me. I sink to my knees, and let's just say, things escalate. Later, when I stand, a smile breaks across my face. You're my girlfriend now, huh? She smirks as she adjusts her dress. Obviously. I wipe my mouth and glance at her. I've never really had one of those before. I mean, in high school, a girl used to sit on my lap and do math homework, but this feels different. She laughs. You're my boyfriend now. Not my stepbrother. Stepbrother, I repeat one last time before I pull her close. I love you. Her lips meet mine. Say that every time you kiss me. Even on camera? I tease. That gets her attention. Camera? I immediately backpedal. Wait, don't fire me. She narrows her eyes. You've never been fired? Shockingly, no. Well, technically, our work agreement ends today. I don't need a contract, I tell her. We did good work. We made real money. You made me better at this. Honestly, it turns me on that you're so good at it. Also, thigh highs. Obviously, she says, smiling. But we should get back to the party. Yeah, I agree. We left your brothers defenseless. As we step out, I check my phone. There's a message from my dad. What's wrong? She asks. My dad wants to know how my mom is handling the canceled wedding. Tell him to mind his business. I will if you tell your dad the same, I joke. By the way, Tommy left without saying goodbye. Essie shrugs, but her expression dims. He'll be back. He always is. You okay? Yep. I'm not short on father figures. I kiss her cheek and keep reading my messages. Hannington came, by the way. Brought his family. Essie's reaction is subtle, but something changes in her voice. Your mom invited them. Something's off. What happened? I ask. It's not a big deal. I step closer. If it matters to you, it matters to me. She hesitates. Then she says, Weston asked me out last week. I freeze. What? I handled it, she assures me quickly, placing her hand on my side. You shouldn't have to, I say through clenched teeth. That's my job. He implied he might tank my job offer, but I got ahead of it. I reached out to Claudia and secured an investment. Handled. Why didn't you tell me? I ask, trying to keep my voice calm. Because I know you. You'd lose it. You like Warner, and you'd go after Weston, and that wouldn't end well. I'm still going to find him, I mutter. Dalton. I pause. Please, she says seriously. Let it go. I exhale hard. Fine. I won't say a word. I kiss her forehead. You go enjoy the party. I'll catch up. She looks me square in the eyes. Be good. I'm golden, I say with a smile. Spoiler, gold fluctuates. The house is packed with people I've never seen, and some I wish I hadn't. I scan the rooms. No Weston on the first floor. I do catch Essie laughing with Cora and Everett outside. Everett is talking trees again. When she sees me, our eyes meet. I give a small wave and head upstairs. And just like that, Weston appears, stumbling out of a guest room with someone clinging to him. Classy. Oh, hey, he starts, noticing me. You were just hooking up in my house, I say flatly, stepping into his space. The woman peels off and hurries away. He starts to follow, but I stop him. Not you. He turns back, feigning calm. I stare him down, unbuttoning my shirt as I do. He notices. You've got a hickey. So do you. I deadpan. I've got plenty. I take off my shirt and fold it. His eyes flick over my chest. I let them. Essie told me you asked her out. That's not exactly, he starts. So she lied? He hesitates. I want you to really think about that, I say. You thought she was interested enough to risk everything just to be with you? He shifts. I just thought. You were wrong, I say. About everything. And by the way, you're the most average guy I've ever met. Talentless, lazy, annoying, a 6 in D.C., maybe a 4 in New York. His jaw tightens. And if you ever try to intimidate her again, I lean closer, voice low. I'll make sure your name is remembered, for all the wrong reasons. Weston glares. She's not your sister. No, I say. She's more than that. He's rattled, and that's enough. For now. I walk past him, head to my room and start rinsing out my shirt when I hear her behind me. Essie wraps her arms around my neck. I saw you shirtless, she says softly. We never return to the party.
Chapter 40. Essie. It's Monday morning at Hannington Hale, and I should be replying to emails, but I'm not. My eyes keep drifting across the office, drawn straight to Dalton. He's leaning back in his chair like he owns the place, phone to his ear, pen spinning effortlessly between his fingers. His gaze meets mine, and he winks. I'm definitely dragging him into a supply closet later. Weston strolls over and drops into the seat next to mine. He's got 2 coffees in hand, and he sets one in front of me. Hey. Morning. I didn't see you at Cavendish's mom's party, he says. You have a good time? It was fine. Shame about all that inheritance drama, he adds casually, like it's small talk. You look like you could have used the cash, Romero. Excuse me? Weston, He gestures toward my screen. How's your little model going? You've always had a knack for this tech stuff. Makes sense. Comp sci major, right? Yeah, I reply evenly, not about to downplay it, but something's different. His tone's changed. There's something sharper in it, meaner. The charm he used to have is gone, replaced by something cold and calculated. I know enough to tread lightly. He inches closer, and when he looks at me, his eyes don't smile anymore. They glint, dull and swampy. You're almost as good with code as you are at taking dick, he whispers. My stomach drops. Every nerve in my body lights up with panic. I freeze. I can't breathe. Emerald X, he says next, that smirk spreading like oil on water. Now get up. What? Stand up, he says again, calmer this time. Or I hit send on an email to the whole team. I'll tell them you're not just a camgirl, you're also screwing Cavendish. The taste of bile hits the back of my throat. My body goes rigid and I quietly unhook my headset, then I stand. Conference room C, he instructs. As we walk, I force my face into something neutral. My pulse is racing. I want to text Dalton, just send a quick, come now. But Weston clicks his tongue when I glance at my phone. Don't, he warns. I'm still your manager, and my recommendation is the difference between an offer or not. He's not wrong. We step into the room. I immediately back up and plant myself against the wall near the door. Weston stands just a few feet away, like this is all a game. Go on, ask me. I grind my teeth. How do you know about Emerald X? When you joined, you submitted your financials, routine stuff, conflict of interest forms, bank activity, all that. That's true. Firms like this watch for irregular income. It's supposed to stay private. He shrugs. You're hot. I was curious, and this is my dad's bank, so HR sent me your file without blinking. One look at those deposits, and I got curious. Same site, same source. I did some digging. He grins wider. Imagine my surprise when I found you. That mask. That body. His voice lowers. You've got the prettiest body I've ever seen on camera. What do you want, Weston? I manage, my voice cracking under the strain. He leans in. I tried to give you the benefit of the doubt even after I saw that Halloween stream, though watching you get pounded by some masked guy wasn't easy. Thought maybe it was just a one-time thing. But then Saturday happened. Cavendish took off his shirt, and I saw his tattoos. I connected the dots. You actually let him... I thought you liked Dalton. Everyone worships Dalton, he interrupts, sneering. Even my own dad replaced me with him. You think I enjoy watching people fall over themselves to be near him? You're jealous, I say quietly. You want what he has. He steps closer. Say that again, and I'll make sure you regret it. He straightens. But I'll give you a way out. Sleep with me. Or I make sure you and Cavendish never work in this field again. Not here. Not in New York. Not anywhere. My hands tremble, but I keep my voice steady. I understand. Good, he says brightly, back to his fake, polished smile. Now go back to your desk. Keep working on your little program and keep your mouth shut. If you say anything, I'll announce your entire double life during your capstone presentation. Understood? I nod once and leave. That short walk back to my desk feels endless. He follows, lingering just long enough to remind me he's still there. My screen is dark. My reflection stares back at me in the black glass. Hair tidy, makeup clean, expression collected. On the outside, I look fine. I'm not fine. My heart is pounding. My jaw aches from clenching it. Tears hover just behind my eyes. I earned this. I fought for this spot on my own merit, and now this pathetic excuse for a man thinks he can steal it from me because he feels threatened? No. Part of cam work is understanding what men want, what makes them feel powerful. You give them that, and they tip. Simple. But the reverse is also true. Once you know what makes someone feel powerful, you also know how to take that power away. Weston chose me because he thought I'd fold, that I'd shrink, that I'd beg. He thinks I'm weak, and that's his first mistake. Because here's the thing, he doesn't know me at all.
Chapter 41. Dalton. This is a habit I could really get used to, I say, the second I open my front door to find Essie standing there. Her hands are tucked behind her back, and her expression is soft, calm almost. And before I even take off my coat, I'm pulling her close. We kiss, quick but warm, and her hand drifts up the back of my neck, slipping beneath my collar to touch bare skin. She pulls back just enough to say, "I want to try something new if you're up for it." New? Excellent. The last time she said that, we ended up testing gravity on the couch, with her legs in the air and her head basically on the floor. Highly recommend. "I'm in," I tell her, already tugging up the hem of her dress. "You don't even know what it is yet." "Doesn't matter. Still in." She arches a brow. "You're a little too eager. You once let Everett use your nails as a test canvas for his black polish before doing Cora's. So yeah, I'm not flattered." She walks toward the table. "Take a seat, Daddy." As I sit down, she reveals what she had hidden behind her back, a shiny pair of handcuffs. "Yes. Let's go," I mutter, watching the chain dangle. Absolutely here for this. "I figured." I spread my knees like I'm waiting for a lap dance, but instead of climbing on, she fastens one cuff around my wrist and locks it to the chair. Then she pulls a second pair from her sweater and secures the other arm too. Then she steps back. No lap straddling, no dress hike, no flash of cleavage. Suddenly, I'm way less enthusiastic. Her expression is steady but focused. She's studying me, not like she's critiquing, but like she's really looking. Then she cradles my face between her palms. "I need to tell you something. No chance your boobs are coming out, huh? This is serious. So are your—" "Weston is blackmailing me," she cuts in. "He found out about my cam work. And us. He's threatening to go public unless I sleep with him." Everything in me stops. Once, during business school, I pulled an all-nighter because I got distracted by the New York Times crossword puzzle. I'd been living with Lander and Everett, and during a late-night bathroom break, I grabbed one of Everett's old National Geographics and read about volcanoes. Apparently, most volcanoes form where two tectonic plates meet. The pressure builds, magma escapes, and boom, volcano. I remember thinking how intense that was. Essie and I, we're like those plates. We fit. But if we're pushed out of alignment, I erupt. I become molten fury and unrelenting fire. When I try to speak, my jaw's locked. "What did you just say?" Her thumb brushes my cheek. "He's trying to blackmail me." I yank at the cuffs, hard. They dig into my skin, and the chair groans under the strain. Now I understand why she restrained me. "Let me out," I growl. "No. Essie, please." The cuffs rattle. "You need to let me go. Dalton, you've literally broken furniture before. I'm not taking the risk." "S. Breathe," she interrupts, climbing into my lap at last. Her scent wraps around me as she rests her forehead against mine. "Look at me. Really look at me." I try. My eyes are wild, but I focus on hers, dark and warm. I inhale. "Again," she says. "Inhale, exhale, one more time. Inhale. Exhale." She pulls back, and something softens. In those Nat Geo articles, they said that after a volcanic eruption, the land becomes rich again, fertile, teeming with life. First thing to grow? Moss. Essie is that moss, resilient, alive, rebuilding everything better. She runs her hands down my chest, undoes my shirt, and gently touches my abs. Then she explains. Weston recognized your tattoos at the party, when you were shirtless. That's how he knew. Great. My teeth clench. Are you mad? Her fingers trail the X tattoo on my ribs. No. If anything, I should have guessed you showing off would bite us. I'm sore. She silences me with a tap to my lips. Don't. You're chaos, and I've always known it. I fell in love with it. I exhale. Her hand traces a treehouse inked on my side. This one's your safe space, right? Your treehouse. If it was sacred, I joke, I wouldn't have hooked up with you in it. She laughs. That just makes it sacred in a different way. Her touch moves to the coordinates near my scar. This one's for your brothers. Yeah, I was 18 and missed a graduation trip because of surgery. Lander and Everett stayed with me the whole week in St. Michael's. She nods. They adore you. So do Cora and Valeria. I see that in the way they protect you. Her finger hovers over the delicate flowers near my ribs. Hawthorn blossoms. For your mom, Alyssa. She's our mom, I say, and she smiles. Then her fingertip presses the bold X over my heart. This one's for me. Yeah. She looks toward the couch. The night our parents got engaged, we sat right there. You drank, I didn't. I put you to bed, and I thought you were asleep. So I kissed you. Right here. Why didn't you say anything? Because if I did, I would have told you I loved you. She goes quiet. Then she whispers, X marks the spot. X for Emerald X, I murmur. Essie's eyes shine. She leans in, kissing my chest, my collarbone, my neck, and finally, my lips. Softly, she says, I love you, Dalton Cavendish. I close my eyes. I've waited so long to hear those words. Even when I knew, deep down, I still wanted to hear them out loud. I love you more than I knew was possible, she adds. I'll undo the cuffs now, but I need you to know, I'm going to ruin Weston. The job might be gone, and that's fine. I'll still destroy him for this. Got it? My jaw falls open. Essie never stops surprising me. She's brilliant, ambitious, terrifyingly capable, and beautiful beyond belief. But what amazes me most is her ruthlessness. I might actually be scared of her, and I love it. I love you so much, Essie. I don't even know where that ends. Maybe it doesn't. She nods. That fire inside you? It's in me too. It's kind of incredible, right? It's everything, she replies. So, you in? Always. Ask me for anything. The answer's yes. Good. Because for this plan to work, I need you nearby when I invite Weston over. You're inviting that sleaze here? Why? She kisses me, then says, I'm going to invite him over, so I can pretend to sleep with him.
Chapter 42. Essie. Economists and analysts have long divided the financial world into two camps, bull markets and bear markets. A bull market is what happens when prices rise, a thriving economy in motion. A bear market, by contrast, means prices are falling, signaling a downturn. The naming comes from the way these animals fight. Bulls strike upward with their horns, while bears swipe down with heavy paws from above. It's no surprise that the men who shaped this industry chose two massive, aggressive creatures to represent power. Size, strength, violence, that's how they like to frame wealth building. A brutal match between beast and beast. In Lower Manhattan, a 7,000-pound bronze statue of a charging bull stands proudly on Wall Street. It stares down every banker and broker who passes by in their overpriced suits, urging them forward into another day of making the wealthy even wealthier. Some call it symbolism. I call it a shrine to ego. And yet there's no statue of a bear to counterbalance the bull, because apparently optimism sells. If you erase the bear, the bull looks unstoppable. But thinking only a bear can stop a bull? That's such a predictable idea. History says otherwise. It's the tiny things that bring down giants. A parasite, a spore, a single virus. Entire populations crumble because of what you can't see coming. The monsters don't always roar. Sometimes they wait. Silent, small, patient. Like me. Weston showed up tonight wearing cologne. That alone makes my stomach turn. His dark hair is neatly combed, still damp, like he just showered for the occasion. I wouldn't be surprised if he trimmed down there, trying to look perfect. He strikes me as the type who rehearses. But I don't care about perfect. Yesterday, Dalton and I went to the gym. Halfway through, he dragged me into the shower and had his way with me. Sweat still on our skin, my sports bra pushed up, my shorts barely off. It was chaotic, fast, and completely satisfying. Now, Weston stares at me. "You look beautiful," he says. I force myself not to flinch. I'm wearing lingerie beneath this robe, same as I would on camera. If he wanted the Camgirl version of me, that's what he's getting, mask included. I smile like it's second nature. My skin's crawling, but I've performed under worse. "Follow me." I lead him into Cora's bedroom. "Right here," I say, patting the mattress. "Get comfortable." He climbs on and leans back, legs out, propped up like this is some 5-star fantasy. His outfit, a button-down and fitted black slacks, makes it clear he planned this down to the detail. It's disgusting, but I play along. I crawl into his lap, placing a hand lightly on his cheek. "You're sure this is what you want?" "Yes." Part of me wants to warn him, tell him he has no idea what he's walking into, but I don't owe that. Not tonight. He made this choice. "Hand me your phone," I say, holding out my palm. He pauses. "It's still your phone," I remind him. "You control it?" "Why?" "I'm filming," I reply with a slow smile. "That's what you want, right? The full fantasy. You wanted the Camgirl experience." I tug at his collar. "You know I like my work to look good." There's a beat of hesitation. Then, "Okay, you can record." I set his phone against the lamp on the nightstand, angling it to capture us both in the frame. "Look at you. Camera loves you," I lie smoothly. "Now sit on your hands." Pleased with the flattery, Weston does exactly that, sliding his hands beneath himself. He watches me, eyes wide, lips parted. I start to unfasten his shirt, and then I let my robe fall. His gaze follows every inch of skin I reveal. "I want you so badly," he breathes. Unoriginal, flat. Men say that when they don't know what else to say. Dalton Cavendish, by comparison, once whispered, "Every second I'm not inside, you feels like punishment." I'd rewrite time itself if it meant I could stay buried in you forever. Then, because he's Dalton, he added, "But I'd probably mess it up and bring dinosaurs back or something." God, I love that man. He'd fight the world for me, but more importantly, he knows I can fight for myself. I reach behind and undo my bra, right as the door bursts open. Standing in the doorway is 6'5" of fury, shirtless, wearing a ghost face mask, a large black X tattooed over his heart. Dalton Cavendish has arrived.
Chapter 43. Dalton. Weston freezes when he sees me standing at the foot of the bed, his expression morphing from smug confidence to panic. Essie, topless and completely unbothered, is sitting in his lap. He throws up his hands. She said yes. I know what she said, I interrupt, my voice muffled slightly by the mask I'm wearing. It adds an edge. Intimidating. Controlled. Essie glances over her shoulder at me, and her smile blooms slowly. I step toward her, gently place a hand on her jaw, and run my thumb along her cheek, admiring how calm and steady she is. I'm not surprised. This was her plan. I let go and move behind her on the bed before Weston can figure out what's happening. My knees pin his legs down as he squirms, but it's too late. I slip my hands behind Essie's loose bra straps, covering her with both palms. She releases the bra, and now I'm the only thing between her and Weston's view. If I were a metaphor kind of guy, I'd have something clever to say about that. Essie leans back against me, resting her head on my shoulder. Her hand wraps behind my neck, guiding me to her lips. She kisses the skin just under my mask with a slow intensity, silently staking her claim. Then, with a quick flick, she pulls her mask off. Weston sees all of her now. Not just her face, but the truth of who she is. Beautiful, brilliant, fearless. She's not a girl you can manipulate or buy. She's not some fantasy to control. She's a force, and he will never be enough to keep up with her. His jaw tightens. Then Essie peels off my mask, too. Our kiss is deliberate, slow and unashamed. I kiss her deeply, and when I open my eyes, Weston's looking right at us, his fists clenched. But he can't do anything. Not now. I've done a lot of questionable things in my life. But humiliating my boss's son like this is a first. And the irony? Perfect. He tried to shame her by reducing her worth to something physical. She's showing him he can't even have that. Sweetheart, I murmur against her lips. Tell him who you belong to. Her eyes are on Weston when she answers, calm and clear. You, Daddy. That's right, I say, meeting Weston's stare. No one else. Ever. Weston finally finds the nerve to shove himself off the bed. But Essie doesn't flinch. She turns to straddle me now, not even thinking about covering herself. The message is clear. She's not afraid of him. I'll ruin you for this. Weston spits, voice low and angry. A threat. A warning. Essie doesn't miss a beat. And I'll enjoy tonight even more, she replies, voice like velvet over steel, because you can't actually do anything to me. The room goes quiet as he stands there, stunned. Then, like a child throwing a tantrum, he curses under his breath, turns, and slams the door behind him. We don't move, not immediately. Essie kisses me again, deep, sure, and electric. Something changes in the air. The performance is over, but the connection between us? Real, tangible. It's always been. She slowly removes the rest of her clothing, and my body reacts like it's the first time all over again. We've already accomplished what we came here to do. But now this is just for us. We hold each other close, letting the tension in the room melt away. She kisses me. Slow, intimate, nothing performative. Just love. Just trust. I know we're not the same people we were even a few days ago. This moment confirms it. This isn't just passion. It's everything. Mutual respect, belief in each other, and a kind of fierce, private loyalty we didn't plan for, but always wanted. I love you, I whisper. So much. She smiles into the kiss. I love you more than I knew I could. We stay wrapped around each other, chests heaving, breath sinking, heartbeats aligned. For a while, we just exist, holding on to each other like we're the last solid thing in a world built on shifting ground. And in the quiet that follows, one thing is certain. We've already won.
Chapter 44. Essie. Dalton looks at the camera, then turns to me. This is what you've always wanted, isn't it? And he knows he's not just talking about intimacy. Camming has been the most consistent part of my life. It gave me a sense of stability I never had before. It paid bills, supported my brothers, and introduced me to a community that became my chosen family. For years, I downplayed how much it meant to me, but right now I want to embrace it for me. All of me, I say, meaning every piece of who I am. He raises a brow, gently teasing, "You want to push your limits tonight, don't you?" Even as he speaks, his movements are careful, his touch deliberate. "And I want to record it," I add. Dalton pauses, then nods. "You can handle it. You always do." He adjusts our positions, propping me up with pillows so I'm reclined, then runs a hand slowly down my side. The gentleness in his touch makes me melt. "I've never felt so seen," I whisper. "The way you treat me, like I matter." He grins. "I could stay here with you for years, and it still wouldn't make up for all the time I spent missing you." "Luckily," I reply with a smirk, guiding his hand where I want it. "We've got time now." He studies me seriously. "Can I take care of you?" he asks, and I nod, warmth blooming in my chest. His fingers move carefully, and I gasp at the sensation. Part pleasure, part pressure, all heart. "You're unbelievable," he murmurs, brushing my skin. "The way your body responds, it's like it was made for this." "And what about my voice?" I ask. He smiles wide. "When you open up to me like this, it's everything. I think about our future all the time, how I want to build something with you. But tonight, I just want to be here, with you." I hand him one of the toys, already prepared, and his focus deepens. "You're trembling," he observes, watching me closely. "Is it too much?" I shake my head. "It's perfect." He gently continues, moving in rhythm with me, careful but confident. "You've never looked more beautiful," he whispers, glancing between me and the camera. "You're going to watch this one day and see what I see." But even with the camera recording, my focus is all on him. His eyes hold so much emotion, his gaze locked on mine. I can feel it in every movement, every look, how much he truly cares. It's in the way he guides me, supports me, holds me close. This isn't about performance. This is about trust. His movements slow and he brushes hair from my face. "Say my name." I meet his eyes. "Dalton Cavendish." His grin is wicked and I know what that means. "That's the last thing you get to say until you're done," he jokes with a hint of heat in his voice. He offers the second toy, guiding me through each step with patience and encouragement. The feeling is overwhelming, but in the best way. He knows me. He knows what I need and how to give it. In this moment, I feel more connected to him than ever. "This is what you were meant for," he says, his voice soft and sure. "To be loved like this, fully, fiercely." My chest tightens, not from discomfort, but from how deeply I feel it. "I'll be here," he promises, "every day. Whenever you need support or strength or someone to cheer you on, I'm it. I'll always be that for you." Those words land harder than anything else. I take a shaky breath, caught somewhere between emotion and release. He's still holding me like I'm everything, like I'm not just wanted, but needed, cherished. "And I'll be by your side," he says, "helping you grow, win, rise higher than either of us dreamed. I want all of it with you, not just the pleasure, the life, the love." That's what undoes me. Everything crashes into a singular moment, overwhelming in the best way. My body trembles and my heart thunders. And as I come undone, I know it's more than sensation. It's more than touch. It's love. Deep, honest, beautiful love. Dalton pulls me close, his chest slick with sweat, his arms tight around me. "We need a shower," he says with a grin, and I laugh, because of course that's his first thought. He kisses my hair. "That's part one. Think he'll take the bait?" "No doubt," I reply, "but that's for later. Right now, all I want is this. Us. You. Thank you." He shakes his head. "No, I should be the one thanking you." For what? For letting me be a part of your world, for letting me see every part of you and love all of it. I nestle against him. It's about to get messy. Yeah, he says with a deep breath, real messy. And still, I smile because I'm ready, because with him, chaos doesn't scare me anymore. I don't mind a little mess, I whisper, not when it leads me here. Chapter 45. Essie. Monday morning at Hannington Hale buzzes like a stage just before curtain call. The interns have all suited up. Blazers, ties, polished shoes. The bullpen no longer resembles a trading war zone, but instead hums with nervous energy and lighthearted banter. The usual symphony of ringing phones and clicking keys has been swapped for small talk and the scent of fresh coffee. Weston stiffens when he catches sight of me, but keeps his eyes locked on my movements. I drop my bag by my desk and ease into my chair. Moments later, he places a coffee cup beside me. Dalton arrives before I can touch it. Absolutely not, he says coolly, appearing behind Weston. Without hesitation, he picks up the coffee and dumps it in the trash can between our desks. Then his eyes meet mine. Morning, he greets me. Like we didn't fall asleep tangled in each other's arms last night. Like he didn't whisper he loved me while watching us move together in the mirror. Hey, I say, smiling despite everything. He grins and shifts his attention to Weston. The VPs are meeting in the main conference room before the presentations. Should I save you the seat next to me? I'll be next to your dad, as always. Weston's jaw tightens. Oh, absolutely. Sitting next to you sounds like a dream. Dalton gives me one last glance, checking to make sure I'm all right. I nod. I am. Once Dalton heads out, Weston leans toward me, his voice low and laced with venom. You think you embarrassed me with your little show? Today's your last day in any investment bank. Ever. I laugh under my breath. I care less than a monk during Vow of Silence week. His expression hardens. It didn't have to end like this. You keep telling yourself that, I reply, flipping my hair off my shoulder. This was always how it was going to end. I designed it that way, Weston. See you inside? Intern presentations are 15 minutes long. 15 minutes to convince the room you're worth investing in. Shane Anderson kicks things off with a presentation so lifeless I swear I saw someone yawn. He's focused on defense contractors, so maybe he thinks no one's paying attention. Morgan Carter's first slide includes 3 typos, which is an automatic disqualifier in a place like this. I'm not impressed. But you know who is impressive? Dalton Cavendish. Every time he introduces an intern, he walks to the front of the large packed conference room like he owns the place, which honestly, he kinda does. The entire floor seems to orbit around him, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little envious. Every eye follows him when he moves, some with admiration, others with barely disguised attraction. 6 times he's up there, commanding attention with ease. He belongs here. Weston, on the other hand, steps up like he's still trying to convince everyone why he does. His reception is cold, frigid even. His last name no longer cushions the blow of his mediocre presence. When it's my turn, Weston stands beside me in front of the projection screen. He's dressed to impress, polished from head to toe. Everything about him screams privilege and expectation. I used to think his charm was real. I was wrong. Now he's about to prove exactly who he is. I had the pleasure of managing Essie Romero this summer. He starts, his smile all performance. Essie's been diligent, focused, and determined. She caught the attention of one of the firm's top clients, and I assume that'll be part of her presentation. She'll also walk us through the algorithm she developed. And maybe, if there's time, she can answer questions about her side gig, live streaming herself online. My stomach tightens. He actually went there. Gasps and murmurs ripple across the room. My throat dries, my hands tremble, and my vision swims. Weston smirks like he's proud of it. But then I find Dalton across the room, calm, steady, and watching only me. His expression tells me everything I need. You've got this. I believe in you. I take a breath. Thank you, Weston, I say coolly, as if he didn't just try to assassinate my future in front of an entire firm. I click the remote and begin. As you can see, USD performance has remained strong since the close of the summer quarter. Hold up. Warner Hannington cuts in from the far end of the table. What did you just say, Weston? Weston raises his voice like he's addressing a stadium. I said she broadcasts herself online for money. She's a camgirl and she's sleeping with Cavendish. The room erupts. Quiet murmurs, some shocked, some skeptical. I glance at Dalton. His fingers are digging into the arms of his chair, but he's not reacting. This is outrageous, Warner barks. Everyone quiet down, now. Silence falls again. What you're accusing her of is not only wildly inappropriate, Warner continues, it's... I have proof, Weston interrupts. I can show you... I have proof too, I say, my voice firm as I raise the clicker. I take a deliberate step back when Weston lurches forward to stop me. Click. This slide shows the revenue generated through my independent work, I explain. Here's how I manage data flow and optimization to maximize returns. Essie, Weston warns, grabbing for me again. Click. And here, I say, dodging him once more, are 356 screenshots of Weston Hannington begging me for private streams, repeatedly, over weeks. Weston stumbles and Dalton steps forward, swiftly pulling him back like he's a misbehaving toddler. The room is dead silent. And just to be clear, I say, locking eyes with Weston, I said no, every time.
Chapter 46. Dalton. Essie keeps going, cool and composed despite the buzz in the room. If the reason I'm not getting an offer is that I slept with someone here, just remember your top performer, Dalton Cavendish, did too. And if it's because I've worked in adult content, well... She pauses and flips to the next slide. Then maybe ask Weston Hannington why he sent $1,276 to my cam page. A massive red number fills the screen. 500. The size alone makes it impossible to ignore. Reflected in the numbers, Weston's teeth practically glow. She's lying, Weston shouts, pointing at the screen like it personally betrayed him. Essie gasps theatrically. Oh, you're right. My bad. Click. A new slide appears. The number is even bigger. 15,760.42. I always forget about those 42 cents. They crack me up every time. The room ripples with shock. The whispers turn into full conversations. VPs, senior execs, managing directors, all buzzing. But Warner Hannington shuts it all down when he throws his pen across the table. Weston, what in the world? You're making this up, Weston shouts, flailing. Essie sighs and lifts her brows. This is becoming a pattern. Weston doesn't think I keep receipts. Click. Look, here's his profile on my cam account. The image on screen. Username. Make it rain. Profile pic. An explicit photo, thankfully blurred for this presentation. I mean, who could forget that username? And I thought I'd lost a top subscriber until he started insulting me for dating ogres. She clicks again. And if anyone's still not convinced, here's the last 4 digits of his credit card. She holds up the coffee cup. He used this same card to buy me a drink last week. Forgot to take the receipt. That proves nothing, Weston insists, frantically looking at his father for backup. Essie doesn't respond. She just clicks to a blank screen and presses play. A video starts. It's from Cora's bedroom. There's Weston, and there's Essie. You can record me, Weston says in the clip. Realization hits him. You recorded that too? He tries to grab her. I'm faster. I pull him back by the waist before he can even get close. He thrashes, but I hold him firm. Essie jumps ahead in the video, right to the part where I appear. There I am, shirtless, masked, every inch of me unbothered and unreadable. It's the clip where we both sit on Weston's legs and Essie takes off my mask. Looking around the room now is a bold move, I know. But I've never exactly played things safe. The room is full of shocked faces, some co-workers, some friends, all witnesses. But it's Cabrera, my intern, who steals the show. "Oh man," he blurts out. "They cucked you, Hannington." Silence. And then the room breaks. Laughter swells like a tidal wave, loud, raw, merciless. And just like that, I know. All the respect I've built in this firm over 2 years, it's paid off. See, this world isn't one of morals. Finance runs on leverage, reputation, and control. People aren't judged by what they do, but how well they play the game. And I was built for this game. Essie didn't just win, she ended him. Weston tried to wreck her future here, but in the process, he shattered the one he already had. "You're a disgusting liar," he hisses, lunging at her again. Not a chance. I wrap him up, drag him out of the room, and shove him toward the bullpen. He stumbles, tries to run, but he only gets as far as the railing before he clings to it, pulling himself up. "Say that word again." I growl, sliding off my jacket and stepping forward. "Go ahead." His eyes flash, and he doubles down. "She's disgusting. And you." He jabs a finger at me. "You're a joke. A suck-up with a fake smile. You're nothing but a sellout. You and her? You're the same kind of trash." He braces as I raise my arm. But I don't hit him, because something holds me back. I glance to the side and realize who it is. Warner. He's gripping my arm. "Let me go," I demand through my teeth. "Dalton!" Warner shakes his head. He's looking between the two of us, his son and me. I flex and feel his hand tighten before it lets go. "I'm not going to let you throw punches on my trading floor," he says. "Why not?" I shoot back. "For him or for me?" He doesn't answer. The room is still. "So, what's the plan, Warner?" I ask. "If I walk away right now, do you fire him or not?" Still, no answer. And that silence. That's my answer. I lower my arms. The weight of it hits me all at once, after everything Weston's done. To Essie, to me, he's still protected. "Unreal," I mutter. "After all that?" "He's my son," Warner says. And I'm not. That truth lands like a brick to the chest. I've always known Frank wouldn't have lifted a finger to help me. My father would have watched me bleed out if it meant saving face. Maybe that's a gift, because a man like Warner protects the wrong kind of son. I glance back at Essie. She's near the conference room doors, watching everything. Her smile is soft and certain. It's the same look she gives me in the morning, when I wake up to her face on my pillow. The same one I saw in my treehouse when she sat on my lap and said I was hers. Maybe I'll never have a real father, but I have her. And that's all I've ever needed. I turn back to Warner, take a slow breath, set my jaw. "All right," I say, voice steady. Then I quit.
Chapter 47, Essie. As the elevator doors slide open, Dalton mumbles, "Ah, damn, I left my wheat thins in my desk." I glance sideways at him. This man just walked away from a high-powered finance job and he's worried about crackers? Yeah, he's absolutely perfect. "You holding up okay?" I ask, squeezing his hand gently. He exhales slowly through his nose. "Yeah," he says after a beat. "We can grab more wheat thins later." I give him a look. I meant about quitting and everything with Hannington. He turns to face me and takes both of my hands, his thumbs brushing over my knuckles as he thinks. I used to think I needed a dad, someone who'd be proud of me, who'd love me just because. His eyes meet mine, but I don't. I have you lift each other up, bro. We're already doing that for the people we care about. Why would I need a father now? You don't, I whisper, stepping closer and pulling him into a hug. He wraps his arms around me, then adds, and I don't need that job either. Neither do you. No matter what happens, I've got you. If you want to go back to camming, I'll support it, on screen or off. And if you ever feel like becoming a professional criminal, apparently I make a convincing villain. His hands cradle my face and he presses a soft kiss to my forehead. Whatever path you choose, I'll be there. And I'm going to make you so much money you won't know where to put it. He's the best. Honestly, I pull him down for a kiss. His lips are warm and soft and taste like confidence. We kiss until my phone buzzes. Dalton groans. Unless that's a missile alert headed straight for DC, I'm offended. I check the message and everything inside me shifts. Can you get me to Massachusetts? I ask quickly. He raises an eyebrow. Salem? Boston. Christian's in the hospital. Bad allergic reaction. Dalton's face tightens with concern. Oh, damn, I'm sorry. I wave him off. Let's just go. We're about to leave when someone calls out, Cavendish, wait. We turn. Weston jogs toward us, hair perfect as always, trying to catch up. He stops, breathless. My dad, he starts, swallowing hard, thinks Claudia's going to walk if you two aren't on board. He told me to apologize and ask you to come back. Dalton snorts. Let me guess, he threatened to erase what's left of your life if you didn't beg? I elbow Dalton, but I turn to Weston. But he did, didn't he? Weston's face doesn't flinch, but he nods. Dalton turns to me. Your decision. I glance between them. So I return to a firm where everyone knows I'm a camgirl, and I work next to the guy who sent me 37 unsolicited photos of his junk. I take a breath. Nah. He can keep wallowing in the ruins of his daddy's sinking empire. Dalton leans in and whispers, You're so hot when you're ruthless. I slip my arm around his waist and turn back to Weston. Yeah, we're not coming back. Weston sneers. Whatever. Enjoy making your weird little videos, freaks. Before I can even blink, Dalton lands a clean punch to Weston's jaw. The man stumbles backward and sprawls across the lobby floor, groaning. Dalton shakes out his hand. Thought that would feel better. Maybe we should leak his info online instead. Sure, I reply, watching Weston writhe. We can do that later. Perfect. Let's go. I think I left snacks in the car. Dalton breaks several traffic laws on the way to Boston. It's less about urgency and more just how he drives. By the time we get to the hospital, Christian's over the worst of it. I had my EpiPen. I'm okay, he says as I rush into the room. Dalton's parking the car. How? I ask, rushing to feel his forehead. Christian brushes my hand away. Slipped up. I'm fine. Luis and Tommy are lounging in chairs near the bed. My dad's voice surprises me from across the room. This place is top-notch. He's doing great. I turn. He's sitting quietly on a couch, partially hidden by the door. He looks tired, familiar, but weathered. They called both emergency contacts, he says, reading the question in my expression. I came as soon as I could. I was at work, I mutter. Why are you still here? Before he can answer, Dalton walks in. There you are, he says, wrapping me in a hug and kissing my forehead. You jumped out of the car like I was taking you hostage. He looks to Christian. What hit you? Eggs, Christian replies, but he's staring at our dad wide-eyed. Dalton blinks. Wait, hold up. Was anyone going to tell me he was here? I have a right to be, my dad says. He's my son. Dalton stiffens, stepping forward. I block him gently. I'm Christian's parent, I say, facing my dad. Remember what you said last time? He looks away. You said, I don't know how you live with yourselves. Dalton adds, your mom would have hated this. My dad breathes in deeply. I'm not proud of what I said. Alyssa dumped me after she found out. Said if I couldn't love my own kids for who they were, she couldn't trust me with her. He stands and steps closer. Dalton tenses again, and I hold him back. I messed up after your mom died. I was scared. I shouldn't have left you all behind, and I've got no right to judge how you live or love, but honestly, there's not much to judge. Luis and Tommy, kind, loyal, smart. Christian, He pauses. Well, bud, you might want a few more criminology classes if the FBI is your goal, hmm? Dalton coughs into a laugh. But you've got heart. And Essie, you've always carried so much strength. You've looked after them all. I see that. You've made something out of yourself, and even if I didn't understand it before, I'm trying now. I realize in that moment he's not talking about investment banking. He's talking about camming. I know I've got a lot to learn, but I'm here and I want to be better. Everyone's looking at me. In truth, I've spent years watching my friends navigate fractured relationships with their fathers. Some found healing, some didn't. It's never simple. But right now my dad looks sincere. Not perfect, but trying. And that's something. I want to understand, he says again, camming, banking, all of it. I take a deep breath and step forward. Dalton lets me go and I hug my father. Really hug him. We're done with banking, I say into his chest. He pulls back. Are you okay? Completely. He rubs my back. Good. I tried reading up on finance and it was so boring, I think I accidentally became a Marxist. Dalton laughs hard. Wow, you actually are funny. Hey, Christian calls from the bed. None of this would have happened if I didn't eat that bougie sandwich. Dalton squints. You ate a croque, monsieur? That thing is basically an omelet in disguise. Christian shrugs. Sorry I'm not a French prince, you wrinkled forehead. Dalton's eyebrows rise. Did you just call me wrinkled forehead? Christian hesitates. He knows Dalton's jacked, but Dalton just grins. New favorite insult. Wrinkled forehead. I love being a big brother. The wedding's still off, my dad cuts in. Your opinion, Dalton says. He pulls me close. I'm proposing soon. I'd like you there. My dad offers his hand. Dalton shakes it. I'd like that too, he says. Standing there, I look between them, my father and my future, the man I once thought I lost and the one I chose. This family, our family, is real, and it's ours. So, Dalton checks his watch, scanning the room. Anyone up for a trip to Salem? Chapter 48. Essie. We pull into D.C. around 10. The chill in the air has that early winter bite, cold enough to snap you awake, but nice enough to make you want a drink. Smoke and Shadow is quiet when we arrive. We snag a table, and Dalton brings back 2 tequila sodas. You were glued to your phone in Salem, I note, watching him text again, and even during breakfast. Everything cool? He's about to answer when my phone lights up with a call. Go ahead, he says, nodding for me to take it. I shoot him a confused look and pick up. You're the only name coming out of anyone's mouth right now, says a familiar voice. Claudia, I say, narrowing my eyes at Dalton, who's just sitting there, arms folded, totally unsurprised. So, I guess you've heard Dalton and I left Hannington Hale, I add. If this is about your account, I don't have updates yet. She chuckles. Please? I pulled my money the second your boss tried to replace Cavendish. I only stayed because of you two. Why? Because when I was at rock bottom, you helped me and you didn't even know who I was. You told me the truth when no one else would, Claudia says, her tone soft. Then she adds, also, you told me you were sleeping with your stepbrother, so I had someone check you out. Turns out, not only were you hooking up with him, you were filming it. I'm obsessed. It's deliciously messy. We don't mind a little chaos, I admit. Same here, she replies. Anyway, I invested $30 million in you once. What if I did it again? My jaw drops. I look at Dalton, who's nodding like he was waiting for this exact moment. Well, I say slowly, right now, cam platforms take a chunk of my income. If I had capital, I'd build a competitor, one that doesn't take a cut. Creators would keep all their earnings. You're telling me you want to build a platform where sex workers keep 100% of their tips and subscriptions? Yes, and more than that, we'd use data and smart algorithms to help them grow their businesses. Make it sustainable, like my friends and I have done. There's silence on her end. I glance at Dalton. He mouths, close the deal. Invest $500,000 to help us build a prototype, I continue. I'll handle the product. Dalton will cover business ops, strategy, branding, the deck. We'll do it together. You want me to drop $500,000 into adult content? Claudia asks. Yes. No way. My stomach sinks. I'm about to backpedal when Dalton lifts a finger. Wait. I'll put in $1 million, Claudia says, over 3 years, slower pace, fewer corners cut. We'll check in annually and reassess. I blink. I'd consider that. Dalton grins. I mouth. Are you serious? Claudia's voice returns. Great. Get Harvard to draw up the contract. He handles the finances. You just make something incredible. Deal. I like us, Essie. I think we can make a beautiful mess together. Then she hangs up. I stare at my phone, stunned. Dalton leans into my eyeline. Did she go for the 5? I blink. She gave us $1 million. His entire face lights up. That's my girl, he says, jumping up and spinning me in the air. I'm so damn proud of you. You made that happen, I tell him, laughing. You said you'd make me money. Took you what? 8 hours? Would have been faster, he smirks, but Goodman Winchester kept staring at me in Salem. I burst out laughing. We're still smiling when our closest friends arrive. Same bar, 2 years later. There they are, Lander calls out, tossing something to Dalton. Got you a present. Dalton opens the folded paper. Unemployment forms? You ass, he says, chuckling as he balls it up and throws it back. Everett drapes an arm around Dalton. For the record, I had nothing to do with that joke. Total waste of paper, but you good? Dalton nods. Really good. Cora hugs me. What about you? Valeria takes my other side. We were worried. Thought about showing up at your place, but saw you were in Massachusetts. It's been a day, I admit. We went to Salem. Good thing we didn't tag along, Everett says to Cora. They probably would have accused you of witchcraft. Go romance yourself, Ev, she replies sweetly. Valeria brushes hair from my cheek. But really, you okay? Lander and I went through Weston's behavior. There's a solid case for harassment. You could burn Hannington Hale down. Lander's eyes light up. You should hear her rant about precedent. It's seriously sexy. I grin. Plan B. But I think Hannington Hale is already toast. I glance at Dalton. Should we tell them? He nods. Okay, so we're getting married. At first, I laugh until he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a massive emerald ring. No box, just vibes. My jaw drops. Wait, you're serious? Yep. You're proposing? Yep. On the day you quit your job? Yep. In this exact bar? Uh-huh. Wearing a t-shirt that says resting witch face with an arrow pointing to your head? He beams. Nailed it. Dalton, I'm still in college, still madly in love. And we've been dating for like a week. He shrugs. Doesn't matter. Will you marry me? I stare at him, this wildly unpredictable, loyal, beautiful human being, and I know the answer in my bones. I kiss him hard. Yes, I say, grinning. Absolutely yes.
Epilogue 1. Dalton, 6 months later. My mom fusses with the collar of my shirt, her fingers brushing the sharp crease near the edge. Where are your collar stays? I've told you. Right here, I say, pulling the metal tabs from my pocket and sliding them in. I forgot, but I came prepared. She exhales, just as Essie walks into the front hall. Wow, I breathe, taking in the sight of her. She's in the white dress I picked out. It hugs every curve. I teased her about the color, cracked a joke, and then promptly showed her just how much I appreciated it. She didn't laugh, but she definitely didn't complain. I kiss her on the cheek, careful not to mess up her lipstick. Want to sneak out of here? She gives me a look. Your mom's standing right there. Mom waves a dismissive hand. He's been disrupting my parties since he was 12. Normally, I'd be thrilled if he left early, especially when he's trying to smuggle out my champagne. But unfortunately, he has to stay. It is his engagement party after all. Essie laughs, linking arms with my mom. The earrings she's wearing, emeralds, a graduation gift, catch the light as she rests her head on Mom's shoulder. This party's been a long time coming. 6 months of planning. I'd promised we wouldn't run off and elope until Essie finished school, and until Mom threw us the flashiest engagement party DC has ever seen. Waiting's been brutal. Watching her code for hours in noise-canceling headphones made me want to grab her and disappear. I even packed a bag once. In hindsight, Christian may have been onto something. You can duck out after 2 hours, Mom offers, groaning when I stick out my lip in mock protest. Just give your toast early. She freezes as Porter Lennox walks through the door. He's let his hair grow out. He has more facial scruff. In just 6 months, he looks different, older, more like a dad. I invited him, Essie says quietly, tightening her grip on Mom's hand. Hope that's okay. Porter, Mom greets him as he steps forward and hugs Essie, then shakes my hand. Alyssa, he responds with a small smile before kissing her cheek. European style. Don't play coy, Mom, I tease. I already told Porter you miss him. You little traitor, she mutters at me, then turns to him and smiles for real. You look well. So do you, he says, giving her the kind of look that makes me gag. I sigh. Look, this is gross, but it's obvious you two are going to hook up again. And it turns out Essie doesn't hate Porter anymore. She even let him preview her new platform. He was seriously impressed. So, if you're thinking of giving things another shot, you have our blessing, Essie finishes, taking both their hands and squeezing. Porter nods at us, then looks at Mom. Shall we talk? I'd like that, she says, slipping her hand into his. More than you know. Later that night, most guests have left. I'm sitting on the back steps of Mom's house when Essie curls up next to me, resting her head on my chest. I wrap my arm around her. You're going to be my stepbrother again, she murmurs. I'm going to be your stepbrother, your business partner, and your husband, I say, lifting her chin so she's looking right at me. And don't forget your daddy. Her eyebrow arches. Is it even legal to get married after our parents do? Yep, totally legal, still awkward. And mildly annoying. We fall quiet until I say, unless we beat them to it. Her brows pull together. We agreed to wait a year after I graduated. I know what we said. She starts shaking her head. Alyssa will lose her mind. She's already neck-deep in wedding planning. She probably has her own wedding to coordinate now, I counter. And besides, she's got 3 more sons to marry off, plus Valeria and Lander, Cora and Everett. Meanwhile, Claudia just signed off on our second round of funding. I've got investor meetings all month, and frankly, I've been waiting years to say, my wife has the prettiest. Okay, Essie cuts in, laughing. So you're serious? I nod faster than I've ever nodded in my life. It's not exactly traditional, she points out. Since when have we cared about tradition? I don't even know if we can legally pull this off on short notice. Also, our friends would literally implode if we did it without them. Essie, I interrupt, kissing her softly. Let me handle it. And just like that, she smiles, because she knows I will. She trusts me. She always has. Barely 20 hours later, in a tiny chapel in Las Vegas, we're standing in front of an Elvis impersonator. Our 4 best friends are beside us. We're holding hands, staring into each other's eyes. The lighting is fluorescent, the AC is blasting, and the music is, honestly, too loud. But it's perfect. We don't need scripts. We've known these vows for years. I'm going to love her, protect her, support her. And she'll do the same for me. We say it together. No hesitation, no fear. I will. I do.
Epilogue 2, Essie, 6 years later. How loud will it be? Dalton asks, bouncing slightly on his feet. When no one replies, he repeats with more urgency, in decibels? The man in front of him gives a half smile. You want it in decibels? Dalton bounces harder. Yes, in decibels. I place a calming hand on his arm. It's just once, babe. She'll be fine. Babies are tougher than they look. Dalton shifts his attention from the actual CEO of NASDAQ to me. He softens immediately. You're right. I know, I say with a smile, then turn to our daughter. In a sing-song voice I never expected to use, I coo, tell Daddy we know this is the second biggest day of our lives. Our daughter, Alyssa Ximena Cavendish, Lissy for short, looks up at me with Dalton's soft brown eyes. She's only 8 months old and can't speak yet, but we're in sync, always. Happy parents, happy baby. Tense parents, you bet she's fussy. Today, we're all buzzing with a mix of nerves and joy, because we're about to take our company public. When I say we, I mean Dalton, me, Lissy, and the 2,000 incredible employees at Halcyon. Going public means listing Halcyon on the New York Stock Exchange. Typically, a big investment bank would handle this. Warner Hannington even asked Dalton to consider his new boutique firm for the IPO. This was after Hale folded, and after his son Weston got fired for, well, let's just say a very public museum incident. Dalton passed, obviously. Warner's emotional appeal didn't land. As for Dalton's biological father, after years of unanswered texts, Dalton finally replied to one with, I made $500,000 last year just by showing my dick. He wasn't joking. Dalton took full charge of our IPO. 6 years ago, he told me he'd make me more money than I could imagine. He delivered. As co-founders, we hold a 55% share of Halcyon, and together we've made ourselves and thousands of others incredibly wealthy. Our success? Built on a reimagined version of online adult content. The name Halcyon came from a lot of things. The DC building where our story started and the word itself, which evokes a time of peace. Our goal was to empower performers. No huge cuts, no middlemen. Just creators and their audiences. The model is simple. Anyone 18 and older can join and share content. Photos, videos, audio, live streams. Instead of taking a percentage, we charge a flat, low monthly fee. By year 1, our user base had outpaced every major platform. Skeptical investors came knocking. My dad appears beside me now. Want me to hold her? He offers, arms outstretched. Lissy lights up when she sees him. Dalton answers before I can. Essie's going to hold her, but stay close in case the confetti freaks her out. Dad claps Dalton on the back, a gesture that now carries years of fatherhood, and Alyssa smiles warmly. I'm so proud of you too, she says. I smile. I can believe it. From our kitchen table launch to this moment, this has always been the plan. Jeremy, NASDAQ CEO, steps forward. I don't show up for every IPO, he says. But this one's different. It is. He explains the setup. Family and executives go up front. Staff nearby, guests in the back. Dalton nods. Family is us three, my parents, Essie's dad, the twins, Christian, Lander, Valeria, their kids, Cora, Everett, and Claudia. Jeremy raises a brow. That's quite a crowd. Claudia appears in a flash of high fashion and sass. They're her people. Deal with it. Jeremy offers a meek smile. Fair enough. This is a family company, I explain. Unorthodox? Sure, but that's us. The twins work in development. Alyssa handles philanthropy. Christian's our chief of staff. My dad takes care of Lissy full-time, which is why I never had to hit pause after becoming a mom. Cora and Everett show up next, all smiles and pink accents. Valeria and Lander follow with their kids. We hug, laugh, take photos. Jeremy motions me forward. Essie, it's time. I speak first. Talking about sex work has become second nature. I used to wear a mask, afraid of judgment. Now I stand proudly, repeating what I always do. An industry built on women should not be making men rich. Applause fills the space, flashes pop. Dalton hands me Lissy. I step up and press the button. Confetti rains down. Tickers scroll. Halcyon is officially public. We built this from nothing. And just like that, I became a billionaire. An hour later, I'm not. Because billionaires shouldn't exist. We paid off student debt for every founding performer, worth every penny. That evening, we head home. Back to Georgetown, back to the normal Monday rhythm. Our friends come over after bedtime. Baby's asleep, wine poured. Do you think our dads ever saw this coming? Lander muses while hemming Marta's pants. Everett laughs. Or that we'd all marry Camgirls and Dalton would be the only one with a job? Dalton, serious now, replies, I think they never imagined we'd be this happy. Valeria chimes in, what will our kids say about us? We all take turns answering. Dalton says, Lissy will say her mom is fierce, kind, and unstoppable. I add, I just want her to know we tried our best. I pause. The vulnerability catches me. Valeria and Cora surround me with hugs. She'll know, they whisper. Everett pats Dalton's back. Thanks, Mom and Dad. We all laugh. Another Monday. Early morning, I wake to Dalton's hand over my mouth, a grin behind his mask. He whisks me outside, grabbing the baby monitor. We head to the treehouse. Yes, that treehouse. We had it moved here. Priceless. There, under the stars, he reminds me who I belong to. Not just in words, in love. We lie on the wooden floor after, tangled and breathless. I love you, Essie, he says. I don't think this feeling ever stops. I kiss him. He was right. Forever looks good on us.